Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is just about 6:30 in the morning in the United Kingdom. That means in Daytona Beach, Florida, it's now 1:35 as we continue our coverage here of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. We're going to be simultaneously streaming parts 2 and 3 separately, together, something like that, for the next 15 minutes or so. Will Vincent, I'm back. Rachel Whiteford's alive. She's awake. Hugo Louise is still going on. And Cam Walsh is still here as well. And no one can hear what I'm saying there because that was too loud. I've just woken up. But yeah, big news overnight, of course, is the fact that we have lost Glacier Racing in the prototype class. And, well, the Radicals guys, they are leading. No, not leading. Commander are leading. But 25 seconds the gap right now between themselves and the Radicals online organisation. For what? 18 hours almost into this event, and all of a sudden we still have ourselves a race cam.
We do absolutely have a race, and not just in prototype. The Core Motorsports roof car, which of course was leading before, has been trading on pits with, of all the cars, Will, the New World SimSport Moonshine McLaren. The McLaren has been up front, it has been leading, it is completely spotless, and boy, we got a race in both classes. Very exciting stuff going on here, Will.
It is indeed, and don't forget, you can relive all of the action of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. Just be a part of our YouTube channel, RaceSpot TV, and you can basically find all the videos, and you can spend lots and lots of love towards them. So then we've still got ourselves 6 hours and 43 minutes worth of racing to go here in the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. Coverage is brought to you this weekend by ANDWERNDESIGN. Live timing and scoring is available if you head over to RaceSpot.TV/timing. You can also follow us on Twitter at RaceSpotTV. Use the hashtag iRacing24H, just like you saw a couple of moments ago on Hugo's feed, which you're now going to be able to see on my feed. There is a message there from the wonderful guys over at JDR Graphics. Is the Wham thing still going on there, Cam?
Is the what?
Wham. Is it still going on?
Is the Wham car? The Wham car is almost priceless. It is almost completely spotless. It's got a little damage on the left-hand side. We actually, out of all of the people who have been coming in to be interviewed, we've had 2 people from Timmy Hill Motorsports, and I believe we had 2 drivers from the Windows Lickers. Those guys are on the ball. They're in with us here, being interviewed and whatnot. And I think we've come to the conclusion, with the help of one of the drivers, that if you paint your car those colors, the HPDs don't hit you.
Yeah, there you are. We've always said, Rachel, actually, the thing to do in multi-class racing like this is to be unique and original. I mean, it's actually the reason why, of course, Ayrton Senna had his big yellow helmet, because people would know exactly who it is. In this case, you would know that it's not a piece of grass to run over, it's not a piece of asphalt, it's a car. Get out of the way. Don't hit me.
Absolutely. I hate to bring the news in. Somebody has just connected to the server, and that might be one Mr. Martin Cronke.
Release the Cronke. Here we go.
But
he had.
Let's be honest.
No, it's not Randy.
Can you be faster than Mitchell Dion? That can sound like a game show. Can you go faster than Mitchell Dion?
The answer is maybe. Yeah, spin the wheel. Of anyone from the Commando team. So, Will, of course you know that New World SimSports 4GT had a little incident. But that McLaren's doing absolutely fantastic, though. Now, you might not know this. That Coanda, if you look just to the right rear there, a roof car out of turn 1. He spun out, a car spun out. It drove across the track and clipped Michael De Jong in that rear end. He is about, and this is a report from Coanda a couple of hours ago, they're about 10 kilometers an hour slower on the straight, and they're having some issues getting that car steered around. That might have done some toe damage to that left rear. But for right now, he's been holding out Radicals online. There was about a minute gap to begin with. Now it's down to about 23 seconds. That Radicals is slowly creeping that in.
The only thing is whether Justin Lindsay needs to do any more running in that car, because of course we did see, we go all the way back to about hour 4. He had a 60-second advantage. It was dwindled down to nothing. If Lindsay has to do any more running in that car, then I think the Commander guys are in serious trouble, because, well, we had Andre Borch on a little bit earlier on. Of course, he was the first to admit that when Lindsay was behind the wheel of that car, He was not going anywhere near the speed. Trying to have some issues getting to grips with the car on this racetrack today. Question is...
Lindsay...
Go on.
Lindsay had... Oh, you said go on.
There we are. But you consider the fact that Martin Cronje, of course, knows how to drive a car in these type of situations. We know that De Jong is incredibly good. They have still got a fighting chance. I think it will all hinge on Lindsay. Now you know.
Well, I was just going to say, overnight, Lindsay had gotten in the car. He did a double stint, and this is from Dan Blake, who had done probably about 6 hours, actually. I just picked up on the tail end of both him and Johnny. And from them, I believe Lindsay is probably done with the car.
Well, that would be in a total of about 3.5 hours. 4 drivers, 25% of the... that should be alright, shouldn't it, Randy?
I'm eating dinner. Say that again?
Oh, you know what? I'm just going to move on.
Dinner at what?
Yeah.
Actually, I do have a fun thing about Martin Cronje. I have heard... What was the term that I heard? They sent some kind of a teddygram over to his house, hoping to wake them up, or hoping to wake Martin Cronje up early.
A telegram
so that's
or a teddygram?
A teddygram. That was the language that was used to Dan. So I'm just telling you, they had to pull some crazy crap to get Martin Cronje out of bed. Apparently.
So I understand what
involves scantily clad women.
Yeah, I was going to say.
No idea.
I know what
I don't
a telegram is. That one's all very nice and simple. A teddygram. Is it going to be a stuffed animal, which is part of a hit major movie thing, which we're probably not allowed to mention?
It sounds like some sort of fairy
RaceSpot is not longer after dark.
Did they send him Teddy Roosevelt's dead body?
Maybe. Would that get you out of bed? I don't know. They probably would, because I think they wanted him to get in the car earlier. That was the last reporting that I had, but that was about 2-3 hours ago. So you never know what changes. Of course, Quinn, changing all the time. They definitely know what they're doing. They're doing their strategic stuff. But I will say, unfortunately, the window for RaceSpot After Dark has closed, gentlemen. Sorry.
Uh-oh. Is it because I'm awake now and everyone's got to pay attention again as well?
Probably.
It's the RaceSpot breakfast show.
It is.
It's RaceSpot breakfast show.
We need a cheesy little jingle of this. 1 minute. I'm not sure what we have available, but we're gonna have a go. Right.
We'll try.
Right.
That Coanda car having big issues with traffic in the infield section, though. Whoever's on camera, look at that.
We're both on camera. There you can see.
Both of you. Look.
Exit of turn number 2 down into the International Horseshoe. Yep. That Coanda car working itself past the Ford GT there. That is the... Well, actually, he's going to get past as well, but a Vortex driver in turn by the looks of it. No, he's not. That's a New World Simsport 4 GT. That is the Movano BMW there, as you can see.
In third place.
Yeah, he is. He's moved up through the field there over the course of this event. And there you can see Coanda Simsports, HPV driver of Mitchell de Jong. And there you can see the number 4 machine of Mario Bortoli in the Movano Busmaster X Team car. So yeah, 6 hours, 37 minutes of this event to go. I'm not quite sure we have a jingle for this, so I should have got one. No, that's not going to work at all. Let's have a go.
No.
It's the RaceSpot TV breakfast show, here with Will Vinson and Rachel Whiteford.
That sounds like the intro to like a DJ show, like you're about to start rocking out. Like that's
It's
like when
Friday
you start
night.
the night.
Will Vincent used to be a DJ, so it's relevant.
I know. I'm just saying, like I'm ready to jam out or something. But no, that's you need like a light little fluty piano, like you're waking up to go to work because you're a worker.
You wake up to a light fluty piano.
I work up to rock and roll.
I actually work third shift, so I wake up at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Last time by the way, I'm trying to talk about motor racing. Last time by, Anthony Orselli did himself a 146.492. That time by, it was 137 the previous lap for Mitchell de Jong. This time by a 138.029. Riding along board with, of course that was traffic. We know that was traffic. We saw it as traffic. But here you can see Anthony Orselli working himself past the start-finish line. He'll have himself a roof tire. He's just going to breeze past there on the high side, back down into turn number 1, 136.839 for him. Now, one important thing is, though, Rachel, for Rosselli, compared to de Jong, Rosselli, with that extra straight line speed, he can blast past one of these cars on the banking. De Jong hasn't got the ability to just go bump, bump, bump on that outside line down in turn 1. That will cumulatively cost him even more time in this race.
Absolutely, he's really going to have a big problem now. Of course, he has to use some of those GT cars and pull the draft to try and help him regain the speed he's lost, Will.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are watching the bit of the race which has been going on for 8 hours on YouTube, it is time to say goodbye to you on that feed. We have been streaming, yeah, I'm sorry, normal service has now resumed here on RaceSpot TV, so we'd like to give a very big shout out to everyone who has been working the overnight shift here on RaceSpot TV, Jake Cameron, to Alex Simpson, to Lester Forbes, Dan Blake, to Johnny Simon, the one and only Mr. Cameron Walsh, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, can we please get a very big round of applause for Mr. Hugo Louise? Woo!
Yay!
There we are. Very big shout out as well to Hugo, who has been doing the cameras for the overnight part of this coverage of the RaceSpot TV 24 hours at Daytona. We're going to step aside for just a couple of moments here on the third part of the stream. Don't forget, you can watch the entire event. Yes, it is on iRacing Live. Go to iRacing.com/live. Also available on RaceSpot.tv. Live timing and scoring available on RaceSpot.tv/timing. Check us out on YouTube. Check us out on Facebook. We will change the world together. Going to go side by side on part 3. In the interim on part 2, this has been a RaceSpot TV presentation of the 24 hours of Spa. We'll see you on the other side, shall we? In part 3, we're just going to go side by side. We'll be back. Back in a minute.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series, powered by iRacing.com, has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 to Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field.
Okay, so sound check now. Cam, give me sound check.
I'm reading her loud and clear against it.
Will win here at Daytona.
2,
7 laps.
3,
It's the 11. Here we go.
5,
6,
6, 7, 8. I can't count. 9, 10. Rachel,
I didn't hear the 3. Can you go back to 3?
Count 3, 3, 4.
Okay, I got you.
Pit road sound checks. 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2.
That's way too
Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier.
Gibberish.
But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger.
That's what you need.
Until some folks
Okay, Randy, sound check. Fox Sports sound
Stuff like
check.
official race tracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to continuing coverage of this, the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona here on RaceSpot TV. And yes, as we went to commercial a couple of moments ago, I blew it. I said Spa. I'm still stuck in November, Rachel.
You are indeed, Will. You did say the RaceSpot 24 episode Daytona at one point, so yeah, getting our sponsorship mixed up a little, but we are back with part 3, of course, of the 24 Hours of Daytona from iRacing.com.
Indeed so. There you can see then, just coming onto pit road a moment ago, the core motorsports car of Philip Schmitz in that number 33 car. As he's now behind the wheel of that. Andy Bajada is still leading the way. There you can see New World Sim Sport with, yeah, look at the rear of that car. Look at the rear. Yeah. It's got a nice little logo on it. I'm not quite sure what sponsor it is on the rear of that car, but it's rather nice. However, that number 1 car has had a driver change and a pit stop. It's now Wyatt Goodham behind the wheel of that one, Cam.
Yeah, and Wyatt Goodham was really able to keep up to par with Michael De Jong. Really wasn't able to close that gap. It's been hanging about a minute for the last 4 or 5 hours here, and going on and on and on. It seems to be that minute is the good barrier between these two front-running horses in this prototype division.
Yeah, live timing and scoring. We're just doing a quick switch over on that one, so we'll be back up and running in a moment's time. As you can see, 6.5 hours then left of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. That's exactly what we were talking about. Still plenty of action going out on the racetrack. So you can see we've got ourselves right now got a battle going on between the Shark Motorsports car and the Pass Left Racing car. We'd like to give a shout out, of course, to the Orange Cone, because the Orange Cone is like one of the greatest things in the known universe on Twitter. You can follow us on Twitter at RaceSpot TV. Use the hashtag iRacing24 if you'd like to have any form of chat with us. And I hope you guys are still going to continue to make pretty graphics for the next couple of hours or so. I hope so. Because that way then I can just drink some coffee, commentate and do my thing. But yeah, we've actually got ourselves the Pass Left Racing car right now on pit road. There you can see it. Number 6 car, nice little cone on it. It looks a bit like the VLC cone, to be honest, Rachel.
It does indeed. Although I just had a request from YouTube, Will, for you to mention one of the sponsors on the, what do you call it, car? I've forgotten who they actually are.
Well,
that would be
very helpful. So
I'm completely professional of me, yeah.
Are you talking about the
UK?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you talking about the window lickers car?
Yes, the window lickers car. What's the sponsor? Yeah, the Hofax car. Hofax.
Really?
Hofax.
We just received a Hofax.
We got a Hofax.
Okay, do you want me to do this properly?
Go for it.
Okay. The 222 window lickers car here on the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. It's brought to you by Wham! Wham! Also by Hofax. If you can't get a Carfax because you don't like foxes, get a Hofax instead. Also brought to you by pretty faces of people that line along the front of the race car. And finally, by unicorn dust, because you can't do anything in a 24-hour race without copious amount of unicorn dust. Wham! Wham! How's that?
Excellent. I had a great chat. Had a great chat with a couple of the guys from the Windows Lickers. They seem to love to come right in here. They'll be in here eventually. Had a great talk with, speaking to that orange cone, had a talk with Vincent Leobre. It was very French. I butchered it. He said it right. I didn't say it here right. But no, Vincent Leobre of that number 6 Pass Left Racing. It's kind of a pickup group, really, which is a great story. I mean, an event like this, of course, we have big, huge teams, but, you know, having a great pickup group that's brought together by the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona, it's always good to see. And, of course, that's a very clean black roof with those lovely orange wheels and that giant orange cone on it.
Yeah, there you can see then the current gaps up on your screen. Commander Simsport leading the way in the prototype division. Currently got a gap of about 1 minute 5 over the right good guard, but they are on pit road. And we're just having a look. Mitchell de Jong, I believe, is going to get out of that car this time by. We'll have a look. We did hear rumours that the Concave was going to get in, so, but it's been a long stop now, so it looks like Mitchell de Jong will do another stint there. For those of you who haven't had it talked at you enough, of course, Mitchell de Jong is the driver who won a total of 9 out of 10 races in the 2014/15 iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing. Back out onto the racetrack. Pit time for him, 33.2 seconds. I have to say, I'm going to bring Josh Chin into the conversation. Can you imagine what would happen if you're on a triple stint with about 40 minutes to go and you hit that little yellow thing that's on the inside of pit exit?
That would be absolutely devastating. Those, you don't see a lot of people hit them in the race because I think a lot of people have practiced their pit exit by now, and also the fact that, you know, you probably gone off pit road like 6 or 7 times by the end of the race. But if you hit that, oh god, no. I don't even want to imagine that. That's too much for my heart to take right now.
In the GT division, they can see the gap right now between the New World Sim Sport Moonshine car of Antti Pajala and the Core Motorsports machine there of Philip Schmitz. We have got Randy Chenworth and Josh Chin here. We'll have a chat with them in a minute. Yes, Cam.
I just, you know, I keep seeing this very successful New World Sim Sport Moonshine car. We don't have any of their drivers to interview. Why do we keep getting the people from the Ford GT? That car's wrecked.
Are you calling us bad? Is that what you're saying right now? You're calling us bad?
Come on.
Wow. Here's the thing, actually.
Look at the successful people.
Cam, I'm going to give you a bit of an understanding about how team racing works. If you're doing well, you will concentrate. If you are out of the race, you have the ability to talk to people.
To come over here and BS with us. Yeah. I know.
Let's be honest, Chin is pretty terrible because we got him from a wrecked HPD before he...
Yeah, but I'm not the one who wrecked the car, so...
Neither am I. Your old teammate did.
Anyways, this is not, oh, crap. Who's the guy? Jerry Springer. I got it. All right, I'm here. This is not Jerry Springer. Okay, guys, take your bite.
I have a feeling that this is not going to comply with the iRacing sporting code whatsoever.
Yes, it is. Not at all. It totally is.
TBKlight.com, a Team A car on pit road. Tony Rupsard currently behind the wheel of that one. I'd like to give another shout out to the awesome guys over at TBK Light. I know that Nee is watching this race, and TBK Light, rather interesting community, and yeah, coming out pit road, 31.1 seconds, back out onto the racetrack. Currently scored 7th place in the prototype class, a little bit far back from the race leader. When I say a little bit far, 43 laps as he shifts down into the International Horseshoe. But the big story overnight, Cam, was the fact that we had the Glacier Racing car involved in an incident with a Commander car. The Glacier Racing car is out of the race.
Yes, it is, and this happened a little bit before I came in. This was on the graveyard shift with Dan and Johnny. Apparently a couple of BMWs tangoed, and it just gave the Glacier Racing car nowhere to go, and that it just had enough damage to where they weren't going to mess around with it, and they retired from the race, which is very unfortunate to see. But it leaves us with a 2-horse race right now, and in the prototype class, actually, now 2 other interesting notes, because there really wasn't a lot of contact, not a lot of racing, but 2 interesting things had happened. The Coanda SimSport car got clipped in the rear by a car that was driving across the track unexpectedly, and clipped the rear of the car. Now, Coanda's reported that they've got some damage, and that's slowing them down a little bit and making the car a little difficult to handle, which is impressive that they're still in the lead. Radicals Online, of course, they had made it through clean, but of course they had damage from earlier on in the same turn 1. And also the Core Motorsports car, the leading roof, had led most of this race, I'd say, of course, opposite of Falcon GP. They were clipped in the rear also by the Direct Clutch Motorsports Porsche roof car, as they went too wide into turn 1 very unexpectedly for the leader there, and to have that car on the inside, didn't back down, clipped the left wheel, and ever since that happened, that McLaren has been catching up hand over fist and is now through a series of pit stops come out on top. So that's pretty much what's been happening overnight. Of course, a couple of damages here and there. But Coanda SimSport, though, having another incident, they've recovered somewhat. They're now, I'd say, 3-4 laps off the lead. But other than that, Will, I think we've had a pretty quiet go of it.
Yeah. It sounded, when you say the graveyard shift with Dan and Johnny, that sounded like an even more kind of interesting radio show, The Graveyard Shift with Dan and Johnny.
Dan and Johnny.
Only here on RaceSpot TV. Come and spend your time talking about the loved ones you've lost of the last
What's making you depressed? When I came in, they had already been doing they already did 6 hours, so they were already canned. So I was happy. I was happy to kind of come in at the right time.
Well, they can
Here's Coanda, though.
Yeah. Falcon GP, Kei Koshube currently scored down in 6th place in the GT class. So don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, you can ask us anything you like within reason on our YouTube feed as well. Rachel's going to be keeping an eye out on that one. Anything for us, Rachel, or are people not even caring about iRacing?
Well, we actually have a new hashtag that's been started. It's hashtag Wilfax. So that one's going to be trending, hopefully, on Twitter in the top standings. But currently, people are just discussing the... exactly. People are discussing the 2-horse race and reminding us not to forget about the donkeys behind them, who, as we know, could end up leading this race should something happen to any of our leaders. Touch wood.
Well, there's an interesting point. Most of you will remember the fact that we cover, of course, the Neo Endurance Series. If it's a Neo Endurance Series, we would basically just be starting our coverage now. 6 hours, 16 minutes of this event to go. So there's still a full, long endurance race within an endurance race. And I like Randy Chenworth this question. You kind of got to break it down, this race, into stages. We've now got ourselves into almost that 4th quarter now. No 2-minute warning, of course, in this type of event. But now you're into those last 6 hours. Do you get a kind of different sense of anticipation, knowing that, that clock is ticking down? Realistically, you're kind of in that final straightaway of the long part of the race.
Well, depending on where you are, yeah, it definitely does. If you've had a bad, maybe early part of the race or middle, you've probably been pushing hard the entire time. So in reality, these last 6 hours, you're still just doing what you're trying to do, and your mindset doesn't change. Now, if you've had a good night and you're up front, you've been clean, this is where you do start pushing a little bit, and you do want your mindset to change. But you still need to emphasize that you remain clean and that you don't completely bork your fuel strategy. Because obviously with a race like this, if you boink your fuel strategy with 5 minutes to go, anything you've done for the past 23 hours, 55 minutes is null and void.
And you pretty much have to start again. Something on YouTube. Over to you, Mr. Cameron Walsh.
Yeah, somebody was asking for a shout out. It was Johansson Fernandez, I think. So there's a shout out for you there.
Jonathan Hernandez. Yeah, my God, how much more could you butcher that name? Jonathan Hernandez. He said he wants a shout out to complete his life. So, Jonathan, I apologize for our American pet here, but he's bad with names.
American pets, as we call it.
Yeah, great. So. No, I had a great conversation with David A. Williams over the night in that TNT racing car. He's kind of doing a lot of this racing here. I almost feel like it's 5 o'clock in the morning. It is 2 o'clock in the morning. I keep looking at the clock. It's so refreshing you guys are here. So he's going to be doing a lot of the running over the night. I think there's somebody else he's going to be trading out with that, but it's pretty much going to be David A. Williams in that TNT racing car. And of course, you can't discount that Phoenix Motorsports car, only 5 laps down, and in a rather healthy-looking Phoenix Motorsports HPD. So you can't count those two guys out. And I wouldn't call them donkeys. They're just they're not aliens. How about that? That's a compliment.
Last time by, it's a 138.608 for Jose Almeida, currently behind the wheel of that Phoenix Motorsport number 17 car. Now they're up 2 places overall as they work themselves just behind Mutstogie such wow as they come out of the 2nd horseshoe down towards the 3rd one. And there you can see then down towards the 3rd horseshoe, back onto the ranking once again is that number 17 car. It's currently scored though a lap behind the TNT Racing.com car as they work themselves back onto the banking once again. Thoughts on the 2015 Formula 1 season? It's going to happen. It's probably going to be another Mercedes domination because of the fact that I don't think Red Bull has had anything, and I have just lost all of my timing and scoring, and it's just come back. So there we are. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, it's going to happen. Mercedes, if I say the word Mercedes too many times, I think iRacing will just crash.
If you say Mercedes 3 times in a row, I hear that Toto Wolff will actually come into your room and do something rather unspeakable.
You need to click your heels as well. Mercedes. Now it sounds like I'm trying to. I can't. I'm not doing half the bark anymore.
Now you sound like one of their fair weather fans.
Sounds like you're in a low-class strip club.
That's what
Mercedes.
We walked around that, but don't worry, Randy. Pow! Right there.
Straight into the door, roll of dollar bills in his hand, and there he is. He's just sorted.
Man, he just popped right in front of that, like he popped right in front of that HBD.
Yeah.
Anyways.
It's okay, Kim.
Shots fired.
It's okay, Kim. I just try to drive as well as you can speak.
But as we were saying, I think that Formula 1 season, Mercedes are still going to clearly be the team to beat. I think that Lotus and McLaren are going to be moderate surprise in my thing. Ferrari, Williams, I think they're not going to be a surprise. We know they are going to be out getting podiums every single race. And Williams are a team that they build themselves up. They don't do this whole thing of power, I'm doing well, power, I suck. So Williams I do expect up there. Ferrari, Sebastian Vettel. Yes, I do agree. Sebastian Vettel does look a little bit like Max Verstappen, his Ferrari overalls. But more importantly than anything, I think it's going to be a moderately boring season again.
Of course it is, but I do think, though, Williams will see their first win. I think it's going to be Bottas, and he will win a race.
Really?
Whatever. You know, in the last couple of seasons, they will get their first win, the last couple of seasons, with Bottas. He will do it. He is a future champion.
But let's not forget, the last time a Williams won a race, they then decided to set their cars on fire.
That's the garage. Come on, what are you supposed to do? Now
I was so surprised.
Big thing.
They were so surprised that obviously Maldonado won that he crashed into the garage.
There you can see the window looker's car on pit road, by the way, getting himself another stop. It's Paul Nicholas Cooper behind the wheel of that 222 car. Also got ourselves Shark Motorsports on pit road with Rodrigo Alelius behind the wheel of that one, as it is doing itself a service. So they can see then the window lookers getting ready to get back out onto the racetrack after another service here in the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. 6 hours and 10 minutes remaining, as they can see that pit time ticking over now above 50 seconds, and the Shark Motorsports car will be the first one to leave pit road. And there you can see Lelis 53.5 seconds back out and away, and the Thwam car just behind him now coming back out onto the racetrack as well. Behind and physical part of the racetrack, actually ahead on the racetrack itself, 54.8 seconds back out and away. Out front, Wyatt Gooden, last time by, 136.9, 136.4 for Mitchell de Jong that last time by. Really, Rachel, this guy is an absolute beast when it comes to just ticking off laps, de Jong. And Wyatt Gooden's doing all he can right now to kind of hound into that damaged Commander car, but can't do anything about it.
Yeah, Mitchell de Jong is the closest thing they have to a robot. He's like an aimbot of racing. He just gets in that car and he does lap after lap after lap, and he is super consistent. Obviously, they're hoping to release the Cronke for the potentially final stint, but right now he's doing a good job of helping this car past its damage.
Well, if you are on Twitter, ladies and gentlemen, let us know who you think is the best driver in Commander Simsport. Who would you want to be running that final stint? Would it be Mitchell de Jong? Would it be Martin Cronke? Would it be any other member of that Commander Simsport HBD team? Let us know on Twitter at RaceSpotTV. Use the hashtag iRacing24. Let us know. And it's going to be a tough one for me, because I think de Jong has the raw speed, but I do think that overall, Cronke, just as a closer, is a bit like the Adam McNish in so many ways there, Josh.
Yeah, if there's anyone you will never, ever see put a wheel wrong, it's going to be Martin. From the time I ran against him almost 4 years ago now, back when I was starting, it's just incredible to see the level of consistency that he always has. And he's fast with that consistency. It's not like, you know, he's running a little bit off and being consistent. Oh, wow, Wyatt Gooden almost got run off the track by a GT3 car there. But just fast and consistent, and you can't beat that. There's no way you can beat that.
Also like to give a very good morning to Mr. Adam Barth. He has returned. Good sleep.
Yeah, good sleep. Well, good to see the gap's only 18 seconds between the Commander Simsport and the Radicals car. Should be an interesting final 6 hours.
As you can see, they're riding along board then on our replay, as we saw the Radicals online car almost having a bit of an issue. He kind of survived, but, you know, GT3 cars, and that's the thing as well here, Rachel. The last couple of hours of this race, the GT3 traffic are tired. So you can see, it's that number 99 car coming right across the racetrack there. I'm not sure it kind of understood what it was doing. Probably trying to think one thing, did another, as we'll have a look then, working themselves through the banking one more time. But Rachel, it's that thing. These GT drivers, as well as the prototype drivers, they are now tired. And there you can see once again, the Evolution Racing Australia car just almost having a moment that might have cost Radicals the race.
Yeah, very, very close to almost really ending things for them there. But yes, everyone's getting tired now. This is what we were talking about earlier on in the broadcast. Drivers and teams are tired. This is when we'll see the most mistakes made and accidents happening on track. But worse than that is when they're tired and we head into the final 2 or 3 hours and they start fighting tired. As we see Coranda passing the window lickers car there. Hashtag Hofax, hashtag Wilfax. But when they start fighting when they're tired, that's when we'll see the most mistakes. So the final 3 hours, I think, are going to be interesting.
As they can see, the Evolution Racing Australia car, after we saw that one, well, he kind of wrecked again then, Josh.
Yeah, it's not been a very good race for that team. They had a wreck earlier, which actually ended up involving the Coanda car, so I guess you could say both the lead cars have had a moment with the 99 now, but they just can't seem to catch a break. It's one thing after another, a couple wrecks, the pit road issue or two, and you have days like that, and you just kind of sit there and go, well, this is what we're going to do, and survive. And
even if
the survive part's kind of out the window now.
Put themselves into the wall. I do think that possibly the issue of that car is that they've got too many red balloons in there. If they get them out, I think that would have been fine, because obviously he couldn't see out the window at that particular point. Get another look then on board the Evolution Racing Australia car. You can just see, gets into the corner, rear lip wheels lock up, spins them around into the wall. There we are, thank you and good night. They are currently on pit road, down in the 30th position overall. As we have a look then at the past left racing car, who's actually dropping back right now, Cam, from the rear of that Shark Motorsports car. Currently has Rodrigo Lelius behind the wheel of it.
Yes, and of course that roof versus that BMW. Both cars looking fairly okay, and you know, that Shark Motorsports car is clean. That past left racing that past left racing car is clean, and right now it's just been a good battle. They're trading laps back and forth. The past left a little slower per lap, but I'm sure. Well, everybody has damage. I'm looking at the general. the frame seems to be in one shape, unlike a lot of other cars on the field. On the field today. Kickoff at something or other. Will knows that number. But yeah, that past left racing car doing a very good job. I think these guys are only a couple of laps off the lead, maybe about 8 laps, and I think that's all just on pace, which goes to show really how fast the faster cars are. You know, they're doing a good position. They're cracked the top 10 in the GT3 and the top split for the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona, and that is nothing to be bummed out about for sure.
Yeah, I think it's an accomplishment in itself to ever make one of the top splits of any of these big official races on the iRacing.com service now. Of course, there's so many good events coming up this year. You've got the Road Warrior 24, well, the iRacing.com 24 Hours at Daytona. If you're trying to sign up for it now, I think you're a little bit late. But of course, we have got ourselves, yeah, we even put a graphic up, the 12 Hours of Sebring coming your way on March 28th here on RaceSpot TV. Then the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans, and then finally the iRacing.com Bathurst 1000. Part of really a 4-race package which makes up the endurance portion of the Road Warrior Championship. But Josh, you know me, I'm an IndyCar guy. I think my biggest accomplishment on iRacing ever was actually qualifying for the iRacing.com Indianapolis 500, which, as you know, it's a game of thousandths of a second.
Yeah, I don't know of any other qualifying that is as tight as Indy is, especially for a 4-lap average on a track that is really deceptively tough. I don't think a lot of people that haven't run that track realize just how difficult it is to qualify, especially when you're flat out making sure you don't lift on an incredibly edgy setup going as fast as you can. I don't know many things that compare to that on iRacing right now, honestly.
And also there'll be a number of drivers, of course, hoping to take part and do well in the iRacing.com Daytona 500, which you will be inundated with commercials on RaceSpot TV about over the next couple of weeks. Hey, you know, we have something to, you know, do all the stuff that we need to do. But Falcon GP, Commander Simsport BMW, currently separated by 17.6 seconds on the racetrack then, as we're going to have a quick chat, first of all, with Matt Palensky, I believe. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning or evening, Will.
Yeah, whichever one you want to call it. Well, car, still looking pretty. Still pretty doggy on there. Still unicorn dust. How's it going?
It's going pretty well. You know, we had that 40-minute repair on lap 3, which is always a bit of a hurdle, but, you know, the team didn't give up. We didn't stop fighting. Right now we're looking at 17th, and if we keep moving up like we have been, we could get a top 15 by the end of this. So right now we're just trying to have fun and get to the end in one piece.
And there you can see the Velocity Endurance Team car as it circulates on the racetrack. The little Doge does look a little bit bent up in the front of that. I'm sure he's not very happy with that, but still being powered by unicorn dust coming out from the Cat. Nice little RaceSpot TV logo there as well. Now, when we talked to you earlier, we said that the kind of game was to finish this race. Is that still the point? Do you think you can get any more positions as, you know, the attrition is starting to kick itself into gear now?
When we had that incident, we weren't really thinking about where we were going to finish. We just kind of wanted to finish the race just for the sake of finishing it. So yeah, we're going to pull out all the stops and try to get to the end because I think, you know, it's just kind of the point of it. So going to have as much fun with it as we can, and I think the most fun way will be getting to the end in 24 hours. Any
more stints for you today?
Yeah, I have one in an hour and a half, so it's going to be an all-nighter.
That's right, you can stick around the bus if you want to. There we are, Velocity Endurance Team car, currently circulating in 17th position on the racetrack, as you can see there. Just working himself amongst a bit of traffic, and there's a GT Temple racing car on pit road. Who says that?
No, I was just saying, you know, Will, I'm not sure who's got the livery of the race here. We've got Flam. I mean, it's got to be Flam, but you got to just say, I mean, this is, at least there's consistency between different cars, because we see this on the Indy car. Now it's on a Persh. I mean, it's just, it's fantastic.
It's a Persh. We can
just
get away with that.
Persh on the side.
Commander Simsports, by the way, on pit road, as they've got Renz Brokerman out of the car, Sasha Wessler into that car. We do know it is a little bit damaged as Andrea. Sorry, that's not the driver who I'm looking for at all. Another car comes out of pit road. As ladies and gentlemen, you can see the play clock then ticking down here on RaceSpot TV as it now ticks over with just 6 hours of this race to go. So then into the final quarter of the inaugural iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. Welcome to RaceSpot TV. If it's the first time that you've ever seen us, where have you been? Will Benson, along with Rachel Whitefield, Cam Walsh, Adam Barth, Joshua Chin, Randy Chenworth, David Williams is here for a chat, and Matt Paletsky is still sticking around a little bit as well, as Sasha Wessler coming out of pit road. Pit stop time for him, 58.6 seconds. Out front, it is still Mitchell Guillaume driving that co-Anderson Sport car. Gap between himself and the Radicals Online car is currently 19.6 seconds on the racetrack as they are doing now another lap, and that is 656 laps going to be scored complete this time by, get this, 539 laps here today have been led by that Kawanda Simsports car. Cam, that's incredible stuff.
It's absolutely incredible. 657 laps total. Absolutely amazing, those Coanda guys. They've just been able to pull away slowly and steadily. I mean, right now they're slowly coming under pressure. I mean, Mitchell DeJong is absolutely pushing that HBD as fast as he can go, as Wyatt Gooden is absolutely chasing him down, now down to 19.4 seconds, which as far as endurance racing after 657 laps might as well be tenths of a second.
Yeah, we'll go step aside for just one moment. We'll be back with continuing coverage, including a chat with David Williams after these messages. You won't miss a thing. We're back with Side by Side.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start-finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it.
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump for the first one.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 5 hours, 51 minutes remaining of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona here on RaceSpot TV. By the way, if you didn't actually get the gist of what we were doing last time we were at commercial, not this time, the time before that, we decided that we need to be a little bit more like Fox Sports. And even though you guys will shout at us if we have 57 minutes of commercials an hour, we wanted to have the idea of, you know, bringing the realism into the commentary booth for Shenworth. So we did some sound checks. In a couple of hours' time, we're just going to show a picture of the commentary booth and someone, you know, standing around twiddling wires. It'd be great.
It would be great.
I like it.
Yep.
It makes it seem more authentic. Yes. Who needs day to night cycles when you can just clean camera?
Yeah, I mean, we're not Fox Sports. We haven't got $1 billion to spend on everything, but hey, we're RaceSpot TV. We're just as awesome. So we've got ourselves 5 hours, 50 minutes then of racing too. Now, whilst we're at commercial, we got, I don't know who dared me to do it, but I have to read out a commercial at some point in the style of Old Spice. We have got David Williams here. Yeah, we have got David Williams here from TNT Racing as we welcome you back then to coverage. Well, hello again, Mr. David Williams. You are just about still alive. You're saying to us on commercial that it's been a kind of sketchy 3 hours for you guys.
Yeah, well, once again, thanks for having me. I think it's my 3rd time tonight, so I really appreciate you guys giving me some airtime and being able to represent TNT. Once again, shout out to aimsports.com and allenbergracingschools.com. Yeah, I don't know if it's folks getting tired or what, but there's been a few cars that when I've passed them, they've been, I don't know if they're getting frustrated or what, man, but they've been kind of riding the center of the track and then back and forth as I try to find my way around, and there's been some hairy moments along the way.
Now, of course, that is part and parcel of GT racing when people get tired, and you are sat in 3rd place right now. You are a couple of laps back from the race lead. What is the strategy then? Is it now bring it home, but do it in such a way that you don't make any silly mistakes, just in case either Radicals or Coanda get involved in incidents ahead of them? And how hard do you push this late on into a race?
We've been running our race pretty much since the beginning, Will. We came into this whole thing saying that, you know, we're going to stay clean. We're going to run the best laps we can run, but not put the car in any trouble. And we managed to do that. I'm sure you guys all know, and everybody that watches iRacing and watches any of these streams know that HPD is extremely fragile. And we're actually seeing it right now with the Coanda guys, or however you pronounce that stuff. They took a little damage, and now you see the Radicals driving them, or reeling them back in. So we've just been trying to keep it clean. I mean, we're 4 laps down on the top 2, and there's no way to make that up unless they have a significant incident. So we're just going to keep our car clean and bring it home on the podium. So we've put a lap on 4th place. I was able to do that in the last stint, so that gives us a comfortable cushion there. And yep, just keep it clean, bring it home.
Mike Hunt saying that there's another 24-hour race going on from another driving thing, which we won't mention. Yes, they might have, they have, but they don't have RaceSpot TV. There we are. Token Ride 04 obviously doesn't understand the principle of side-by-side commercials, Cam. Side-by-side commercials actually invented, I wouldn't say invented, but it came to be used more often than anywhere else in IndyCar racing, of all things, on ESPN. One of actually the best things that ESPN's ever bothered to do in their entire lives. But the ad goes in the big screen because that way the advertisers still make some form of money.
Are people complaining that they get a tiny little box of the race? I mean, they should be able to watch the entire race on that tiny little box. I mean, we are giving the people a full screen image of a race when we could just be giving them a tiny little box. I don't get it, Will.
10 years ago, they would have had to watch the entire race on the tiny little box, and now they've got 50-inch plasma screens, so they can get over it.
Yeah.
And half the time they'd have to wiggle the antenna.
10 years ago when we were watching this at all.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, part of that as well, I mean, it could be not TNT Racing, it could be TNT Broadcasting, where about, I think the last time I checked it, Cam, about 87% of the screen was taken up by some form of overlay, or commercial, or something.
Hey, that's perfectly fine, too. I just, you know, there is too much real estate for people to watch the event, which, that's not why they're watching the television. I mean, come on, right? You don't watch a television to watch stuff. You watch it to get informed about advertisements and commercials and new products that you might not even know exist. I mean, these are just so important to the advancement of everybody. I don't get why people want to watch stuff. It's weird, Will. It's weird.
I'm a little bit confused as well that I've been compared to someone called Ed Miliband. Do you have any idea who Ed Miliband even is, Adam?
Well, I'll definitely tell you I won't be voting for him this year.
Who is Ed Miliband? Please, someone tell me.
Ed Miliband
I've never been a... thing is, okay. I only remember people who have at least a mediocre of charisma. Moving on.
That is the point, okay. You know. Why would someone compare Will Vincent to a man with positively negative personality?
Yes.
The thing is, though, that none of them have a personality.
No, but Ed Miliband somehow has got into negative figures.
F6 mate is asking for a tiny box. Well, I can't give you a tiny box right now, but a little bit later on, we might give you an empty box. But a chum.
Hey! Oh, Jesus, Will, you made the cat get up. He just got off the lap. He's walking away now. Way to go, dude.
The cat hits empty box, and Movano first went to X team is
he
on
just
pit
walked
road.
away.
Like, must watch! Must watch!
Literally woke up. He was sleeping. Literally woke up, stretched, jumped right off as soon as you said that.
He got the notification from the YouTube upload, man.
Yeah, I have got a couple of commercials I have to read up in a couple of moments, and Randy's going to send me this one in a private message so I can actually get it. As Movano first wants the X team then on pit road, getting itself a service. Looks as though that Mario is going to stay in that car. You've also got yourself Sven Anders Palmqvist in Falcon GP on pit road as well. 58.8 seconds out and away there from Movano. As you can see, the Falcon GP team, Sven Anders Palmqvist behind the wheel of that one. You've also got the 99 car scored on pit road as well. And I believe there's a driver change going on for those drivers, as they can see. The Evolution Racing Australia team, Brenton O'Brien behind the wheel of that one as they completing their service. Falcon GP then going to be classified as out and away in 54.9 seconds. There you can see that and back out onto the racetrack. The number 99 car just completing its service. Is actually having a service. There's no car in there, no driver in there right now, so they might have actually decided to give up the ghost for the time being. That's the number 99 car. They can see no one in it right now. Maybe the driver was too busy getting coffee. As we can see, another car coming to pit road. That is the number 15 machine then. That is Sergei Zakharov in the ORSRL Endurance GT3 team. Yeah, I can say it, and I've just woken up. Going to get a chat from Tommy Tone in a couple of moments' time. David Williams is still here, and, well, David, we kind of cut our interview short a moment ago. We are going to continue it just for a moment's time. Samuel Clark, of course, running in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series in 2015. One of two drivers you've got in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. What are your plans and aspirations heading into the big time that is the World Championship? Because that's been a couple of years since we've seen you guys in there.
The plan is just for Benjamin and Sam Clark to continue to make progress. I think all you kind of realize that you know, they were, say, 15 to 30 range, depending on which guy you were talking about at the beginning of the pro season. Now, into the pro season, they were running anywhere from 5th to 10th, depending on which guy you're talking about. So, definitely continue that progression. And we've got a lot of guys supporting them, even though you're only seeing those two on the track. We've got a team of guys behind them trying to support them and push them and help them practice and work on setups and race pace and just everything. So, yeah, I think you'll continue to see TNT move to the front.
And of course, the thing with the World Championship Series is, I think I said last year, 2014, was really competitive, probably the most competitive season we've seen since the famous 2011 season. 2015 going to be even more competitive, in my opinion. We've got some great drivers. Of course, De Jong, so dominant in the Pro Series. He's going to run a part-time schedule in the World Championship, but you've got the likes of Radicals online. You've got the likes of Apex Racing UK, yourselves battling it for top 10 positions. You've got yourself Coandising Sport, of course, and Team Redline. Team Redline, of course, taking Oli Picard and Alexa Uciacola to their ranks. Got driver Rico Alatalo, of course, with Glacier Racing as well. Incredibly tight midfield. Does that mean that, you know, every position's going to matter, you think, a lot more than it might have done a couple of seasons ago?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think, you know, when it comes to those points there in that series, you know, every 10th of a second on the track matters. It's sometimes mind-boggling how close those guys run for, you know, an hour and a half. So every position, every 10th, every foot you can get on the track is going to be worth something.
Well, David Williams, thank you very much. Anyone else you'd like to give a shout out to, and will you come back and talk to us before the end of the race?
Well, to answer your the second question first, no, I'm pretty much done. Once I go here, I'm going to sleep. It's almost 1 o'clock my time in the morning. I will say, Cam, Sam made a liar out of me. I planned on running about 4 to 5 hours, and then as I got in the car, he said he wanted to run some more, so that's why you don't see me still in the car. So I wasn't lying to you the first time. It just plans change. Yeah, but let's give a shout out to aimsports.com. Once again, they sell telemetry for race cars, go-karts. I'm sure if you want one on your pedal bike, they'll probably figure out how to get it there for you. Allenberg Racing Schools, go check them out at allenbergracingsschools.com. It's definitely got to be a bucket lister for any guy who likes to race. And if you're watching this, you're probably somebody who likes to race, so go check them out. And then always check us out at tnt-racing.com. Check us out, see who's online, who's streaming, who's racing, and what's the latest news of the team. And once again to you guys, man, thanks. Will, you guys have been doing an awesome job for the last, 19 hours or so?
I can't remember.
Great job.
It's not just me. We'll all give all the credit to Hugo, but I'm sure we'll end up crossing paths again. You never know, I might even going to commentate one of your races one day. David Williams for TNT Racing. Currently Samuel Clark behind the wheel of that one. Thank you very much, Mr. David Williams. I can clap. No one else can, but I can clap. Radicals Online, White Gooden currently closing up again to the rear of that Coranda car, Mitchell de Jong. And Adam, it does seem to be that the damage to that Coranda car, it seems to come up a lot more as they get towards the end of a stint, as those tyres, I think, does create a couple of issues. There's actually Radicals coming onto pit road.
Yep, Wigan onto pit road now. Will we see a driver change? That's going to be the main thing. I was getting really intrigued about the way the gap was coming down. I saw that the Coanda Simsport car had a bit of traffic the last few laps, and even when he didn't have traffic, the Radicals car was still closing him down by about the rate of 0.2 of a second a lap. So let's see if that continues in the next stint. Wigan into his box now. Front of the pit road. Let's see if they do a driver change. The wheels are getting changed, the fuel is getting added, the clock is ticking away. Let's see what's going to happen now as the Coanda Simsport car is now starting to pull out that advantage once again. The clock continues to tick away now. Let's see what sort of a stop he's going to do.
Yeah, it's up to 20 seconds, right good, and we'll stay in the car then for another stint in that number 1 Radicals Online Steel Series Simulage car, as ticker turning up to 30 seconds, so he'll be back out and away any second now. 34.5 seconds back out and away then for the Radicals Online car of White Good, and there is your race leader. It's Coranda Simsports, Mitchell de Jong, as you can see, just working himself then on the exit of the bus stop chicane back along the racetrack. Got a question from Ross Cado. Do teams have to make a minimum number of driver changes? Well, yes and no. In theory, they can run with, I think the minimum is 3 drivers for this event. As you can see there, Coranda Simsports HPD car. Last pit stop time is a 33.2 car, so it's actually 2 drivers that they need to run. They don't have to necessarily change drivers, but they have to do what's called a fair share of driving time. So it's a rather complicated process, but it's 25% of what would be required if you split it down per driver. So I think the easiest way to explain it is if you've got 4 drivers, it'll be 6 hours, and then it's 25% of that. So you have to run a minimum of 90 minutes. That's 2 stints if you've got 4 drivers in your team. Randy, please tell me that I'm right.
Yeah, that's basically it.
There we are. Will Vincent actually knows something. We have got...
No, you didn't. You had to ask me.
Yeah, but I was just confirming that I was correct. Run through your top 5 in each of your classes before we move on. Mitchell de Jong leads away in your prototype class. White Good in 2nd, Samuel Clark in 3rd, Jose Amada in 4th, and Yu Tanaka in the 5th position. In your GT field, it is currently Tim Clayson's leading way for the New World Simsport Moonshine team. Philip Schmitz in the 2nd position right now in the Court Motorsports car, 30 seconds separating those 2 drivers. Mario Berlotti in the 3rd place for the Movano First Master X team, with JD Lyon in 4th in the 222 Wham car. Sasha Wessler in P number 5 for the Coranda Simsport BMW car. Now, as we were saying, on commercial, we had the idea, or someone had the idea, to get me to do a commercial in the style of Oat Spice. I've got 2 of them. I'll do one now. I'll do one at the top of the hour. Rachel, do you want me to do your one first?
Oh no, do Randy's. It's much better.
Okay, well actually no, we'll start with Randy's one then. Do I need to do any music, or should I just do it like this?
You should just do it like that.
Okay.
Unless you're going to get the actual Old Spice music.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to. I can't read one of those lines, okay? But...
Which one?
You know
we know which one.
You know which... Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I do know which one.
Are you ready? Hello,
I'm
racers. Ready. Look at your broadcast. Now back to mine. Now back to your broadcast. Now back to mine. Sadly, it's not like mine. But if you stopped using other people's broadcasts, it could look like mine. Look down. Back up. Where are you? You're in a race. Driving on the stream your stream could look like. What's in your hand? Back at me. I have it. It's a mixed grill with 2 setups for the cars you love. Look again. The setups are now commentators. Anything is possible when your races are broadcast by RaceSpot and not posers. I'm in a Starbucks.
That's a little rustier than I was expecting it to be, but you can work on it well.
Well,
yeah, we'll do a couple of takes.
We'll do an actual version of that one.
Needs
at
to
some
be
point.
fair. Yeah.
Come on, we've not had much sleep. We know in the twilight hours of
You've
this
had more
race.
than I have.
I'm just disappointed that the voice activated didn't activate the whistle. I only got like a little bit of the whistle.
Yeah, the whistle was moderately pathetic there. I do have to say.
Well, because I put the microphone boom out because I didn't want it to be too loud, and people would be like, Cameron, it's too loud.
Here,
you don't want people talking to you like that. It's insulting.
You definitely do need to do a Terry Crews Old Spice Race Spot commercial there.
Yes.
Hey, you listen to
RaceSpot broadcasting power!
Yeah, that's it.
Sunday. By the way, one of my good friends, I'm going to give a shout out to him. It's Mike Kitchell, known in the iRacing.com community. He's currently the VP of Communications for IndyCar. Now, for the Brickyard 400 last year, he did what I have to say was one of the most entertaining commercials I have ever seen in my life. Sunday. Good old-fashioned take on the traditional kind of like Demolition Derby event. And it was actually nominated for one of the top 10 most interesting commercials of all time, Randy. Oh, sorry, of the year, last year, not all time.
Interesting. I didn't actually see this commercial, so.
I didn't either, but I've never been to a Demolition Derby either, so I don't know.
You've never been to a Demolition Derby?
I've been to Demolition Derbies, never a Demolition Derby. I'm just saying. Who just crashed? Oh, I think the Mad Cow car took out pit lane.
It did. There we are.
Yes, he did. All right, we are set. Oh no, wait. This is. How did you?
He's still crashing.
Turn 1. How did he pooched up turn 1 that bad? I've never seen anybody. I thought this was exiting pit lane. Oh no, that poor
That's
number 22.
The cow has been put down.
I think that car has got a bit of mad cow disease right now, so we're just going to have a look as it works.
I just want to know who won the ball.
Daisy coming down in towards turn 1. Timothy Hancock behind the wheel of that one. Down into the corner, slides, hits the inside. It actually slams into the attenuator. So that's just like, I always mention it every time someone does it. 1995, David Coulthard did it in the Australian Grand Prix coming onto pit road. It's very kind of easy to do if you are tired for that car to slide down. I have seen many a time, Rachel, I've done it. I slide down. I actually come down into pit road itself, but that time that was full flat on into side on into the attenuator, and that is going to really damage that BMW car. He's going to have a lot of repairs to do.
Yes, he is indeed. Bit of a cow pat right there for Mad Cow Racing. That's not what they need at this stage in the event, but doesn't help that he keeps rubbing up against that fence like he's got fleas.
Wonder Sim Sport onto pit road, and he's being replaced by Martin Kroenke, so he's back in the car.
Kroenke is released.
Yeah, as you can see then, super slow-mo replay, bam, into the wall is the Mad Cow Racing team car. And, well, Josh, it is kind of easy to do, so we'll just turn our attention then to that pit stop. Back out and away is Martin Kroenke. Pit stop time for him, 34.3 seconds. So Kroenke in the car once again. But actually, we haven't got Josh or Randy. Randy, it is very easy to do that. Just slide that car through turn number 1. People forget just how hard turn number 1 is. You come down off the banking, full speed, one of the fastest that you'll ever actually see these cars go in competition, in endurance racing. Down in towards turn number 1, and then all of a sudden you've got to slow it down, put a double apex left-hander, that back end steps out. It can be very frightening, and I have seen drivers myself actually have to take to the escape road, slam the brakes even more, and run on the inside of pit entry to kind of complete the corner.
Yeah, it's definitely very scary. Some of the older tire model stuff, it was could always be scary because back then the cars had much less rear grip, and as much as there is, as little wing as you wanted to be running here, turn 1 you could be pretty dang scary in that old DP. And I know I hit that wall a few times, but as damaged as that BMW was, I guarantee you it was driving funky. It probably had messed up alignment or something. I know that you can get your mechanical bits fixed, but it just didn't beat up as that car was. I'm sure it was pulling one way or another, or its brake bias was messed up or something. But yeah, very easy to do. Generally, whenever I have a trouble in turn 1, I actually try to just shoot wide because I feel like if you try to correct left too much, rather than just ejecting from the corner, you run the risk of ending your race. I feel like
just a quick one though, obviously they'll have to repair that car. They have got time to do it, so they can get back on track. No point crying over spilt milk.
Right, for that, we knew it was coming. I'm sorry, she's banished.
Oh, wait, I got it. Well, I guess you could say that after that accident, the car would be hard to steer. And that's from the YouTube channel. You can't kick people out of YouTube, okay?
Well, you can.
Yeah, you can, actually.
Yeah. TBKlight.com, Team A, just making a pit stop. I just want to actually replay the tape a little bit, because I do think that he might have, as he came out of pit road, just clipped the wall. We actually got Timmy Toe back here from the TBKlight.com car. As you can see then, coming into the car is now Jean K. Wondreiska, as he comes back out onto the racetrack. Now, just here, I think he does graze the wall right-hand side, being very cautious coming out of pit road, catching the grass there, so very slow coming out, avoiding the little clips of doom, and they're just grazing the wall on the right-hand side there. But Tommy, welcome back to RaceSpot TV. Your race currently
before you start with him, I'd just like to say, update, our P2 car and GT just came out of the pit lane, and the leader is right behind it, so we might be seeing a one-lap gap getting formed here real quick.
Yep, there you can actually see Alexander Voss right along board. Then you can see the number 99 car just ahead of them, just behind them. There you can see it is the New World Sim Sport car of Tim Clayton's, about to go a lap ahead for the time being, at least. As they can see then, we are going to welcome in Timmy Toe once again. And Timmy, P7 still in that TBKlight.com car, still running.
Well, first off, it's Tommy Toe.
Tommy, I don't care. I've got a Timmy Hill Motorsports, which I've been saying Tommy. I'm saying you as Tommy, not Timmy. Yeah, carry on. Tommy Toe, TBKlight.com. Anyway. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I just finished my would-be final stint, and I gotta stay up for another hour or two, just in case they need a result. But for the most part, I'm done for the night.
Well, currently scored in P7, you are, of course, quite a way back from your overall race lead. However, you're only 4 laps behind the RLCS racing car right now. 3 laps behind even, with Jason Garrard behind that car. Lap times, I mean, you have had the faster lap compared to them. Is it still a possibility you think that you can make up any time, or is it just a case now of managing that gap in case they have another incident?
I'm not worried about closing the gap. I'm just worried about keeping the car on the track, not getting into too much trouble. Yeah, I did lose a couple of laps when Chris Leaney handed the car off to me. The gap was 1 lap. When I let the car in Tony's hands, it's 3. I'm not a fast driver to begin with, but I just want to stay out of trouble and have some fun out there.
And of course, guys on TBK Light been watching this race all day long. In tonight, anyone from TBK you'd like to give a shout out to?
Well, obviously my teammates. John's in the car right now. Obviously he's trying to make up as much ground as he can, but I'm not gonna cry over a spilled milk if we actually finish the race. Even with damage. Regardless, it's TBKlight.com. Go there, check out some more sport content, but more importantly, join us for the discussion. Formula 1, NASCAR, IndyCar, rallying, two-door, Formula E.
Oh my god, Formula E. And also, if you're in an IndyCar conversation, deliberately make fun out of the Bridgestone Presents Champ Car World Series powered by Ford, just because you'll get an immediate reaction from someone called Codename 47. So head over to tbklight.com right now and take the mickey out of Codename 47. Hi Paul, how you doing? tbklight.com car currently scored in P7 on the racetrack. Gap going on between the drivers of Caranda Simsport, BMW and Falcon GP right now is 10 seconds on the racetrack. Caranda moving back up through the field, Adam.
Yes, indeed. Caranda Simsport now up into 12th place overall, but that is in about 5th or 6th place in class at the moment. However, they have got some way to go to get to 9th place, which is the window lickers car currently driven by... the window lickers car currently driven where's my timing? Yeah, JD Lard as my timing page refreshes. There it goes. So 11th place there for the Window Lickers car. Coanda Simsport back in the lead still of the prototype class. The gap now down to 16 seconds. I thought originally that Martin Kroenke had managed to pull the gap back out as he started his stint, but that damage still seems to be evident on that Simsport car, as the Radicals car is now only 16 seconds behind.
What would we do if we had a Coanda Simsports car that was completely fine and accept? What would we talk about, Rachel?
Probably more car-related puns, actually. So it could well be. No, obviously, Coanda in full steam. They would be romping off in the distance, like we saw at the RaceSpot TV 24 Hours of Spa, where Coanda, I believe, won by something short of 2.5 minutes, which wouldn't be interesting, of course. As it stands, we have Radicals Online breathing down their necks, very close now. As you mentioned, 16 seconds in endurance racing after 18 hours. That's tenths of a second.
Meanwhile, the New World Simsport Moonshine car just gone a lap ahead of the Core Motorsports car of Alexander Voss. Now we can see there those two drivers circulating on the racetrack. In Cam, 1 lap advantage. All of a sudden now, this is a New World Simsports car. If they can get ahead of the draft, then really it's another kind of phase of the race for them now. And once you're a lap ahead, it really does change the way you can think about this race.
Well, it changes everything completely. I mean, you can take a pit stop and not get past. That changes. It opens up the entire book. Now, that roof car of Core Motorsports, those guys, this is going to be a little bit of a tough pill to swallow. They have been leading pretty much all race. If we can get a lap, I don't even know if we can get a lap sled from them because they're in that GT class. But just to have lost that lead just to that little bit of rear end damage, I guess they can't get that fixed, or they can't spend the time to fix it. I almost would have spent the time to maybe get that rear end fixed there. But I just, now they've lost that lead, and now they just have to deal with that damage. It's just, it's tough. I mean, you've got a full another lap on the number 4 Mivano Thrustmaster car, but it's just one of those things that has to happen. That happens over the course of a 24-hour race like this. Will.
Mad Cow Racing car still scored on pit road. Its service time, well, 47 minutes right now, so it's been a long stop for him by the looks of it. Our time is going just a little bit out of sync there, I do think. As you could also see, Matthew Venn in the Team Charlie red car doing himself a service right now. So getting himself 4 fresh tyres, continuing its journey along the racetrack in just a couple of moments time. Getting close then to 5 hours to go in today's event. Don't forget, you can get us, get in contact with us on Twitter. We are going to start doing some tweets in just a couple of moments time. We need to load up a piece of software for that one, so we can't do it until we go to commercial. I'm really excited. But here you can see then a lap on board with Martin Kroenke coming your way right now on RaceSpot TV. And well, we'll be back in a moment. There's a lap then for Martin Kroenke in the Coanda Simsport Honda Performance Development car as he starts another journey on his racetrack. He's done so far 679 laps in this event. We did get the New World not the New World, what's the word I'm looking for? The NASCAR Peak Entry Series team earlier on give us their predicted lap count. You can do the same as well if you tweet us at RaceSpotTV. Use the hashtag iRacing248 as Ricardo Lillius currently scored on pit road then in that Shark Motorsports car, getting itself another service. And I believe that's Ricardo Gonclave Silva now getting behind the wheel of that one, as we've got another car on pit road down in the field as well, and that is Kevin Brown in the Global Sim Racing Channel Turn 2 Motorsports car. And we've also got ourselves another car on pit road as well, which I believe is Mark Zeder in the Veloci Daddy Endurance car. So another run being done for them. As things continue to circulate on the racetrack, gap between Martin Cronkite and Wyatt Gooden, 14.8 seconds. And Cam, I did allude to this one about 20 minutes ago, that I think the Commander Sim Sports car, they are okay on fresh tyres. It's just when those tyres start falling off of them, that it seems to be that the damage is having a bigger impact then on their car.
Yeah, I mean, it's real tough, especially when you get a driver who maybe not be used to driving a car with such damage. And speaking of damage, somebody in YouTube, David Andrews, asking what happened to the Glacier Racing prototype, wrecked out some, I'd say 7 or 8 hours into the race, and longer than that, maybe more like 10 hours. But yeah, during the overnight for the Europeans, it did end up getting collected in a wreck with BMWs. Now, this is Sasha Wessler running about 148 flats. Now, I have to say, very interesting that a car that's similarly damaged, another BMW, the CTC Racing 1, is running 146s. So it's interesting to just see how these damaged BMWs are working. Some of them are doing 147, some of them are doing 146s, so it's just a matter of the time that it's taken to repair the cars. I'm just not sure. They seem to have enough time to catch the window licker's car if they're fast, but they're running the exact same lap times to within the hundredths of a second.
Yeah, as they are pretty close right now, as we can see them. Just having a look, our gaps are kind of sizing themselves up, but they can see Sasha Wessler. Last time by for him, doing himself a 1 minute 48.231. Last time by the car as Ben Anders Palmquist did himself a 1 minute 47.997 as they carry on the racetrack. I don't believe why I'm saying this, to someone who can't watch the team in Germany. But yes, the reason why you can't watch the team in Germany is not our fault. Blame the wonderful body known as GEMA. There are ways of viewing the stream, however, by law, we're not allowed to tell you. So continue, we'll find a way, we'll tell you in private if we can. But there you can see then, Commander Sim Sport BMW car of Sasha Wessler currently scored 5th place in its class. Ladies and gentlemen then, 5 hours and 18 minutes left of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. Going to step aside for just a couple of moments, but we'll be back after these messages. We're going to take you side by side.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed and turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it.
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump for the first place. Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the RaceSpot TV 24 hours at Daytona. As we would also like to welcome in Cameron Walsh's dog onto pit road. Now, we just saw this on side by side. The pit limiter getting stuck then for the TNT racing car as it tried to come out of pit road. Currently Benjamin Lindsay behind the wheel of that car on pit road, having to get itself a tow back to pit road. But Rachel, we talk about the little nuances, and well, that TNT racing car, it's still going to be scored in class. Actually, he's lost the position now to Jose Almeida on that Phoenix Motorsports car by a very small moment there. Pit limiter getting stuck for him. That's going to cost it about 4 minutes overall.
It is indeed real problems for that team, so hopefully they can get that resolved and get back out on track.
As you can see, Martin Cronkite still leading the way. Gap between himself and Wyatt Gooden is 13 seconds on the racetrack. Going to have a chat in a moment's time with Peter Cohen in the Club 100 car. We, however, will run through your results in each of the classes. Just over 5 hours of this race to go. There you can see, as it stands, it is Granada Sim Sports leading the way by 13.2 seconds from the Radicals Online organisation. TNT Racing were classified in 3rd place. They're dropping down into 4th. Phoenix Motorsports up into 3rd. TNT Racing down into 4th place. Now, there you can see then Go Japan in P number 5 with RLCS Racing in the 5th position. TBKLight.com in the 7th position. And then it is going to be Dayco Motorsports Daytona 24 Hours in 8th. Glacier Racing in 9th. Pure Racing Team LMP rounding out your top 10. TNT Racing.com 2 car, Vortex Sim Racing HBD, and New World Sim Sports AB all classified as out of the race. In the GT3 class, it is a lap gap now for the New World Sim Sport Moonshine car over Core Motorsports. Rubano, Crossmaster X Team in 3rd, the Window Lickers in 4th. Wham! Random Sim Sport BMW in 5th, Falcon GP 6th, Sharp Motorsports in 7th, Past Life Racing in 8th, GT Tempo Racing in 9th, and then Vortex Sim Racing MP4 rounding out your top 10. Rest of those results coming up on your screen. You can see that the Club 100 car in the 11th position on the racetrack. We're going to have a word now with that team. Currently Chris Simpson behind the wheel of that car, but we'll get a word from Peter Cohen. As you can see there, the rest of your GT3 results just showing up, and there you can see that Club 100 car of Chris Simpson in 11th place in class, and Peter Cohen joining us for a chat now here on RaceSpot TV. As we bring the ticker back up on your screen. Mr. Peter Cohen, welcome to RaceSpot TV. How are you diddling? Oh, no, he will come and talk to us in a moment's time, believe it. I don't believe you can actually hear a word that we're saying. So we'll get a word with the Club 100 car in just a couple of moments' time. But that gap comes down by another second now. That Radicals Online car last time by 8 times per second faster than the driver of who's the word I'm looking for? The driver of Martin Cronkite. Is Benjamin Lindsay, by the way, is back up to 3rd place in class there, Adam, because Phoenix Motorsports just making themselves a pit stop.
Yeah, I did think originally that it was just Mitchell Dion getting a bit too long into the tooth in his stint that was causing the Radicals Online car to pull in the gap. However, the gap now down to 11.6 seconds, and by the time they come into the pits again, it's going to be under 10 seconds surely, and this will definitely set up a final grandstand finish inside the final 5 hours of the race.
Yeah, and there you can see also gap between P3 and P4 down to 12 seconds, and that is all because, of course, the TNT Motorsports car having himself a pit lane, a pit limiter issue, causing him to have to come back on towards pit road. So that battle is back on all of a sudden. And Rachel, that's the thing, this race, it kind of spreads out, it comes back together as well.
It does indeed, of course. Things spread out in the middle part of the race, the graveyard shift as we call it, but of course, cars having various issues throughout the field. I think nobody has escaped in today's race, so pack does tend to close up towards the end.
As well, we will get a word now, indeed, with Peter Cohen in that Club 100 car. So, Peter Cohen, welcome once again to RaceSpot TV. Hopefully, you can hear us this time, but you guys have scored in P number 11 so far in the race. Still circulating, a little bit of damage though to the front end of that Club 100 00 machine.
Good morning, can you hear me?
We can hear you, just about. You're only coming out on one ear, but that's okay. You can carry on.
Yeah, it's been quite an eventful race. We only just scraped into this top split, so very lucky to be on the broadcast. You're doing a great job, by the way. So yeah, we just been keeping it on the black stuff, going round and round. A few incidents, but it's the morning. We're still here, and we're knocking on the door of the top 10.
Now, we were talking to Tommy Toe a little bit earlier on from the TBKLight.com car, and he said that actually, being in this top split in itself is an achievement. The fact that you're still running in P11, you're not last in class by any means of the imagination, and there is still an opportunity that you might be able to break into the top 10 should other people have their own issues. how much of an accomplishment is what's been going on for your team so far?
Well, this was quite a late decision by us to run this event, and to be honest, I wasn't that keen, to be honest. But having got into the preparation and into the race, it's been a really good experience and a lot of fun. And to make it into the top split was a nice surprise, and for me to wake up at 4 AM and find we started a car running for me to drive was even better.
Well, 5 hours left of the race to go. Any more stints for yourself? Who's going to be bringing that car home?
We've got a bit of flexibility in the driver rotation towards the end. There's a couple of people available, so we're going to draw straws, I think.
Draw straws, there we are. Club 100 car. Anyone you'd like to give a shout out to at all?
Just anyone from Club 100 who's watching or racing. We're a UK National Karting Championship. We're the team members and me. We're all racers or ex-racers, and enjoy our racing and also enjoy our iRacing in the winter.
One more question from Rachel Whiteford before we let you go. She asked the serious questions that I'm too frightened to ask.
I will unfortunately have to ask this question. Peter, there was an early incident early on in the race between your car in turn number 1 where you lost control and you clipped the back of the Radical's car. Can you tell me what happened to your car at that point? Why did you guys lose control?
I think that was Ray Norris driving, and he just had a bit too much rear brake bias coming off that transition from the banking onto the road course, and just a simple lapse, and he lost it. And we're very thankful we didn't damage that HPD, because that just would have been too awful.
Well, it's a good job both you and them are still running in competitive positions, so hopefully the Club 100 car will break that top 10 and finish on a high.
Cheers, guys. Keep doing what you do.
Thank you very much. Club 100's Peter Cohen there. As you can see, this kind of sim sports car on pit road. Sasha Wessler currently behind the wheel of that one as it's continuing its service. Although I do have to say, aerodynamically, that BMW is a little bit different from the way it started there, Cam.
Well, yes, it's that we're pretty much every single BMW. I don't think, other than that Flam BMW, there's a single one that hasn't been damaged. And I actually have a little confirmation as to what actually happened with that TNT racing car. After it had the ignition issue, couldn't get it started back up, wouldn't start up for him. Had to jump out of the car there and put that back in the pit lane where they hit the starter button, and off he went, and off he went. So yeah, very unfortunate, I guess, for Sam. But you know what? They had just lapped that Phoenix Motorsports car, so he's back on. Benjamin Lindsay's in the car. A little bit of a short stint for Sam Clark, but hey, these things happen, and they're back on track.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here is a look then at the number 222 car. We know it's incredibly early in the morning, so in homage to my favourite two sports anchors of all time, Jay Onright and Dan O'Toole, it's time for you all to wake up and dance.
Yeah.
Are you awake yet, Cam?
Only 3:17 in the morning, so no.
They are. They're still scored in 4th place on the racetrack. And I tell you
Yes,
what, though, this car's probably got more attention than anyone else over the course of this race, with the exception potentially of your prototype race leader.
It's a great color. I have to agree. If you don't, what was the term that he used? He said if you don't want anybody to come near you, you just make the car loud. And I believe mission accomplished, good sir.
Loud?
Now, loud. That was what he said. Should have thought of that. I should have thought of that.
Yeah.
No, that's they're doing good. That's like I said, that's the only BMW that's clean, though. He is driving through a smoke plume. I'm kind of trying to figure out whose smoke plume that is, actually. As the Evolution Racing Australia car has gotten back on track and went off at the kink from, did he hit, no, it got pushed out by a HPD going on the inside. That is the Go-Go Japan car currently piloted by Yuya Tanaka, and ultimately got pushed outside and spun it out a little bit. No harm, no foul. They didn't touch each other. Frankly, I think they wouldn't notice if they touched each other just with the amount of damage between the two cars, but hey, you know, I guess it's just one of those things, huh?
Yeah, the Evolution Racing Australia car there, number 99 machine. Getting a look at the replay then of Nathan Britton behind the wheel of that one, down in towards the kick, and there you can see it going off the racetrack, and the Go-Go Japan car just ahead of him, and then the Evolution Racing Australia car looping it around, backing, not into the tyre barrier, but just down at the second horseshoe there. You can see just waiting its turn to get back onto the racetrack. Two cars coming past, smoke in the air, and Flam car right behind it. As we'll go back to our live coverage. John Hall currently on pit road in the New World Simsport car. Currently scored down in 15th place overall. That car looking so it might be coming back onto the racetrack, as also the Triple 2 window lookers car is on towards pit road as well. Randy, going to give us an update on that 4GT?
Basically what happened was me and Fuller and whatnot were more or less not keen on running, and John Hall is a crazy SOB, and he's basically just been in the car trying to do as many laps as he could. His current stint started on lap 463. He's currently on lap 596.
There we are. There you can see John Hall just making himself a pit stop. The Moonshine car as well. Sorry, the Moonshine car. The Flam car is on pit road as well. John Hall completing his service then up to about 56 seconds. And back out and away he will come. 63-second pit stop for him. JD Lard finishing his service as well. Yes, Cam.
You probably said this before, but the Mad Cow racing car is back on track. Yeah, Daisy once again. Yeah, I know you. I didn't know if it was. Oh, wow! Does he get kicked out of the channel for that one? You know what? Actually, it's kind of funny. If you go quickly between the New World Simsport GT 4GT car and the Mad Cow racing car, they don't look that different.
Yeah, that's a true story. I'll give you that one.
The red rims, white, black splotches, red on the window.
Actually, those cars are on the same lap and are battling for position.
Yes, they are, which is really funny for me because they're like, one turned into a cow and the other one is just driving like a cow.
Yes, and our sister car is winning the race.
And the one with nothing on it. Nothing on it. It's the equivalent of a white Porsche just running away with the endurance race, which is totally a shine. No. I'm talking in real life.
It's a McLaren.
That's what they say. You're getting to it. What do they always say? A white Porsche will always win because they only take fuel and tires and they never get in an incident. That's what's happening here, only it's a McLaren.
What do you mean they only take fuel and tires? What else are you going to take?
The hot dog,
what I'm talking about is repairs.
And a white Audi A3 will always tailgate you.
What are you talking about?
That's a New World Simsport Moonshine car.
Seriously never heard that before.
Seriously never heard that before. Guys, come on. We have got a tweet, by the way, on the subject of the New World Simsport car. It's another Wilfax, ladies and gentlemen. There you can see Moonshine's McLaren is going to win their class. Hashtag Wilfax. Hashtag iRacing Daytona 24.
I like that
hashtag
prediction.
iRacing 24. There's two different hashtags going on again now. It's all too confusing for me. But yeah, Rachel, there is still battles going on the racetrack between some of these drivers. I think the one between JD Lard and Sven Palmquist is only about 5 seconds on the racetrack. That is for P5 in that GT class for the time being.
It is indeed. Falcon GP there definitely had a bit of a tough race. They were leading, of course, the majority of the first few hours of this race, were passed by Core, and then fell back through various incidents. That Falcon GP car looking a little battered, but nevertheless still running pretty well. They're running 5th, but Commander Simsport's BMW behind them is definitely looking threatening. They're a lap down for the moment, but that can all change, we know. Of course, the window lickers, same lap as Falcon GP. They've been pretty consistent all race well. They've had a pretty good run. That car's still looking spotless and dusty of unicorn.
It is, even though that number 82 car does look about as battered as a Mars bar in a Scottish fish and chip shop. As you can see it coming down into the King once again. White Gooden still continuing along, Cam. 13.1 seconds. It's still been 13 seconds really for the last hour and a half, because we've now got less than 5 hours to go.
Well, they got it down to about 11 seconds at one point. Now it's back up to 13. You know, it's just they're trading back and forth. Martin Kroenke doing a great job as they release the Kroenke, and he's out on about. He's making his way through the traffic. I mean, the car's dancing quite a bit, so he is absolutely pushing that thing. I almost wonder if he broke. Nope, he hasn't. He hasn't broken a 135 yet. I'm not sure if he ever could with that damage, but he's doing the best he can, and I think he's just going to be able to get through the traffic better than Wyatt Gooden. I just have to say. Also, I have some very unfortunate news here on the Twitter. The hashtag WillFax. Actually, the first use of hashtag WillFax was April 16th of 2013. We're a little late to the party, gentlemen.
Is it WillFax of 1L or 2L? So
1L.
Is it in relation to me?
No. It's just
well,
I don't know. It's a picture
not.
of a car. I'm just saying that the first time it was used was in 2013. So.
On our YouTube feed, by the way,
people
someone
money
made
or
the
something,
question that the window lickers really need to get that windshield licked, and they did. There you can see, nice new shiny windshield for it after making a pit stop there, Adam.
Indeed, the window lickers now still in 11th place. JD Lodge still driving for them. The Falcon GP car in 12 seconds, 7.5 seconds behind, but I think that's because the Falcon GP car needs to make a pit stop, as the window lickers have just made one. So we'll see if the Falcon GP car comes into the pits. If not, then that is a legitimate battle for a position, and it's probably the closest one we've got on track at the moment. The Wyatt Gooden and Martin Kroenke battle still staying around 12.3 seconds. I wonder if Wyatt Gooden's just starting to get to the end of the stint. Of course, he has been double stinting the last few hours, and he is probably just coming up to the end of his stint now. So in the next few minutes, we could expect to see another pit stop on the cards, and we could see another driver get into that Radicals Online car to try and close in that 12-second gap to Kawanda Simsport.
Yeah, nice little gap going on between those drivers as they continue their battles on the racetrack. We have had a question on Twitter, which we are going to get to, in the amount of time it takes for me to basically put it into a graphic, then save it, and then basically put it onto the stream. So that will take me about another 30 seconds time, which is why I am filming right now. But ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, you can catch all the action here on RaceSpot TV for the remaining 4 hours and 54 minutes of the race. You can also see live timing and scoring as well if you head over to RaceSpot.tv/timing. Our coverage today is powered by ANDWERNDESIGN, and it is one of the 4 endurance races that we'll be bringing to you as part of our partnership with iRacing, including the 12 Hours of Sebring, the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans, and finally the iRacing.com Bathurst 1000. And nice and fun enough, there is the question. RaceSpot TV just rejoined now. What happened to the Glacier Racing car? Well, Cam, they had a little bit of a ding-dong with one of the Commander cars.
There was a multi-BMW accident between Coanda and I'm not sure who the other BMW was. I haven't seen it. Rachel has watched it, and so apparently these two BMWs hit each other, and the Glacier HPD just had so much damage. They just went, you know what? It's not really worth repairing it. We're going to retire. Or, it's no point in bothering with the fight, and so the Glacier retired with too much damage. One of a few cars to retire, actually. Will.
Yep. And we will
Moonshine car is in the pit.
Oh, the Moonshine car is on pit road, so there you can see him. We'll zoom our nice little camera in on him, and you can see there making himself a pit stop in the number 27 car. Tim Clayton's currently behind the wheel of that one. 4 hours and 53 minutes of today's event remaining. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, a little bit later on, there's some kind of a football game or something going on. I'm not quite sure what it is.
The good old Colonials Hand-Egg final.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I don't know what it is. Probably the Super Bowl.
Here we go.
Yeah, it is. Don't forget, Patriots, Seahawks, NBC. Watch it. Although, don't watch the pre-game show. I don't know why, Cam, but Football Night in America does one thing, and it's put me to sleep.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't watch pre-games of football or post-games of football or really football. The TV will probably be on and selected to a channel, and hopefully, I can't be in the same TeamSpeak server with you to watch you to listen to your crazy reactions because you're going to be in a different, I would almost say different state, a different town.
It's
watching
counties
live. county? You're going to be in a different county. Going to London to watch the old hand egg game,
Yes,
I
you
say,
do.
good sir. Yes.
I spoke to
Did you just
Marjorie.
steal my joke?
I spoke to Marjorie, you see, and what happened was Marjorie and I decided it'd be a wonderful idea, as you see there, go Japan. Yes, go Japan on pit road right now. Hugh, Nascar behind the wheel of that car. Yes, Rachel, you can come back in a moment, because I'm continuing my point, because, yes, going to go down, watch ourselves the hand egg in London, and it'll be rather spiffing. Yes, Rachel.
I was just going to make an interesting point. We have seen the gap between.
With 20 hours to go.
Well, I don't care, frankly. Commander SimSport and Radicals obviously separated by 12.54 seconds on the racetrack. But I think that's an artificial gap. Of course, Wyatt Gooden for Radicals Online has done a very, very long stint. They've not swapped driver recently, whereas Coanda have. So obviously that's a longer pit stop for you. So
if you do a full stop, there's no yes, but if you do a full stop, the penalty starts the moment you pull the driver out. If you do it soon enough, the countdown will be over before the pit stop's done.
Yeah, but of course there is the issue with the orbital driver swaps if you pull the driver out before the stop's finished.
Doesn't happen.
Seriously, I
should
have got him for like. Who is this?
Don't know.
Sorry, we apologise for that one. I just disappeared there as I got, but yes, orbital driver swaps don't exist, Rachel. Please don't ever talk about it ever again. I'm going orbital myself. As we just lost Randy Chenworth there as well. Boom! Confetti. 4 hours, 50 minutes remaining in today's event. Wyatt Gooden, 13.3 seconds behind. And of course, there are still more people to get in behind the wheel of that car. Martin Kronke, for those of you who are just joining us, now Commander SimSport's car is a wounded car cam, and that basically means that they are struggling, and they're okay at the start of a run. It's the latter stages that Radical's car is a little bit faster there, but of course Radical's car coming on the pit road about 7 laps earlier than that Commander car, so it seems to be that that's the main reason why that gap has been stable at about 13 to 15 seconds now for, what, 2 hours?
It's been about an hour at this rate. There was a period where before Martin Kronke got in the car, it was Mitchell de Jong who was doing a good job, but he ended up giving up time to Wyatt Gooden, who's been in the car. This is a hero stint right here, so it'll just. It's just one of those things where Wyatt Gooden was able to just rock that time down. It used to be a minute, and then it got down through some pits right now, because these guys are on so alternate strategies. There's like some 7 laps between the Coanda pit stop and the Radicals pit stop. So it's just difficult to see it. As here we go, the Radicals Online car comes into the pits. I was wondering, as he gets on the pit limiter there, could have gone a little more aggressive, but you know what? I think you want to play it safe here. A speeding penalty would be disastrous here, especially at Daytona. He'll come into his pit stall, come in to stop into that first pit stall right behind that
car. I guarantee it right now.
Someone's got
to get
to
into that car. Let's have a look.
Oh, he's sitting there, and yep, he's getting out of the car. He's getting out of the car. Jonas Nukurian getting in that car. They're finishing putting the tires and dumping that full of the virtual racing fuel, as he'll end up trying to drive around that Mustang there, which we haven't had to use today because, well, obviously. So he's going to be pulling away. We're going to see if he clobbers the retaining wall, which I don't believe that he would, unlike well, there's only been one car today that's done it, the RLCS racing car. He gets underway there. It was probably what... yep.
But
no, that was a crash. He wasn't exiting pit road.
Yeah, but he did it with more style, so it counts.
He did it with more spots on the car. I'll give him that.
Here we go. Pit stop time, 32.3 seconds here for Jonas Nukurian as he comes back out onto the racetrack then. So finally a driver change, and of course we'll keep an eye out. That was lap number 699 that they pitted in. Martin Kronke still circulating them in that Commander SimSport car, working himself now to complete a total of 700 laps in the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. Wilmington along with Rachel Whiteford, Cam Welsh, Adam Barth. We've got Randy Chenworth here as well, because his car has not been driving very well for about 20 hours or so now. Rob Straitman's on pit road then in that number 82 car. Falcon GP back out and away in a pit stop time of 56 seconds as they come back out onto the racetrack. Now, it'll be interesting to see though, Adam, with Nukurian behind the wheel of that car. When we saw him earlier on in this event, he was flying. If he can do the same again, well, we really do have a race on our hands.
Yes, we do. Well, he's on his out lap at the moment, and he's just working his way through the bus stop, and he already seems to be on it. The tail outs on that Honda LMP car as he heads now through NASCAR 3 and NASCAR 4. We won't be able to see what his first lap time is at the moment due to him making the exit from pit road, so that will be added onto his time. But on the next next time around, we'll definitely see what Jonas Nukarin has got under that bonnet.
Track temperature right now is 78 degrees Fahrenheit. We've got ourselves a relative humidity of 55%. It's partially cloudy here at Daytona Beach, Florida, and we've got a wind speed of 3 kilometers an hour. As you can see, then Nukarin working himself back down through turn number 1, down towards the International Horseshoe. Gonna ride a lap then on board with Nukarin. We'll be back after this. Down in towards turn number 1 again then for Jonas Nukarin. Last time by, what a blistering lap there for him. 135.872. We talked about him being on it there, Adam. Well, that is just phenomenal. That's actually one of the best laps that they've done all race long. First lap out of the box there for Nukarin. Incredible stuff.
I think Kroenke must be getting worried, Will. I'm sure he saw that lap time on his relative board. The gap is, though, 1 minute at the moment. That's because the Coanda Simsport car hasn't made the trip down pit road. And he is making the trip down pit road now, Will. He is entering the pit lane.
So that's 701 laps of the tech score complete. So there we go. Rachel, that's actually now a lot less than what it used to be. It was previously about 7 laps. It's down to 2 laps right now. Be interesting to see what the pit stop time is for Kroenke. I do believe that he will stay in. These drivers have been triple stinting most of the time here, but I think it'll be a case now, maybe they might try and see if they can get a couple of seconds of repair to that race car, but you've got to balance it. Do you try and take the repair to the race car and not sure if it's going to be faster or not, or do you just push, go for it, and try and do the best of what you have underneath you?
Oh, well, you know, they could take some time, but I think their current strategy is going to work. In the short term, Radicals might pass them. Of course, we know Radicals have to pit earlier.
By 2 laps, though, now.
Well, still, but as it stands, though, Coanda, of course, are the ones that have to pit last, which means they potentially might be able to run closer to the end. The gap is always slightly larger after they've just come out of the pits, so Coanda are in a slightly better position as things stand to take this to the end.
As you can see them back out onto the racetrack for the driver of Coanda Simsports, Martin Kroenke, coming out amongst a bit of traffic. That is the number 82 car they can see of Rob Straineman in that GT class. Got ourselves another tweet. This one is from RW Sim Racing here on Twitter. RaceSpot TV, nothing like waking from morning stint in the fourth split even, and watching first split action. Great job on the broadcast, thank you very much. We thought it's been horrible personally, but that's the thing here as well, Cam. There are multiple splits going on, and I think we're going to see an explosion as this race finishes, with everyone finally taking a huge sigh of relief. We've got another one for Waro F1, a fun double stint, even at 5 AM in the morning, 5 hours ago, P3 in class, and a Mad Cape Racing team in their split. There's still plenty of action going on, not just in this race, but in all of the iRacing.com 24-hour events here.
Yeah, well, that's one thing that we were touching on earlier. I mean, it's great to have a community come together like this. We have 10 full splits of cars from people, with people and teams from all across the world, really. I mean, just in this split alone, I mean, we have a full dedicated team for Japan, the Go Japan team. We've got a full team from Finland, a full team from Brazil, I mean, a full team from Australia. I mean, it's just, it's great to see. Communities pull together like this, and then for us to be able to cover the first split is of course great, but 9 other splits of people who are having the same dramas and the same hardships, and they're powering through too, and it's just a great time right now for the community, and I think it'll only get better from here, Will.
Yeah, and indeed, because there are so many races going on, I am going to do something that only Will Vincent can do. I am going to go and have a chat with the guys over at Banshee Autosport and AeroX Racing, as they are doing themselves their 24 hours of Daytona right about now, and hopefully I can say hello to Banshee Autosport and AeroX Racing. You are live on RaceSpot TV. You guys had yourselves a bit of an incident in the third split right at the beginning of the race. How are things going for you right now?
Quite well, thank you, Will. We're just about to have a driver change, and that should bring us to the last section of the race. Hopefully we can make it to 24 hours.
4 hours, 41 minutes of this race to go for you guys. Whereabouts are you stood right now, and who is currently in the car?
Randy Grosno is just on his last lap. I'll be taking over, and we are on position 5 at the moment.
Well, we'll come back and have a bit more of an in-depth chat with Randy Crosno in a couple of moments' time. But Banshee Autosport / AeroX Racing car, they're here in the in the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona here on RaceSpot TV. I'm gonna run away before Randy Crosno gets out of that.
Probably sort of compared it to Ed.
And come back to Ed Miliband conversations once again. Yes, I'm being compared to Ed Miliband here on RaceSpot TV, so you can see the Commander
It's the hair wheel.
car. How? I mean, if anyone, you can compare my hair to Boris Johnson's because it's just messy and everything.
That's just how that goes.
Boris, but yeah.
Well, you both have hair, so it's a good comparison.
There we are. Just having a look on board then with the driver of Falcon GP's Rob Straderman, trying to close down still Sasha Westler in that battle for position. They're on slightly different strategies, however, though, Adam. So that gap is a little bit superficial.
Yeah, it was 9 seconds or so, but then they made the pit stop, and now the gap between the Falcon GP car in 13th and Sasha Westler in 12th is now 78 seconds. So that battle seems to have settled down for the moment. It could heat up though if the pit stops go their way. Wyatt Gooden, we did think he was on a good one. Martin Kroenke's just gone even better. He did a lap time of 1 minute 35.8. He is on the fresher tyres though, because of the pit stop that he's just made. However, we've seen throughout all the stints in these last few hours, the Kawanda SimSport car usually starts slowing down after about 5 or 6 laps due to that damage that it sustained earlier in the race. So keep an eye out for that. Let's see if Wyatt Gooden can close that gap again.
Yeah, and here's an interesting point, Cam. Do you think maybe Kawanda reacted to Radicals online by just making sure they minimise the gap over the course of the stints?
Well, I think they absolutely did. This really burned them at, I believe it was either the 24 hours of Spa or the 6 hours at Coda, where they found that it doesn't matter how long you're going on a stint. If you don't have tires that match the person you're racing against, you're going to lose out every time. I just had to look back through the lap charts here, and about lap 217, which, oh my god, that was a while ago, Martin Kroenke posted a fast lap time of 1:34.796. And he just pretty much echoed that almost. I mean, there's just about a second off, but in a damaged HPD car, he is flying right now. And so if there's anybody to pull any speed at all out of this car, it's Martin Kroenke. And that is why I believe they actually got him up earlier, and they have him in the car now when maybe their original strategy didn't go to plan. So Martin Kroenke now in the car, he is absolutely plowing it around, and he's keeping that gap to be about 12 to 14 seconds.
But Rachel, if you are Kawanda SimSport, who would you want to drive that final stint? Martin Kroenke or Mitchell Dion?
I don't know, Will. It's a tough decision to make. I think Kroenke is definitely the one of the few drivers on their team that really has the potential to, shall we say, blast the laps. But Mitchell, if it does come down to a wheel-to-wheel fight between these two cars, I would prefer Mitchell de Jong to be in the car.
Just to give you an update, by the way, there you can see the TBKlight.com car. Well, that one's been on pit road now for 54 minutes, so something's happened to it. It's not doing very well, and there's no one in that car getting itself some serious repairs. You can see that to the front end of that race car. Bit of a shame there for the TBKlight.com car, so we'll just cycle. That's actually someone now getting into that car. That is Jean-K Wunderek, and there you can see damage to the driver's left-hand side. We know what that is. That is what we like to call a bad, Adam.
I'm sorry, Will.
That's okay. You're not paying any attention to me. No one's paying any attention to me. That's why
no, it's just,
we're having...
We never do.
Yeah.
I was just looking at the... Yeah, the TV Light car. I was just going to say, this is good for promotion for them. I signed up to their website after watching them in this race, so there you go.
There you can see also the last pit stop for Benjamin Lindsay after they had those ignition issues a little bit earlier on. We did get confirmation on that one. It's 4 minutes and 37 seconds their pit stop. They've got a lot of work to do, I think, to just try and maintain that gap now over the this driver, this team here. It is Phoenix Motorsports in that battle for P3 and P4 on the racetrack. A couple of other battles still going on. Of course, we talked about them in your GT class. Your GT race leader is Tim Clayson's right now. Slightly different pit stop strategies, but the gap is 44.7 seconds on the race track there. As they continue.
And to reference the core car, Oda's pit stop currently.
Yep. So
should be in any time.
So we expect
right now one
car on pit road, and there we are. It is in fact now coming down on towards pit road to make another pit stop. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are a new member to the iRacing.com Motorsport Simulation, we'll actually come back to that one in 1 minute's time, because here you can see 1 minute sports on towards pit road to make itself another pit stop then. And Rachel, as these pit stops get closer and closer to the end, the last thing you want to do is speed coming onto pit road or hit those little curbs of death coming out of pit road. We've lost Rachel Whiteford, so I'm going to ask...
Oh boy. Sorry, I'm here. I'm muting my microphone. It's very easy to do, of course, when you get tired, leaving that pit, not quite getting down to pit road speed early enough, or taking it off too early, exiting. Also, let's not forget the wall of death, never mind the curbs of death exiting pit road, probably the nastiest pit exit in the entirety of iRacing.
Wait. By wall of death, we're not talking about something that we get a mosh pit, are we? No. Okay.
No, we're talking about the cow's paddock, shall we call it?
Yeah. As you can see, Alexander Voss there continuing his pit service. 43.1 seconds. So he's just getting some fresh tyres. He'll be back out and away in just 1 moment's time. And it was out of fuel, by the way, I believe, for the TBKlight.com car. So there we are, an update on that one. 55.4 seconds. Back out and away goes that Core Motorsports car. Once again, classified as 1 lap behind Tim Clayton, who is leading the way in that new World Sim Sports car. Properly this time by. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are a new member to the iRacing.com Motorsports Simulation Service, you can sign up to iRacing.com right now for just $10. You'll get yourself a free month subscription to iRacing.com. You'll get yourself all of the standard free content, as well as Daytona International Speedway, as well as the Gen 6 Chevrolet, as well as the Ford GT, GT2 and GT3 model. Use the promo code that you see on your screen, that is PR-2015 NASCAR Daytona, to get all of that for just $10, including a free month subscription to the world's most realistic online racing simulator. That is iRacing.com. Rachel, bargain!
Absolute bargain, Will. Definitely a really good setup there for new users. Of course, they get Daytona, which is of course used in road and oval racing. And even with that, they can come in even at rookie level and drive the Gen 6 Chevrolet in the Carburetor Cup Series running Super Speedway Racing here in Charlotte. So, bargain package. I wasn't already a 100% club member. I'd be getting that, Will.
Yep, as you can see then, wham! Car currently scored in the 4th place on the racetrack. There you can see that, just continuing its journey. 4 hours, 33 minutes left of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. Here you can see your race leader, Coanta Sim Sports, Martin Conke, 14.3 second advantage over Radicals and Lines and Yunus Nakurin. That gap eked out by about 2 seconds since that last pit stop. We're going to step aside for just a couple of moments. You won't miss a thing though. We're going to take you side by side. We'll be right back.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 to Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch going into turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
As you love it.
Here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big choke for the first one. Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV for continuing coverage of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. We're sure you're sick and tired of this music by now, but hey, we're going to carry on playing it anyway. As you see there, coverage today brought to you by ANDWERNDESIGN. The Radicals Online car, 15.8 seconds behind the Sim Sports #1 cars. They continue their tech-a-tech battle in that battle for the race stage. You've got ourselves the Shark car, currently scored on pit road. Been on there now for about 2 minutes, so slow pit stop for them. They're currently scored 7th place in class. We'd like to welcome into RaceSpot TV commentary booth though for a little bit of a chat. It is the driver of the Global Sim Racing Channel / Team 2 Motorsports car. We've got ourselves Mr. Kevin Brown. Good morning, and how are you this morning?
Hey, well, it's actually just a little bit after midnight my time, so I guess it's technically morning. But how's your voice, man? You've been talking forever, right?
Yeah, we're just about getting away with it. The 6 hour sleep I had didn't work as well. By the way, Giancarlo Lenzi actually on pit road right now in that GSRT car. I have to say, I do like the aerodynamic tweaks that he's made to the front end of that car.
Yeah, they're pretty fancy. Unfortunately, we found out that it really hurts our top-end speed, and we're getting run down by a Team GT sitting about 40 seconds behind us last time by. So we've had a real fun battle with them the last several hours, actually, being on the same lap, you know, swapping up on the different pit stops. We swap positions. So I think they're a little bit faster than us right now, but I think they had a weird issue where they had a driver just run one lap, and then they swapped drivers again. So we gained a bunch of time on them recently, and looking to see how this is going to shake out.
Well, there you can see the pit stop time going to complete there from Giancarlo Lenzi coming back out onto the racetrack. 54.6 seconds. Is there something you wanted to say there, Cam?
No, I was talking to the dog. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Of course, our special co-commentator, the dog of Cameron Welsh, but the Global Sim Racing Channel / Turn 2 Motorsports car coming back out onto the racetrack now. 4 hours and 24 minutes of this event to go. And, well, you say you've got that battle of Team GT going on, but realistically, do you think a top 10 is possible with attrition? Because a lot of GT cars, about 2 hours ago, started getting themselves damaged, silly little mistakes. Do you think a top 10 is still possible overall?
I think it's possible. It's a reach, and we need a lot of help. You might know better than me, but I feel like we're the slowest GT car out there right now. We're just getting murdered on top end speed, and that's really hampering us. We're fine in the infield. Cars handling pretty well there, and it isn't really a whole lot slower. But man, we're just getting murdered out on the straights. So we need some help, because otherwise we're just not going to be able to make up these laps on the cars in front of us. So, but other than that, if everybody in front of us wants to wreck, we'd be all right with that.
As you can see then, we're right along board with Giancarlo Lenzi. He's worked himself onto the banking right now. You've got that speed graphic up on your screen. You can see just about hitting 200 kilometers an hour, now up to 220. So we'll stick it with him all the way through the end of this lap, and we'll get the 2-speed point down into the bus stop chicane and then down into the start-finish rate. You can see as he comes down into the bus stop, then just hitting 250 kilometers now, up to 253 kilometer top line speed down into the bus stop. Nicely through the bus stop chicane, actually. Still got good momentum through the corner. A little bit tight there on corner exit. Now back onto the 31 degrees of banking here at Daytona International Speedway. Back up through the gears again. And you're right, it is that straight line speed now. He's struggling to get up to 250 kilometers now again. You will get a tow this time by from a slower car, actually, so that might help a little bit. Still struggling though, 255 kilometers an hour, up to about 260 k's in the draft there, working themselves down in towards turn #1 once again. We'll actually try and compare that to another car who we have going through that section of the racetrack. Yeah, we'll have a look at Tim Clayton, for example, as he's currently working himself now through turn #1. So we'll just pair that in mind. 250 into the bus stop, and 260 past start finish drive. But overall, of course, this endurance racing thing we talked earlier on, he's saying it's kind of a collective, that Turn 2 Motorsports car. Will you guys be back to the 12 hours at Sebring, which is coming up in a couple of months' time?
I really want to. I love Sebring. It's one of my all-time favorite tracks. So I really hope we're able to field another team and give it another go.
And there you can see March 28th, it will be here live on RaceSpot TV, the entirety of the 12 hours of Sebring as we continue our coverage of the Road Warrior Series. But we'll have a look then at Tim Clayson's on-board speed right about now as he's working himself in the same car, a McLaren. And you can see the speed differential here is just so much bigger. Yes, there is going to be a tow in line. I'm not quite sure. Is that actually your car just ahead of them on the racetrack? I do believe it might well be, actually. As you can see already, 260 kilometers an hour, huge straight line speed advantage. So this is going to be the perfect representation to explain how damaged that front end is to that car, Kevin.
Yeah, and I have to take all the blame for that. Lap 16 of the race, just a tank slapper out of the bus stop and right into the wall. Fortunately, it was only about 20 minutes of repairs, but set the whole team back. And fortunately, though, we've all been able to kind of cope with the damage. Nobody's really added on to it. So we've been running pretty consistent and okay. And I'm watching Tim just drive right around on the outside. And boy, it's frustrating to deal with that in the cockpit.
Yeah, there's a top line speed advantage of at least 10 kilometers an hour then, as in fact that Moonshine car just actually having to get out of the gas just to get past also the Commander SimSports car. But good race for you guys so far then. At least you are still running. Any worries at all over potential overheating issues?
You know, we've been keeping a really close eye on that because we saw right away with the damage on the front that if we were in somebody's draft, we were watching the temps climb really bad. We saw it climb about 10 degrees Fahrenheit in the course of a lap and a half in the draft. So that made all our eyebrows raise right up. And so we've been paying super duper close attention to that pretty much every lap.
And before we let you go, anyone who you'd like to give a shout out to at all?
Oh, absolutely. The hidden guys behind the scenes, Sean Ambrose and Richard Losper, have been spotting for us all night. Been doing a great job, the two of them. Late at night in Australia for Richard and early in the morning in Texas for Sean, so couldn't do it without them.
And of course, if you'd like to find out more about the Global Sim Racing Channel, head over to www.globalsimracingchannel.com. Check out all of their broadcasts coming up. Anything interesting for you guys soon?
Yeah, there's some fun stuff. One thing I think people might enjoy a lot is the Pacific Major Series. They should check it out. It's open to Club Northwest, Club West, Club Texas, and Club California. A lot of fun oval and road racing mixed stuff, kind of similar to the Road Warriors series a little bit. But that's a lot of fun, and we've been having a blast broadcasting that series, guys.
The Pack 4 on the Global Sim Racing Channel. Thank you very much for having a chat with us, Mr. Kevin Brown for the GSRC/Turn2 Motorsports car. And, well, having a look through the field, Adam, it looks as though that battles that have been going on, they all kind of ecstatic right now. Just having a look at Sasha Westler, still about 14 seconds ahead of that Falcon GP car.
Indeed, well, yeah, just 14 seconds in front as my timing page is refreshing all the times. So yeah, the Falcon GP car, once again, it'll be battling really through the pit stops and all the gaps at the moment, really still settling down. Only, yeah, still 15 seconds between the top two cars. That's probably the closest battle we've got on track. Plus the gap between the 12th and 13th place cars, which is about 15 seconds as well. So those are the closest ones we've got on track at the moment. Everyone else usually separated by a lap or two. I can just tell you that the TNTRacing.com car has made a pit stop. It's now dropped down to 4th place. That's in the hands of Paulo Martins. And the Phoenix Motorsports car, that's now into 3rd place. However, he surely will have to make a pit stop in the next few moments. That's currently being driven by Benjamin Lindsay, so yeah.
Very quickly, tweets then from at Red Baron. Good to see you. Wake up and find we're back in the game. Only seconds behind Co-Anderson Sports in the hashtag iRacing24 at Radicals Online. They can see Phoenix Motorsports back out onto the racetrack there. Still 43 seconds behind that TNT Racing car, but really the safety net was kind of torn away, Rachel, when they had that that ignition issue a little bit earlier on.
Yes, it was indeed, Will. That pit limiter and ignition issue they had was a real problem for that team, of course. Long time getting back to the pits there, and of course fixing it during the pit stop, so they lost a lot of time and it definitely flustered them, Will.
They can see 44 seconds the gap between those drivers right now as we're out of the bank and they come. Phoenix Motorsports driver heading on the outside, getting himself past. Hey, guess what, Randy? That's a new World Sim Sports car.
Yeah, it's slow.
As you can see there, 44 seconds that gap remains. Having a look though at the battle out front, and they're kind of like 1/10 separating these drivers most laps all of a sudden. Gap static at 15.5 seconds. I do think it's going to be critical to this race who is in that Coanda car for the remainder of this race though, Cam.
Well, it's one of those things. You know, Rachel said that she would really like to have Mitchell de Jong in the car, I would much prefer to have Martin Kroenke, simply because Mitchell de Jong has done so many stints here, and actually, I mean, it's been fairly even, but I think, I'm sure he's up, and I'm sure he's up for it, and I'm sure he's ready to rock and roll. I would just prefer having Martin Kroenke, who's just woken up, ready to go, and you know, he's just on a roll. He's got lap times way down. He's darn close to 135, and you know, obviously that's gone up now. But it just you know, I think Martin Kroenke is a great choice right now. But really, I mean, anyone in that Koanda stable has been doing fairly well today. I think we've had a total of 5 Koanda drivers in that HPD driving, as well as I think there was some 5. Also in the Radicals car, so I mean, it's good to see, maybe even 6. So it's good to see all of the talent here on a road today. These guys are really pushing. They really want to get that split one win here at the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona. You're on RaceSpot.
And I just can't believe no one's mentioned Andres Werner.
We have.
I think he would be the best choice.
We even, yeah, but
no, I mean, as the person in the car at the end of the race, I think he'd be their best bet.
Of course, he'll be flashing out graphics at everyone the entire time as Adam Dillon is back behind the wheel of that Timmy Hill Motorsports car. 52 seconds as it gets back out and away. Yes, Cam.
Well, I was just going to say, maybe remember how I had my very Stephen Colbert rant about tiny boxes? Maybe he can just put overlays over everybody's car, and then they'll only have a tiny box to drive. He'll be great. He'll be all set.
Yep.
Mario Kart, you have banana peels, and Werner has
banners. Beautiful looking banners. You can't not look at them. They're so, you know, they're nice. They look good. Did he do the moving Sebring thing?
Yes, he did.
Oh, that was. I didn't even realize it moved until about halfway through the race. I saw it. I was like, is that moving? Like oh, jeez, it's great. It's great fun. I gotta tell you, Randy. I gotta tell you. Okay, so we have the 12 hours of Sebring, which I don't know if we're running during the night or the day. But
I believe it's going to be a night race.
Oh, that'll make me so happy. So you've got the banner, and like it moves like together, and it's just like 12 hours of Sebring. It's just really cool looking. I don't know. I was excited.
So it's like a flag in the wind.
Yeah, just to let you know, by the way, Sam Sutton is on pit road in the Dayco Motorsports Daytona 24-hour car. No front end on that race car. They are still circulating, however, they are quite a lot of laps behind your overall race leader. And, well, you can't even see it's that big right now.
They're less behind the GT car leader.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
As they have got a new driver, Sam Sutton, getting back into that car, actually, as their pit stop does continue. Just trying to figure out whether their car is going to get back out onto the racetrack. It's been a 90-second pit stop for it right about now. So we'll come and have a look at it when it comes back out onto the racetrack. Martin Kroenke still leading, however, 15 seconds. That gap still between himself and Jonas Nakurian. As
update on the Macau car, they exited the pits, didn't hit the wall.
Woo!
Carry on.
Koanda Sim Sports, a 15-second gap still over Jonas Nakurian last time by 137.7 though for Martin Kroenke, and 136.4 for Jonas Nakurian. Working himself through some traffic is Martin Kroenke. Let's have a look at the lap time as they come past the start-finish line for that Koanda Sim Sports car then. A 136.2, so it seems to be they have a bad lap in traffic and they just come right back into it. It's kind of incredible stuff there, Cam.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see these guys go back and forth. I mean, I know we say that, oh, it's a 13-second gap. Oh, it's a 14-second gap. Oh, well, now it's a 15-second gap. I mean, absolutely rocketing there is Martin Kroenke at 136.2. Radicals coming up with a 137.3. So it's just one of those things where each lap now is becoming so very important. We're so far away from the finish. We're 4 hours and 13 some odd minutes away from the finish, and yet these guys, each lap is so very important because they are so close together.
Yeah, and a lot of traffic actually for Jonas Nakurian at this time by as he works himself on the outside of traffic down into the second horseshoe, working himself around the outside of that Brazil car. Now he comes down, and that is the new Sim Sport 4 GT blasting past it as it comes down now onto the banking once again. So this will be another slow lap for Jonas actually. That gap up now to 16.7 seconds on the racetrack. But we've not talked about it that much, but the frustrations of these drivers, you can't do it on a lap-by-lap basis getting frustrated, because otherwise, Cam, you will bin that car very quickly.
You will. You're going to make it a stupid mistake going into the kink and then HPD, which we've seen multiple times here today already. You're going to make a stupid mistake blowing turn 1, which I think everybody's done at one point, especially one person hitting the pit wall, and Roof's hitting leaders, so watch out for that. I mean, it's just you can't get it under your skin, and I just don't think that these pilots here for Jonas Nukarian and Martin Kroenke are going to have that happen to them. I mean, I'm looking at the onboard here of this Radicals Online car. He's got, looks like he's going to be dealing with another 3 or 4 GT cars coming through the traffic. He might clear one before turn 1. Nope, comes right across him. Is the one car? They make contact. Oh dear!
Wham! Indeed, there. That was Jonas Nukarian. I think that they've just had a miscommunication coming down in towards turn number 1. That could have been a game ender there for Nukarian. We'll have ourselves another look at that one as you see down in towards turn number 1. That was as close as you can get without it being a major impact. There you can see then we'll slow that one down in towards turn number 1. Well, I don't know how they avoided having a huge incident there, Cam.
They didn't even touch each other. How did they not even touch each other? Holy crap! They didn't touch each other. I'm looking at it in slow motion. We have to go into like super duper slow motion. They didn't touch each other. Oh my goodness gracious, great balls of fire. We were just talking about don't make a mistake, and now look at what we've done. How many cars have we taken out of this race, Will? That was close.
We of course had one right in the beginning of the race. Which
right in the beginning, we took out that poor rough car that had the tribal design all over it. The clutch car, we took that car right out.
Took out a New World SimSport car.
While you were interviewing me. Super slow-mo. That is how close it is. The two, as close to contact as you can possibly ever make that in towards turn number 1, but they find a way of somehow just avoiding each other. Incredible stuff there. So they both do carry on. But Rachel, that's got to be the closest call of the race so far.
It's certainly one of the closest, Will, and hopefully they won't want to repeat that again. Although I suspect with us heading into the final hours now, that won't be the only one.
Cam, but you're still shocked, aren't you?
Well, I'm just trying to. I'm trying to do a kill count for how many cars we've ruined. We even damaged the Coanda car. I damaged the Coanda car. That is terrible. We literally came back from a commercial break, and we were going to introduce me. Johnny was there. And as soon as we came back from commercial, like the first second, the roof came across and hit the Coanda car. So, I mean, we have just been destroying cars left and right. Oh, boy. That was very close.
Just to let you know, Movano Racing, after a long night, they're back in the game. Still 4 hours, anyway, it's a bit less than that now. But they can see they are currently in a podium position for the time being at least. As of course pit stop strategy is coming into play as well in that one. But Movano Thrustmaster X Team currently scored in 3rd place overall then as we continue our coverage, getting close to just 4 hours of this race remaining. As they can see, the Thrustmaster Movano X Team car. We had Jorn Jens just get behind the wheel, by the way, of that number 18 for our Sequanda SimSports BMW cars. It works itself out of pit road. You can't actually see the Ferrasa logo on that one because it's a little bit too damaged on that side there. So not very good sponsorship placement for that car, Adam.
Yeah, not very good. The damage obviously showing up there as we're near the 20-hour mark in the race. We were just talking about the Movano Thrustmaster X team. They've got pretty strong talent on their car. Mario Bertolotti, he is a Formula 2 champion, and Formula 2 is in the old feeder series for Formula 1 back in, I think, 2012. So they've definitely got a strong car underneath them and strong drivers. I think also they've had a good comeback as well, because I remember them being in the pits very, very early on in the race. So to get back up into 3rd in class and 10th overall, that's a great achievement from them.
As you can see then, riding on board with that Movano Thrustmaster X Team car as 4 hours remaining of the race. We're going to step aside for just a couple of moments, ladies and gentlemen. You won't miss a thing, as we're going to take you side by side.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch going into turn 2. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's going to be the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As the 11,
here we go.
The 11, the 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big jump for first place.
A touch over 4 hours remaining in the inaugural iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona here on RaceSpot TV as we welcome you back to our coverage. Will Vincent along with Rachel Whiteford, Cam Walsh, Randy Chinworth, and welcome back to Mr. Johnny Simon!
Thanks for the big applause. And you know what? It's been a great 24-hour race. My first one that I've ever commentated on. It's been delightful and good to be back here in the booth.
Well, we're down to say the clock will just tick down to 20 hours of this race scored complete in just a couple of moments' time. I'd like to give a huge shout out to It's G Banger. Everyone go and subscribe to him. Apparently, he's amazing. I love your contributions. They're awesome. Yeah, all that sort of stuff. But you can see that Commander Sim Sport are still leading the way here. And the gap between themselves and Radicals Online is 16 seconds on the racetrack right now. Martin Conke behind the wheel of that Commander Sim Sports car. Radicals Online machine currently being piloted by Jonas Nukurin as they work themselves then back through towards the International Horseshoe once again, as here we are, 20 hours scored complete here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that means we've got 4 hours remaining of this event, and don't Forget, it's now 20 hours complete, another chance to go and ask us anything here on RaceSpot TV, within reason, of course. So what you need to do, and the Korean, by the way, is on pit road, so we'll just have a look at his pit stop, as he's going to get himself 4 fresh tyres, top up with fuel, etc, etc. Ask us anything about racing, sim racing, RaceSpot TV, commentary, anything you want. Use the hashtag iRacing24, or use our YouTube channel. Follow us at RaceSpot TV, facebook.com/RaceSpot TV as well. And Cam, you're in charge of the questions, I believe, passing them to me this time.
Awesome.
You just want it to be boring. I think you want me in charge of things, but...
Well, no, because I don't trust you with that one. As the Korean comes out of pit road, pit stop time for him, 31.8 seconds. Running very close, though, to that wall on the exit of the corner, Johnny.
Yeah, and well, it's been lots of events at the moment. I'm most impressed by, I mean, coming back into the booth, I'm most impressed by the battle for the lead overall of the event, not just in any class. It's for the top 2 positions, and it's pretty much within touching distance of each other. And almost just past the 4-hour mark, and I'm going to try and get myself a little bit more pumped for this one now. I was very pumped before, but now let's get back into it.
Well, you said 4 hours, you mean 20 hours. It's 4 hours to go.
Oh, yeah, 4 hours to go. My bad. Yeah. 4 hours to go.
Condense the pumping down. 55.5 seconds for Guez as he comes back out onto the racetrack in that Vortex Sim Racing MP4. No, that's not a video. That is the McLaren MP4 -12, just DTC, something along the lines of that. Back out onto the racetrack he will go. And so, 4 hours of this event to go. And I believe that J.D. Lard is out of that treble 2 car. There you can see it's now Paul Nicholas Cooper behind the wheels of that window lickers car. They got a 3-lap gap though to Marcus Gaton ahead of them on the racetrack. And I still think though that there's still so much to go on here, Cam. And it could well come down to whether or not that 2-lap difference in pit times, pit sequences between the Commander guys and the Radicals guys is going to make any difference. And of course as well, one thing that no one's talked about yet is that Commander, the lower top line speed, they're actually going to be saving just a little bit of fuel without even meaning to.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of one of the bonuses, I suppose. There's silver linings for everything. But, yeah, that Quanta car doing a very good job keeping himself ahead, as these guys are still on alternate strategies. They lined right up, and now they're just split right back up again as far as pit strategies go. About a minute gap between the Radicals Online car and that Quanta SimSpark car, obviously just as Radicals just pitted. But all the time, these guys have been plowing out laps. Kind of interesting to see here. The TNTRacing.com #1 HPD is now 6 laps off of that, and I mean it's just impressive to see how Coanda and Radicals are absolutely pushing the pace and pushing the limits, really, of these cars trying to get through.
And the thing is here, Johnny, is that you've got these guys doing double, triple stints in this car, and they are still driving every corner with so much commitment. I mean, if we go back to the conversation we had just before Rachel and I went away earlier on, this is esports. Yes, it is people basically driving on a quote-unquote game. Simulator, call it what you will, but these are people who have got to mentally focus for 2-3 hours at a time. Incredible stuff by them.
Yeah, incredible stuff, and what people don't they underestimate with simulation racing is exactly the amount of concentration you need. And you watch the world's best sim races. We talked about this before, I think, when I was with Cam and Dan Blake as well. We spoke about how you watch the world's greatest sim races, whether it's on YouTube, their own streams, and they look very calm and relaxed, like they're not trying, but in the end, they're actually really concentrating when they take things seriously. Take the note of Rico Alatello's final race in the Pro Series. Did not talk a single word on his stream until the end of the race, I don't think, just because he wanted to keep full concentration. Now, we talk about triple stints. It's where drivers, as I think the Coanda car's coming into the pits, but I'll be quick, is that the triple stints, you train yourself. If there's a 1.5 hour race you're going to be doing as a Grand Prix driver, you always have to train yourself to be lastful for about 3 to 4 hours. You can't train yourself to be 1.5 hours and then give up. You have to train yourself longer than you need to last.
Yeah, you can see the kind of Sim Sports car on towards pit road. Will Martin Cronke stay behind the wheel of that one. Now, it'll be interesting actually here, Cam, because it does look as though he is going to stay in the car for another stint. But realistically, there's about 4.5 stints left for these drivers. And they've got to find a way of splitting it to make sure you have someone fresh towards the end. Maybe Martin's doing a very long stint here to kind of limit how many drivers they have to get through, and also who's going to be in that car and for how long.
Well, I mean, right now it's looking at, he's just finishing up this stint right here. This is going to be stint number either 2 or number 3. I believe this is number 3 starting. So he's been to the pits twice. He's on the road. So this is going to be the Trimble stint. And he's just going to be coming out. I believe this is probably going to be his last stint. He's probably, if I'm going to have to guess, give it either to Mitchell DeYoung or, well, we know Justin Lindsay. Somebody's off track there. The Evolution Racing Australia guard has, the number 99 has gone off at the International Horseshoe number 1. I believe it's, that kind of changed all my names there. So it's, yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to be maybe like Paul R. Williams or Mitchell DeJong right now. Those are the 2 guys.
As they can see then a replay of the Evolution Racing Australia car. We did see, by the way, that the leader in GT, the New World SimSport Moonshine car, made a pit stop as well, 55 seconds. There you can see a replay there of the Evolution Racing Australia car. Now, there's always one, Rachel, isn't there? We had it, the always fan favourite team, and actually there's Bun right in front of Commander. I just noticed that when we look back on the replay. Mighty close there for Commander, and they lost themselves a bit of time because of that. But there's always one who the fans get behind because, you know, their car is pretty much toast. But they are still plodding along on the racetrack. Now, as long as they don't create anyone any issues, which they almost did there, as you can see that car spinning, and you'll notice coming into shot now is that Commander SimSports car there. You see having to slow down a little bit as the car just spinning in front of it. But it's always nice to see these smaller teams, the drivers, even with, the cars that they're just trying to bring home. The fans do get behind them after a while.
Yeah, they do, Will, and it's great to see that, just to see the support coming in for these guys. So, really, really nice, and it's like some of these teams, you just want them to finish, and for a lot of them that ends up being their goal too. They just want to finish, and yeah, it's awesome when these guys pull through because it's usually a massive task for them, and it's brilliant to see it happen.
That comment by Rachel Whiteford was brought to you by Windows 10 coming out soon, as you can see there. The First Master X Team car on pit road right about now. We're going to have a chat with EJ Rourke in just one moment's time, as well as JD Lard, JD Lard even, from the Window Lickers car. As just got a couple of tweets to run through, as you can see the Movano car coming out of pit road. First one of them is from the TBK Light.com car _Nia 102 _, as now we have ourselves windows booted 20 hours in, and the TBK light car is still running, albeit a little bit slow. About to do my first morning shift, hashtag iRacing24. So shout out to you guys. We've got ourselves a question as well on our Facebook page. Don't forget, you can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/RaceSpotTV. You don't actually follow us, you like us. So there's the one that you have to do for that one. But this question is from Martin Brandberg. And I'm going to ask this one to Randy Chenoweth. Planning on running the 12 Hours of Sebring in March, and it's going to be his first endurance race. Any tips on how to get through it? Sebring pretty tough on both driver and the car, he has heard. And thanks for the broadcast.
Say that again. Someone in the driver channel talked just as you were talking. I didn't catch the middle of that.
Basically, he's wondering how he can get through the 12 Hours of Sebring. It's his first ever endurance race.
Practice. Get a car that you're comfortable with. Get a setup that you're comfortable with that can run consistent laps, lap after lap, every single time. Get something that can handle the bumps. Get 3 other drivers that can all drive that setup, handle the bumps, etc., etc.
It's a tough track.
It is. I think Sebring's one of the. Sebring's a track that a lot of people look at it, and I think they think it's easy because it's flat. When in reality, there's all these little bumps and divots in the circuit that a lot of people just don't think about. Makes the track slippery. Makes, depending on the car that you're in, it can be very, very difficult. And I think Sebring is one of the most technical tracks on the surface. It's one of the most fun. There's nothing to me more rewarding than getting a lap right at Sebring. It just feels so good. It feels so on edge the entire time.
And that's one of those things, Cam, is that you've got the 2 different racing surfaces between asphalt and concrete. Those bumps in turn number 1 always make my heart shudder. But the track, it flows, it's fast, it's aggressive, and for a 12-hour race, you have got to be perfect all race long.
And it's not even that, it's you've got to be perfect and you've got to be lucky, because if somebody's just runs out of a little bit of talent entering turn 1 or coming in through those first S's, they are going to be spearing across the track and very easily going into you. And of course, we have had multiple issues on that final turn. I believe it's turn 16, just
17.
After Sunset Bend. And what did I say, 15?
No,
and,
turn 17 is Sunset Bend, yeah.
Oh,
Le Mans
get it right. Sweet.
Corner. Le Mans, turn 16 is Le Mans, turn 17 is Sunset Bend.
Well, anyways, people will usually spin out the rear end will step out as they're trying to get on the power through that bumpiness. They're especially going to be in these GT3 powered cars, and that car is going to spin right out, and it's going to be very easy for an HPD to just pile drive right into a stalled car there. So Sebring going to be a great challenge, and for 12 hours, that's going to be an interesting one, and you're going to see it right here on RaceSpot TV.
Yep. One more piece of advice. Search, I believe Alan Manish actually did a track guide at Sebring a few years ago. Obviously, he was an LMP1 car, but he talks about the circuit in very, very good detail. And using his information that he talked about the track, the way he talked about lines, the way he talks about how the car reacts over places, I actually convert that to iRacing. And I basically follow whatever Alan Manish's theory to approaching Sebring is very much the same as my own.
Well, we've got ourselves a couple of people to have a chat with now here on RaceSpot TV. We will start with the driver from the Timmy car. That is Mr. EJ O'Rourke. Welcome back to RaceSpot TV.
Thank you, Will. Thank you.
That Timmy Hill Motorsports car. It's been a little bit more damage than the last time I talked to you, a little bit early on in this race. But how things have been going for you as we've now got less than 4 hours of this event to go?
Well, the car has pretty much every bit of it has been hit somewhere, but you know what? It's still running, and we've been doing really well. We're sitting like 12th right now, and you know, we're gonna finish this thing off. I'm going to bed. I'm done, but they can finish it off. So we got about 4 hours left, and should be fun.
Well, I mean, it's that thing as well, of course. 24-hour races, people's on completely different schedules. You're gonna go to bed now. You're going to wake up in the morning, your time, and either find out, A, did you finish, B, did you get a top 10, C, did any minor miracles happen? But how's the team dynamic been despite all the damage, and how have you guys as a unit had to adjust to the damage that's been happening to that race car?
Well, we set a schedule earlier this week and just planned out the stints for everyone, and we've pretty much followed that pretty closely. Little minor changes here and there, but, you know, we just kept following the schedule and just keep, you know, running 2 stints at the max, maybe 3 depending on, you know, who's in the car. But, you know, right now it's not really about hot lapping, just, you know, getting the car around the track in one piece and not wrecking out.
As you can see there, Timmy Hill Motorsports cars classified in 12th place. Adam Gilliland behind the wheel. Who's next into that, and who's going to bring that car home?
I believe David Comstock is going to take the JDR Graphics BMW to the final stint, so I believe that is the plan. Hopefully he finishes it off. I'm not sure if Timmy will get back on and run the final stint, but I guess we'll see come 8 o'clock.
Well, before we let you go, anyone would like to give a shout out to?
Of course, JD Laird for you know, painting this awesome JDR Graphics BMW. I don't know, all the fans, of course, you guys, RaceSpot for you know, broadcasting, and you know, CBR, Cody Bias Racing, Timmy Hill Motorsports, the whole team.
Well, thank you very much. To the Timmy Hill Motorsports car, currently scored in 12th place on the racetrack. Got ourselves also, there you can see the window lickers, currently scored in the 4th place on the racetrack. But JD Lard, my God, that was close between yourself and Eunice Nakurian a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, like, I guess he wanted to lick my back left rear window or something. Like, I don't even know how to explain it. Like, I thought all the work that all the guys did was gonna go to waste right then and there.
That's the greatest first chance to do an interview ever.
Yeah, did your life flash before your eyes?
No, but my window about broke.
Well, you are still classified in the 4th position on the racetrack in that window lickers car. Just having a look, you're currently 2 laps behind Marcus Catton, who's currently behind the wheel of that Frostmaster X-Team car. Is there any point you really trying to catch these guys, or is it just a case now bring that car home?
I think the goal right now is to bring the car home. It's going to take a lot of luck and maybe an arrest or something, as you can hear the cops going by me for some reason. It's going to take a lot of luck just to even have, the Vinyl Thrustmaster X team to have a problem to make them lose 2 laps, and it's going to even take more luck to have the top 2 have a huge problem making them lose 4. So right now, it's just to bring it home and maybe get a little luck on our side.
Well, of course, plenty of sponsors on that car, so we're going to run through it for you again. Ladies and gentlemen, the Window Lickers 222 car is brought to you by Fram. Fram. We don't know what it stands for, but it's something and it's on the car, so therefore we have to mention it. Also brought to you in part by Hofax, because who would like to get anything from a box? Get yourself a Hofax instead. Also brought to you by Unicorn Dust. It's splattered all over the side of this car, so therefore we'll talk about that one as well. It makes Flam go Flam, and also makes this car sparkle, because after all, we like licking windows. The Window Lickers 222 car, here only on RaceSpot TV. How's that?
Spa 24 to Daytona 24. We're
The Window Lickers car here on RaceSpot TV is brought to you by Wham! We don't know what it stands for, but we're still going to say it one more time. Wham! Also brought to you in part by Hofax. Don't buy anything from a box, show me the Hofax instead. Also brought to you by Magical Unicorn Dust, and a lot of sponsors that we can't really see that's on the bottom of the car. That we'll also see JDR Graphics on there. Support JDR Graphics, because why not? And finally, also brought to you in part by a donkey, because after all, there's a donkey in the car, we've got to talk about it. We actually broke the stream the last time we did that one there, EJ. This time, sorry, JD even, we kind of survived. We're back. We've been fine for 20 hours. You broke the stream.
That's the power of Wham right there.
Is it because you're interviewing oval drivers in a road race?
Yeah, that's what it is. Simple as that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we do apologise for like the 30-second downtime we had just there. But we are back. And answer the question once again. We'll come through your field in just a couple of moments' time. Sky Willis asking what happened to the Glacier racing car. Well, we're going to hand that one over to the one and only Mr. Johnny Simon.
Glacier Racing, well, that was a very interesting battle. About to be lapped by the Coanda car, and they were desperate. I think it was Alexia Loma, if I'm not mistaken, in that car there in the HPD. Very close battle. They had 2 GT cars in front, also battling. Alem got a little bit feisty, a little bit loose, and then a bit of spins there. And I think the... what was it? Which car? I'm not sure if Cam remembers or not, but there was a car that spun in front of the GT cars, and they essentially just hit into the front of the Glacier Racing car, and their race was pretty much done. They were about 60 to 70 kilometers an hour slower on the straights, and the engine issues there. I think, basically talking to Rico Alatalo on the team, they weren't really, well, at least in my opinion, going off their body language, they weren't really interested in a, in their final result for this event. Yeah, they wanted to win, but it seemed they weren't too fussed about DNFing for the moment.
If you're not first, you're last, Rachel. According to them, anyway.
And just the reference, it was the Coanda BMW that spun, got into someone else. Your car flipped over, and it almost collected the Coanda HPD.
I believe for once the... we're talking about Coanda or
no, we're talking about Glacier,
because Glacier...
No, yes.
Yeah, Coanda BMW for once attacked the Shark of Shark Racing, and yes, Glacier got put on ice, unfortunately. And I'm going to continue these awful puns until the broadcast is done.
Last about 2 stints or so.
Yes, okay, I thought we were talking about... It's in 6th Coanda... Alright, now you lost me.
6th place is Falcon GP, 5th place is Coanda.
Falcon GP.
It's on our graphic. Pay attention.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, I heard Coanda, and I was going through, I'm going through the prototypes, and I'm like, no, they're not that close. That's... Anyways, yeah, Falcon GP, they were at one point up front. Now, these guys are not racing for position... Technically, they're racing for which lap, so pass left racing. having just lost a lap to the Falcon GP car. Falcon GP, they've had a little bit of a troubled race today. They started out really good. They were up one of the front runners, and ultimately I think they were one of the first to get some damage. And so as such, they're down in the pack. One of the many wounded cars, as Coanda SimSport, is really one of the only more wounded cars that's ahead of them. But,
sorry, Core Motorsports is in the pit lane with a driver change. Niels Koch is now driving the car.
Yep, so he is now behind the wheel of that car. So you can see confirmation then on Niels Koch on pit road in that number 33 Core Motorsports car. Well, likely there'll be one more driver change for them before the end of today's event. There you can see that pit stop time, getting himself 4 fresh tyres then in that number 33 car, 42 seconds. Timing and scoring will update itself in just 1 moment's time. Looking for about a 56-second pit stop there for Niels in that number 33 car. 56.1 second out and away for them, Johnny.
Yep, out and away and on a charge as well. And going back to what I've been interested about the battle for the HPD lead is that they're both on similar strategies for the moment. We talked about them, the fuel difference because of the damage that I think it was Mitchell de Jong suffered in the Coanda SimSport car. No fault of his own though. Bit of a roof car that hit into his left rear. We've talked about that quite a lot. But yeah, I mean 16 seconds the gap. And they're on similar strategies at the moment, only a couple laps different. So now all the lap times you're going to see, they're doing pretty identical lap times, Kroenke and Jonas Nukarinen. So it's up to really drivers now. It's no longer about traffic and stuff like that. It's how much a driver can push in the next 3.5 hours. And they're going to push early radicals. You can't leave it for the final stages of the race.
As we can see that, we've got ourselves the Go-Go Japan car with Shusuke Teraoka behind the wheel of that one, as they're making themselves another driver change. You can see there, 18.1 seconds there, new driver into that car, going to get themselves some new tyres, and they'll be back out and away in a couple of moments' time. And, well, we've got ourselves Josh Chin as well here for a chat, as we're just closing out our coverage here on RaceSpot TV. But, Rachel, in fact, no, I'll come back to Rachel in a moment. I'm going to ask Josh this question. So, these drivers, most of them have some form of damage now. How hard is it, if you are part of a team, to translate how the car feels to your teammate to understand what happens when they get in behind the wheel of the car? And how difficult is those first couple of laps as you try and psych that car out?
It's really tough trying to convey to someone what a car is feeling like with the damage, especially like our car. We've got a lot of damage on the 43, and the car actually doesn't feel that different. But at first, the first couple laps, it took me a little bit to get used to it because our car is down on straight line speed. I'm like, man, it's just bogging really bad out of the corners. And I thought about it after 2-3 laps. I'm like, oh, we're down on top end. That affects us everywhere. And it's really, really hard to convey that to someone, especially if they haven't driven the car in a while or it's even their first stint in the car.
As you can see that, TNTRacing.com's #1 machine currently scored 6 laps down from your race leader. As we're just having a look through the field, Rachel, the only real battle we've got going on at the moment is the Team GT car catching up to the rear of the Global Sim Racing car. Last time by 3 seconds faster, and that gap is down, I think now it's about 3 seconds on the racetrack.
Yeah, it could well be, Will. Those two cars closing in, definitely, and both of them approaching the bus stop right now. So, one car separating them currently. That's a lap down car in between those two, and yeah, that draft will be helping that Team GT car close it behind the Global Sim Racing Turn 2 Motorsports vehicle.
Yeah, we can actually see there the speed. Now, there will be a little bit of an advantage to the GSRC car, but we'll have a look, see what their overall top end is as they come down in towards Turn 1. We know the GSRC car is down on top line speed. You can see that 255 kilometers an hour as it comes down in towards Turn 1, topping out at 258 kilometers an hour, but that's 10 kilometers an hour slower there, Cam, compared to that Team GT car as it storms down in towards Turn 1, and that gap now down to just 1.8 seconds on the racetrack.
Yeah, and I think once they get out of this infield section, it's probably going to be all over from there for that GSRC car. Just very unfortunate that they've got that damage that they just can't seem to get repaired there. So he's going to get through the infield here. I'm not even sure if they're going to clear the infield as they are heading to the kink right now. as both that Team BMW or Team GT BMW and that Vortex Sim Racing NP4 are both going to be going by, as both the McLarens are spitting out the it's a flamethrower basically. Now, interesting, here comes the Radical Online car, so it'll be interesting to see what Jonas is going to do, see where he's trying to get those positions, goes really close into turn 6, kicks up a bunch of dirt there, kind of frightening to be honest. Almost, if you get your power down wrong there, rear end's going to kick out there, but no, it gets out nice and clear. Now we'll see whether or not this GSRC car is going to be losing this position to that Team GT car, but I think they're both really down on speed on the straights here, Will.
Yeah, well, actually what happened there is the second one of those LMP cars in short actually kind of upset that Team GT car, which is why he's going to have to wait at least another lap. 1.6 seconds is the continuing gap between those drivers. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, live timing and scoring is available if you head over to RaceSpot.TV/timing throughout the course of today's event. There you can see, though, that Team GT car, that gap is back down to 1.3 seconds as they come down in towards turn number 1 once again. And we'll run through your field in just a couple of moments' time as we then see that gap now down to 1 second. It really is gaining there. That shows you just how slow that GSRC car is in a straight line, Johnny.
Yeah, 2 seconds a lap slower as well, so any moment now the Team GT car will make its way through, and they're going to go through to the International Hairpin and then the kink, and the kink, we call it a kink, but it is seriously a corner. Now the car doesn't lose speed, but it scrubs off so much speed that they essentially, last time around the Team GT car stayed at about 217 to 218 kilometers an hour. Now this time around, they come through, and they're slightly faster because they're closer to the slipstream, and I think no lap traffic behind that's going to impede them, but they get very close, so I think they just need to wait and stay patient, because 2 seconds lap faster, you're going to pass them, so no aggressive maneuvers, hopefully.
You'll be able to do it now, because of course we know how slow that GSRC car is. It'll just be a matter of time of waiting until they get onto the banking. This should actually be pretty easy now. As we have a look then for that Team GT car, onto the banking he comes. Now you can see that is an LMP car behind him. However, we do know that they have kind of just been stood in line, and there's a speed differential. You can see right about now that gap will really come up. Now whether you do it before or after the bus stop chicane, that is down to that Team GT car. I do think he's going to wait until after the bus stop chicane. We go back on board with him then through the bus stop now, coming out of the bus stop. This is where he should get that momentum. Going to swing right behind actually that GSRC car, very close to getting himself a slowdown cut penalty as they work themselves back onto the 31 degrees of banking here at Daytona International Speedway. Now this one should be academic. Looking to the high side goes that Team GT car, as actually not quite close enough there, but he does look to the outside, and you can see now they're into the flat. He will breeze alongside, and he is past. They come past the start finish line, so 3 hours and 30 minutes of this event to go, and there you can see Team GT will slide down into position as they come down in towards turn number 1. And well, when all said and done there, it's rather academic, Rachel.
It is indeed, and obviously final position starting to sort out well. This is the critical phase of the race we're entering now, the final 3 hours. We're entering drivers' final stints potentially, or they're looking at putting that final driver into the car. Finishing positions now are starting to actually form, so cars and teams are going to have to be working out exactly where they want to actually finish and when they need to push. We'll see guys trying to get past lap traffic a little bit more urgently than before, a little bit less patience, a lot more tiredness. This is going to get interesting, Will.
Last time by Jonas Zakurian, a 1 minute 36.581, a 1 minute 37.617 last time by for Martin Kroenke, that Coanda Simsport LMP car. However, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to run through your top 5. In fact, we're going to run through, first of all, your list of retirees in today's event. We had Danny Conlon, that 212 car. They didn't actually take any part in this race. So you can see Team SKC, well, they didn't have a single lap scored complete in this event. They are scored down in the last position on the racetrack. You have the number 5 car, Gresham Wagon, the number 14, number 5 car, classified in 40th place, as they only completed a handful of laps. The number 902 car is out of the race. The number 181 car, Kevin Bluewood, actually. Now, these guys were doing pretty well, actually, at the start of this race cam. The Arctic Circle Racing car, battling inside your top 5. Then it all went wrong for them.
Yes, it did well. I mean, that the Arctic Circle Racing, I mean, they had a great-looking car, great-looking rough. I mean, it's just one of those things where you got into those early scraps. Supersport, Arctic Circle. I mean, these guys, they were right up front, and it just got a little too over-aggressive, a little too quickly, and you just, well, as we've once again proven here, they're 631 laps down. I mean, that's just what happens when you start getting aggressive, and you get a little unlucky too. So very unfortunate for that number 181 getting collected early on, but other cars have been pulling on with their damage, so it's kind of been hit or miss.
Then we can see that Mark Ursel was in that TNT Racing.com number 2 car, also classified as out of the race. Number 21 machine out, the number 2 car out of the race. Most importantly of the day, though, arguably the number 41 car was fast parted by Ricky Tauro. They were classified as 34th place overall. Roman Cordasso in the number 7 car, currently classified as out of the race. Ashley Owen is scored as running, but they are scored multiple laps down right now as the GSRC/Turn 2 Motorsports car gets themselves back out onto the racetrack. And Corey Osborne and Michael Ford classified out of the race as well. GSRC Turn 2 Motorsports car, 54.7 seconds stop for them. 29 cars running out of the 40 that started. Of course, one didn't start in this event there, Johnny.
Yeah, good to see a big field of drivers out there in place, and you wouldn't expect the lead for a 24-hour race with 3.5 hours remaining to be this close at the moment. And Jonas Nukrinen, or however he likes his name to be pronounced, that is he's really pushing it. He had 2-lap GT cars in front of him, and he just did not give an inch, or did not back off the throttle, only slightly I'd say, but he's pushing it. It's 12.1 seconds last time around the gap, and now it's about 11.8, slowly gaining on the Coanda car. And unfortunate there that Martin Kroenke, I mean, finishing second in the World Championship, he's a quality driver, he just can't do anything about it. When you have damage on a car, it doesn't matter how good you are as a driver, you're just stuck with a slower car.
Well, there you can see, ladies and gentlemen, 12 hours of Sebring coming your way, March 28th here on RaceSpot TV. Coverage will start at 1 p.m. GMT and will run through for 12 hours. Now, Rachel, I've got a job for you. Go and find out if the iRacing Star Perfection car is still actually running.
I will indeed.
In the meanwhile, we're going to step aside for just a couple of moments, ladies and gentlemen. 3 hours and 27 minutes remaining. Going to take you once again side by side as Boy Vandalier coming down on towards pit road. We'll be right back.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps go.
Oh,
as the 11,
here we go.
The 11, the 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big choke.
Running along board with the Radicals Online, number 1 machine of Jonas Nakurian, as he's closed that gap now to less than 10 seconds for the first time in the last 6 hours or so. We welcome you back here to RaceSpot TV. Nakurian gonna have to go 3 wide almost into turn number 1. Well, there you can see a gaggle of cars there, and Nakurian's having to fly through them right now as he works himself on the outside of the Commander Simsport BMW. He's got a very slow car just ahead of him as well. What he's going to get past, and then that is the Core Motorsports number 38 car just ahead of him. What a point to come back, because all of a sudden, that one just kicked off, Johnny.
Yeah, and he's on a charge, really. I mean, he's lost too much time, lost about 6/10 to a second on that, and we're expecting him to probably catch the leader at this rate in about half an hour to 45 minutes time through rough calculations. So certainly a big effort from them in the remaining hours of the race.
For those of you who are just joining us, it's time for a RaceSpot TV recap brought to you by ANDWERNDESIGN. Commander Sim Sport started this race on the 3rd position, actually well down the field actually on the racetrack. They have worked themselves up to the front of the field for the first couple of stints. They put themselves at one point a 1 minute advantage, but then when Justin Lindsay got behind the wheel of the car, it closed it back up. At one point, we had ourselves a 3-horse race between Commander Sim Sport, the Radicals Online team, and also Glacier Racing. Glacier Racing involved in a huge impact, however, that has put them out of the race. There is damage, however, to that Commander Sim Sports number 11 car due to an incident early on, which is affecting the straight line speed of these cars. We can actually see the speed chart there, just hitting 297 kilometers an hour down in towards turn 1. You compare that to Yunus Nakurian, and you can see his straight line speed is actually just a little bit higher, so went themselves down. Actually, I take that back. The straight line speed doesn't seem to be as bad right now. 297 kilometers an hour, just a mile or so an hour faster for Nakurian in that Radicals Online team. But they are embroiled in a battle which has been no more than 20 seconds for the last 3 hours of this event. Also, we have got ourselves in the GT class the driver of Simo Lebanon leading the way. That is for the New World Sim Sports organization, as we can see him up on your screen right about now in the NWSS Moonshine team. And well, we had the other New World Sim Sports Moonshine car actually kind of involved in the action earlier on, but they have fallen well down the field, and we'll get a count on just how many laps Jonathan Hall has done in a couple of moments time, because it's been insane. He's basically taken that car, driven it for hours on end. We've had ourselves, of course, the Falcon GP car with this driver, Keika Shube, leading at the start of the race. They fell back, however, they got themselves some damage, and they are now classified as pretty far down the field in 6th place. Currently, it is Core Motorsports trying to come back through the field right now. They currently scored in P2, but about 1 lap behind your class race leaders with 3 hours and 17 minutes remaining on the clock. And Rachel Whiteford, as far as the iRacing.com team go, they are running in split number 6, and they're kind of in the mid-pack right now.
They are indeed, of course. Mid-pack's pretty spread out right now, not many people on the same lap, so chance of gaining positions is not very high, but also chances of losing them if you make no mistakes are also low.
As you can see, Cormo Sports 1 lap behind class leader. Now, Randy, how many laps has Jonathan Hall done in his stint?
In this stint, he is... Let me get a double check. 1 second.
We'll get an update. In fact, you've got Scott Gray on pit road. You can see there in the Mad Cow racing car. Now, they had themselves a pretty big impact earlier on. You can see they're getting themselves another stop. But actually, we just had someone blow up. So just trying to figure out who that one is. We'll come back to that one in just 1 minute. So I did hear someone just blow up there. So we'll just get a confirmation if anyone is slowing down on the racetrack or anything at all. But out front, Cronke still leading. Gap between himself and Yunus Nakurian, 9.8 seconds as we await an answer from Mr. Randy Chenworth. We'll have Jake Cameron back in a couple of moments' time as well. Currently being joined, though, by the driver of Daniel Betterfield in that number 77 car. So welcome to RaceSpot TV, even though you kind of know us already. But before we go that, we have
John has done in this 190 lap. He has done approximately 330 laps total in the race thus far.
Crazy. Here you can see Cam Stark in that number 77 car, currently behind the wheel of the RLCS racing car. But we are joined by Daniel Betterfield. And Daniel, you're getting into the car in about 20 minutes' time.
Yeah, roughly. I mean, depending on our fuel burn, it should be roughly 20 minutes, half an hour until I'm back in the car, and then I'll probably be double stinting the car and then handing it over to yesterday's birthday boy, Ryan Littlemore, for the last 2 stints.
I was about to say, he is no longer a birthday boy even on the West Coast, because it's just ticked over. It's just about 10 past 5 in the morning in the United Kingdom. That means that it is currently 5 past 5 in the morning in Daytona Beach, Florida. 3 hours and 15 minutes of this race to go. But overall...
Well,
yes.
do you mean 5 past 10, not 10 past 5?
I meant 5 past 5 in the United States. Go back to the sim bin. There we are. Daniel, you're currently scored in P6. Any realistic chance of you guys getting yourself up a position? Because you've got quite a big gap to the Go Japan guys ahead of you. Is it just a case now of bringing that car home and minimising damage from earlier on in this race?
Pretty much. I mean, we are quicker than the Go Japan car. The problem is that we're about 9 laps behind, so we need them to make a major mistake to have any chance of gaining 5th. So realistically, no, not really. But if they do make a somewhat major error, then it's game on really for P5.
And of course, you're doing this race, got yourselves the 12 hours of Sebring coming up soon. I mean, is this also kind of like team bonding session for that now after you bring this car home?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, I'm hoping Ryan, Cam and myself all stick together and actually go through the whole season of endurance with this team and with this car and whatnot. I mean, I'm hoping to do all the sprint races or like the F1 races in the Road Warrior as well as the Indy 500 in May.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, Mr. Daniel Benefield here for the RLCS racing car. 3 hours, 13 minutes remaining in today's event. And Rachel, as far as your battle for the race lead goes, 8.8 seconds now.
Yeah, it is, of course. Looking at Coanda reaching the end of one of their stints right now, so that damage they have on the car is much more pronounced with the older tyres, Will. So right now things are cutting into them a little bit, and that gap has been crawling down since we joined you on air this morning at 7 o'clock. So they've been really suffering, and it's not really managing to sustain well. They keep just chipping away, the Radicals team. They're just taking tenths off here and there, and eventually they'll be closing in. When these two cars get wheel to wheel, it's going to be exciting.
So we've got ourselves a tweet from JDR Graphics. Here we are. So who wants to hear/read the announcement about hashtag FWAM? Hashtag iRacing24 at RaceSpotTV. We do. I think that's been one of the things about this race. You always get, Johnny, a couple of social media people involved in it over the course of the event. And you always get a couple of hashtags that come out of it. Of course, the probably most famous one in endurance racing is the orange cone. Today, I think it's going to be FWAM.
Yeah, of course. And, well, we've given them lots of publicity, haven't they? They deserve it anyway. With a name like that, I mean, window lickers. I mean, seriously. I mean, you're going to get publicity with a cool name like that. And we spoke before, me and Alex were joking about how it was something like window shoppers instead. But anyway, we won't go into all of that. But watching Eunice now in P2, and we'll bring a hashtag for him, and hashtag rhythm, because he's in a specific and pretty good rhythm at the moment. He's just blistering away, and he does not care for lapped car as well. He's not hesitating. He's just, as I said, he's just in such a hashtag rhythm at the moment.
Yeah, and it is so great to see him here on RaceSpot TV. Still scored though about 7.7 seconds. That gap has come down quite a bit though in this stint, Johnny. So it looks as though that Nakurian is doing a great job. It's going to be a case of, will he bring that car home? I think not. But who will he hand it to for that final stint? Because they have got some star power there. Personally, I think it'll be Paul Ilbrink bringing that car home. Yeah,
Paul Ilbrink hasn't. Well, he's driven the car twice, I think. Yeah, I like to see Anthony Rossellini as well. He's done a very good job. About 6.5 hours ago, or 6 hours ago was the last time that I was commentating before I had to leave. But he did a terrific job in that stint, catching up to the back of other drivers and bringing the gap down. But pretty much it's a team effort, endurance racing, so any one of those drivers would be good to bring it home, knowing that the pace at the moment, though, you really have to bring that driver who can find the extra few tenths, because the gap so far in lap time difference between them is so close as they head to the pit lane.
Yep, so they can see then the Radicals online car coming onto pit road. The FWAM car is right behind them, still getting into the action, Rachel, but I'm not sure. I think Eunice has done, what, 2 stints, so he might do one more here.
I think he has, but I expect him to stay in the car at this stage. Maybe next stint they'll switch out, but they could make an early move and switch over to somebody different. He's out.
You're wrong,
Max Backham is onto the car, so yeah. Mac's going to do a stint. Now, we know that Mac can be very fast, but Randy, if he pushes it too hard, we know that he's been prone to make how do I say this nicely? A couple of mistakes.
Yeah, there's a reason I call him Smack Whack-em. Just because he had a tendency to hit things. I actually think this might be their last driver change for the race. 3 hours is about a triple.
Well,
somewhere
to be fair,
in there.
though, they'll have to do, what, another 4 stops, I think. They're going to have to pit with maybe about 20 minutes to go in this race. I'm just trying to do the math in my head. Maybe you'll get someone rested up then, be it Jonas, be it Paul. And if you're Andy Kay, actually, you've got an interesting choice to make here, because I do think that Nakurian has been the best driver in that Radicals team all day, Randy.
Yeah, definitely. I think, though, that for them, their best interest will be to get someone in the car who's fresh right now, and at the end, you want someone who's warmed up and been in the car for a couple stints. I don't think for your last hour and a half of the race, I don't think you want someone that's totally fresh and needs to get readjusted to the car and any nuances that have changed or anything. So I definitely am expecting to see Mac Backham finish this race out here.
So we'll try and get a word once Andy Kay wakes up and say it is 11 minutes past 10 in the UK right now, so he should be awake. So Andy Kay, if you are watching, we know you are, come and have a chat with us. We want to know what's going on with you guys for the remainder part of this race. Of course, Commander Sim Sports, they were a couple of laps longer the last couple of stints here, Rachel, but we've got Benjamin Lindsay even onto pit road right now in the TNTRacing.com #1 car.
Yeah, we do, and those guys have been as low as actually 7th place in that prototype class. Well, they're back up to 3rd, 7 laps down on the same lap as Phoenix Motorsport, but looking likely to head towards a podium today if they can keep the thing speed up, although that car is definitely on the dented side. Benjamin Lindsay in the car wheel.
Yep, and you see there, that car is actually a 3-minute pit stop for them, so they have now lost that position to Boy Van der Laar that they were battling with earlier on with Phoenix Motorsports car. There you can see Phoenix Motorsports now into podium position. We did talk about this earlier, Rachel, that this late on into a race, it's about bringing the car home, minimising any issues that could happen. But that Phoenix Motorsports car now with a sizable advantage over Benjamin Lindsay, they might well get a podium position out of this. And remember we were talking earlier on to Phoenix Motorsports, they were hoping for top 5 at one point.
Yeah, they were, and how their fate has changed, but they've still got to finish cleanly as well, and something could definitely happen to them at some point, and they could lose that position. So it is certainly not written in stone yet, but that Phoenix car looking very, very clean compared to a few others on track.
As we ride on board then with that Phoenix Motorsports car, he works himself back onto the banking down towards the bus stop chicane, and we're getting news, Johnny, that it was actually Team GT who hit the Team GT who hit the TNT car. That was down at the International Hairpin.
Yeah, on the exit, Team GT car just under pressure with so much traffic around them, and they just, I think, lost concentration on the exit and spun up the tyres too much and collected the HPD of the TNT racing car. So unfortunately, Benjamin Lindsay had to pit, and that's no fault of his own again. He just unfortunately was caught up in the traffic. You could have said he could have been a bit more hesitant because there's a lot of cars in front, but you're pushing, really. He's battling for a podium. He can't take it too casually, and unfortunate for them now, they're in the pits for this long.
Yep, so they can see Phoenix Motorsports currently scored in the 3rd position. However, their gap out front, 6 laps. Realistically, they've got to hope that Backham either has a mistake or Coanda have a mistake if they're going to get themselves any higher. But a podium finish in the first 24-hour official broadcasted race here on iRacing, that's still incredible stuff, Johnny.
Yeah, it certainly is. And talking about Mac Backham, he's a terrific driver, but just the job that Jonas Nukrinen was doing, I would have loved to see him in the car again, but he almost he did a 59-lap stint. We've seen drivers today do a lot more, obviously. The ideal stint would probably be around 92 laps before you want to give it up. But now Mac Backham, though, he's still pushing it, which is nice to see. And these are the important parts of the stint, the early parts. Because Coander's in, yes. So now we're going to watch Radicals online because they had the fresher tyres. We'll see how much this 8-second gap's been brought down.
Yep, so here's Commander Sim Sport on pit road, Rachel, and let's see whether Martin Conke will stay in the car. Pit stop time is starting up for them now. I think that Martin might do one more stint, then hand it on to someone else for that final run. I expect potentially going to get De Jong back in the car, but that means that Martin's got to do at least one more stint, which he is.
Yes, he will do, of course. Want to keep running a little bit longer. The Cronke has been... De
Jong's in. So it's a late driver change there. De Jong does get into the car.
Yeah, he does. So big change up there. De Jong hopefully coming out to secure that lead. Maybe reactionary from the change to Backham.
So here you can see then Coanda back out onto the racetrack, 31.3 seconds. Now that was a very late driver change there, Randy.
That was a little bit, but maybe a little bit of discussion on them going on TeamSpeak or whatever form of communication they use, trying to decide the strategy. I definitely think, like I said, there's only 3 hours left in this race. I definitely think those are going to be the 2 drivers we see bring those cars home.
As Benjamin Lindsay is still on pit road, ladies and gentlemen, so you can see that Anderson Sport back onto the racetrack, 31.3 seconds stop, actually 3 seconds faster than the Radicals Online car, and we'd like to say a very good morning to Mr. Jake Cameron.
Good morning, Will. Good morning, everyone.
You're awake? I was surprised you're awake at 10:15 in the morning. What's wrong with you?
I don't know. I'm generally normally a till 1 o'clock person, so.
Yeah. Having a look down, by the way, in our GT field, it's the Window Lickers currently in P4, Falcon GP in P5. Now, Keiko Shube is closing up to the rear edge of that Trouble 2 car.
Yes, he is, and there's every chance he'll make a move potentially on those guys in the Window Lickers car, but they've been pretty good so far this race. They've got one of the cleanest cars on track in that GT field, so they probably want to keep it that way. They probably will fight, but it's going to be interesting if they do.
3 hours and 3 minutes left then remaining in this, the inaugural iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona. Don't forget, the next time we'll be on air for an iRacing endurance race will be on March the 28th for the iRacing.com 12 Hours of Sebring. Our coverage here on RaceSpot TV is powered by ANDWERNDESIGN. So then, just about 3 hours left to go. We're going to step aside for a couple of moments. We'll be back after these messages. You're watching RaceSpot TV. Time to go side by side.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the front. And now the 93 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps go. As you love it,
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big jump.
Just under 6 seconds, the gap between the Radicals Online car and the Commander Sim Sports cars. Welcome you back then to the final 3 hours of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. Just had ourselves Tim Clayton's come on towards pit road, and he is back out and away then in the Morgan Truly New World Sim Sports car. And we made an interesting point, and we are going to put the jinx in it right about now, Randy. That's RaceSpot TV logo on both of the class leaders.
Yeah, there's an ANDWERNDESIGN logo on both of them as well.
There we are.
Got a little conspiracy going on.
Yeah, it's been a fix the entire time, ladies and gentlemen. As a New World Sim Sport Moonshine car coming back out onto the racetrack. Tim Clayton's the leader of that one. Currently with himself a 1 minute 47 second advantage over the core motorsports car. Really dominating.
You know the problem though, Will?
Go on.
We just jinxed it.
We have.
We're gonna end up with a Phoenix and a Falcon GP race winners. Just watch.
Yeah, here you can see Commander Sim Sport. Then last time by 135.9 from Mitchell de Jong. 136.5 that time by, past the stripe for him. Matt Backham working himself past the start finish line, and a 136.355. Jay, we did see though Matt Backham is being ultra aggressive. We saw on our side-by-side coverage he was incredibly aggressive through turn 6 and almost looped it as he worked himself onto the banking.
Yeah, Mac known to be one of the more aggressive guys in that Radicals Online team. He seems to push slightly harder, and sometimes it doesn't pay off for him. He's had previous experiences in different series in the GT cars where he's pushed a little too hard and it's all come crashing down onto him. And that's always been within the final few hours of the race as well. So, I mean, maybe he just needs to take a step back a bit, put some consistent laps in, and then go from there. But at the moment, he's doing a good job, and that gap seems to be coming down between them and the Coanda Sim Sports car. So, still all to play for, though, with 3 hours on the clock.
Right there, you can see Matt Backham, 8 seconds.
So maybe that aggression isn't quite paying off for him, Will. Although, interesting point we mentioned about the RaceSpot logos, because Phoenix Motorsport also have RaceSpot logos on their car.
Oh, so there's another guy. There's a backup just in case. Radicals don't have, unfortunately, so therefore we'll still support them.
Whoa. Our core Autosport car nearly took out Mac and the Phoenix car in the bus stop right now.
Let's get ourselves another look at that one then, shall we? As we did see, we were working ourselves on board then with Matt Backham. But we'll have ourselves another look, and there you can see the core Autosport car down into the bus stop chicane. We'll slow it down for you right about here. Now you'll just see that he just started turning across, but Backham, he had basically 2 wheels on the curb before he even started turning there, Andy.
Yeah, that may have been a little overzealous by Mac there. I can tell he's pushing hard because he wants the time, but he still needs to be careful. I wouldn't put that completely on Mac, but just a little stressful, I'm sure, for Andy K and us up here in the booth.
As you can see, coming down into the corner, jerk of the wheel, down into the corner, and you can see right here the curbs. Now, one thing we haven't seen too much actually in this race, Jake, is the slowdown penalties. Really, the only time you get it is on the exit of the bus stop chicane. But most of these drivers have been very consistent. Their line through there. We haven't seen as many slowdown penalties as we used to see in the 2.4 Hours of Daytona.
No, it hasn't been as great as what we would have saw in the 2.4 Daytona. But I mean, they're holding a consistent line through there. So I mean, I think they've learnt now where to go and where not to go. Maybe one or two of them have received one or two penalties, but I mean, it seems to be consistently hold it to 2 wheels over that little yellow runoff curb on the exit of that bend. So it is pretty consistent for him as we now watch Matt Backham go through there as well. We'll see him on the exit of the bus stop, and I mean, he's actually just caught the grass there, so not the greatest example of going through the bus stop.
No, as you can see there, track temperature 78 degrees Fahrenheit, humidity 55%, partially cloudy, wind speed 3 kilometers an hour here at Daytona Beach, Florida, as it's getting close now to 5:30 in the morning in Daytona Beach, Florida. Just under 3 hours of coverage here to go then on RaceSpot TV. So, Rachel, let's have a look down for your film. We've been talking about the Wham car before. The Window Lickers number 222 machine still continuing that battle with Falcon GP in that battle for P number 4 and 5 on the racetrack in GT.
Indeed, and of course Falcon GP, originally leaders in their class for the first several hours of this race. They've fallen back, they had some incidents, and they've crawled back up, and that car very battered at the moment. They're trying to take that position off the Window Lickers, but, well, Wham has become a thing now, and I think they're feeling empowered by that, Will.
We do. We still need to find out what that announcement is from JDR Graphics. We will try and find out over the rest of our webcast here on RaceSpot TV. There you can see, though, last time by a 1 minute 46.9 for the 222 car. Best lap of 1 minute 45.434. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, live timing and scoring is available if you head over to racespot.tv/timing. Also, you can view this race on iRacing Live. That's iRacing.com/live. Tweet us at RaceSpotTV. Use the hashtag iRacing248 to get in contact with us, and we will show some of the best ones throughout the course of today's event. As we have got ourselves the Team GT car on towards pit road. Michelle Karuna getting himself another service, going to be scored complete there. Time just ticking over about 50 seconds right about now. I'll be back onto the racetrack in just 1 moment's time. You can see that click 57.4 seconds back out and away. So, go over and shout out very quickly to the weekly racer, as they've just done 280 laps, 281 laps in one stint there. For them, 21 out of 24 hours scored complete for them as a Team GT car coming back out onto the racetrack. Well, that Team GT car doing what a lot of these drivers are trying to do here, Jake. Bring a car home regardless of what adversities they've been suffering for the event.
Yeah, bring the car home, get some experience under their belts. Maybe not with the greatest of car at the moment going, but really is a fight to the end now. If you can keep the car going, then I mean it's going to be all important places. And everyone seems to be dropping as we get towards the end. I mean, last night we still had 33 cars when I went to bed, and I mean it seems to have sort of deteriorated a bit, and we're down to under the 30 mark now. So I mean, it's still going to be a long way to go, and we could even see another 5 to 10 cars retire if stuff starts to get a bit racy.
Yeah, there's going to be 29 cars circulating on the racetrack. First retiree is Michael Ford, who is 229 laps behind your overall race leader. Interesting point here about the experience there, Johnny. For most of these drivers, it is their first 24-hour race. And of course, some of the people who have been doing endurance racing in real life or on other varieties of software may have had a little bit more experience. And I know with 24 Hours of Spa, we talked about it quite a bit. But realistically, the majority of these drivers, this is the first time that they've got to understand a 24-hour race. They've had to, therefore, actually kind of understand the nuances of how to drive it, how to kind of look after their car, but also how to interact with teammates, because you've got to share one setup between your entire bunch of people, as Ben Anders Palmquist is on pit road.
Yeah, and it's all about experience. You've really got to understand it before you head into the event, and it's good, as you say. I mean, if this is their first event, the experience really makes a difference for future events. And could be any event, could be a 24-hour or a 7-day event if there's anything of the liking.
Challenge accepted.
A challenge accepted.
I'm game.
And
I'll drive the whole thing myself.
If we had a 7-day event at RaceSpot, do you think? I mean, it's possible that we broadcast it, so anyone should just pitch it towards us. I mean, we'll commentate all 7 days, won't we?
It'd be like a $10 million
You can.
We'll
I'm not.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Rachel? You're scheduled for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yourself. As you can see there, Sven Anders Holmqvist coming back out onto the racetrack. Pit time for him, 55.4 seconds. The gap between De Jong and Backham is still just about 8.5 seconds. We know you've seen lots of it, so we won't bore you with any more for the time being. Just having a look though through your GT field, and Tim Clayton still with a 45-second advantage, Jay, over Core Motorsports. That gap's kind of got itself a little bit static, but they're still putting out Tim Clayton's and that new Wild Simsport Moonshine car a sizable gap. And well, it looks as though
just to cut in, we're actually about to see that gap increase at some point in the near future. The
Bosch is coming to pit road.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Core Autosports car rolled this up. No, he didn't. Good, Neil Scotch is coming onto the oval.
Yep, so he will be on pit road in a couple of moments' time. And Jake,
yeah,
who can see that new Wild Simsports car is pretty much dominating in your GT class after what's very close actually at the start of this event.
Yeah, it seems to have changed around now. New NWSS Moonshine were actually currently sitting second when I headed off last night, and Core Motorsports were the dominant ones in that class. However, it seems to have changed around, and I mean, Tim Clayton's doing a brilliant job in that car. Maybe we won't put the curse of the commentators on that new World Sim Sports car, though, like we did with Shenworth last night, because it could be a big upset.
If you curse our car twice with commentators curse, I'm on a plane to the UK.
But we say that usually new Wild Simsport Moonshine car last time by for him a 1 minute 45.887. Actually not very far away from the fastest lap he's done all race long. So even late into the game, that car is still incredibly fast on fresh tyres as it works itself back onto the banking once again. As so we will keep an eye out, as we've actually also got now Gojo Japan on pit road completing its service. Suzuki Toraka still behind the wheel of that car, 18.2 seconds, very short stop for it there, perhaps trying to get itself into a window towards the end of this event, as Peter Cohen as well is on pit road in that Club 100 car, getting itself a new service out of the car. He gets Raymond Morris now into that car as well. But let's go and turn our attention back then to the new World Sim Sports car, going to ride along border, and Mr. Randy Chenworth is going to take us through a lap of this car on this track in a McLaren. Take it away.
See, the last time I tried to do this, I got hit.
Carry on.
Okay, so you're coming through turn 3 or 4 on the oval right here. You're going to see him playing the draft of these roughs in the BMW. The rough has the edge, but I believe that one's damaged, so he's probably going to suck right up to it. You're going to see him go wide as he goes across the line, and he's going to use the green cone all the way on the left for his braking marker, probably a bit early because of all the traffic. Down to second, maybe third gear, depending. I prefer third. Cut it in right next to the tires. You want to track out all the way to that yellow curb. He's hold is a little tight, but 24-hour race. So here, coming into turn 2, going to try to get underneath these cars. Nice tight apex. You want to hold this tight on the exit of the corner. You don't want to drift out too wide, too early. Now coming up to the kink, this is flat out, but it can be pretty scary. Maybe a little lift later on into the run as the front end gets light. Now coming into the other horseshoe, we brake about halfway down through the cones on the left. Again, you want to hold this tight and then hold the exit tight as well. Track all the way out and swing over to the right almost immediately. And then just before the white line ends on the right, you go hard on the brakes down to second gear. Clip the yellow curb. You can either hold it tight there or you can one ride. I prefer going tight. He does as well. And now you just play the draft all the way down into the bus stop. Going up high around this roof. Coming in, and then now for braking, you're going to brake just after the 2 marker at the whatever the pole is, that yellow thing on top of it. Going to be down to either 3rd or 4th gear, depending on preference. Going to clip all these curbs, and then hard on the gas, and you're going to get ready to get all the way back up to 165 miles an hour. Pretty, it's a busy lap here.
It is. As you can see, a lap from on board with your class leader in the GT class, the new World Sim Sports Moonshine car, and congratulations, no one hit anything, Randy.
Thanks. Is this the first time you've had one of our drivers do a lap guide and they know the corner name?
Well, to be fair, I do think that was almost as insightful as Jonathan Bootle's one that we had at Spa a couple of weeks back.
Almost?
Yeah. Only it was close.
Almost.
It was close.
It was close.
Good.
I think JB went to his. He's like, okay, they're going under the Dunlop Bridge. Now they're going into the Ford chicanes. Because he is Mr. Le Mans.
Yeah.
That one took you a second to get. You're like, what the hell?
He did, about? Yeah. Radicals Online, 9.3 seconds behind Mitchell de Jong. We're joined by Marcus Caton right about now. Well, Mr. Marcus Caton, take us through. How is your day going? How's your team's day going? As we've got ourselves just under 3 hours of this event to go.
Well, I'm doing pretty decent, although I was pretty shitty in that first stint. Made a big mistake and turned off the pit limiter thinking of turning it on. Getting in the car for the first time and had to come through again for a stop and go. So that was a major mistake, that cost us a lot of time in the beginning. But I put it together a little bit in my later stints. I'm out of the car now and it's up to the rest of the guys, and they're doing overall pretty decent. Of course, early on there was some issues, but I think a pretty decent job and a position for the first ever 24-hour race in iRacing.
So, who's in the car right now? Who's going to be bringing the car home for you guys?
I have to double check about who is going to run the very last stint, but Tamas I think is in the car at the moment, and I again have to double check and see who's going next. You have to change the schedule up last minute, and that's one thing that surprised me for this event, and especially done in iRacing, is that all the racing teams had to go through the logistics of setting up who's driving when, who's going to get to sleep, and who's going to get to go to work or whatever, at what time. So it's just ironic that we had to go through all this dramas and mix things up and change things when a driver had to get removed off the schedule. It was it's a bit funny and a bit ironic, when you parallel to real life racing.
Bunch of nerds, aren't we?
Did you have a kind of provisional schedule for the entire 24 hours sorted? Or did you have yourselves those last kind of 2-3 hours as a blank, and then it was a case of who the best pit would be for that last thing?
No, everything was extremely well organized from the very beginning. It only had to be changed, when a driver had to be removed off the schedule, then move things around, make sure everything was good for everybody. But the team, everybody in here, did a fantastic job in terms of getting everything locked down, strategy, especially the times and so on. So for me, I had to change my sleep time. It's 5:36 a.m. Eastern time, and in the middle of the night, basically getting into the morning. So, and I'm usually asleep, so I had to change that just to make sure everything worked well with the European guys.
Well, before we let you go, anyone who you'd like to give a shout out to?
Just overall the team. Again, it's the first ever 24-hour race in iRacing. So far, it's been extremely interesting. So overall, just everybody. I mean, running that race, seeing a lot of names I haven't raced with before, from GT racing, oval guys, and some road racing guys. It's just one of those things that just gets everybody together. That it kind of gives you that feeling, or I should say, that kind of perspective on what iRacing really is in terms of the motorsport aggregate.
Well, good luck to you throughout the course of the event. Marcus Caton here, ladies and gentlemen, on RaceSpot TV. I'm going to step aside for one moment. Now, children, be quiet. We're going to get Lester Forbes back in a couple of moments' time. However, I'm going to have a quick chat once again with the Banshee Autosport guys, see whether any of them are still awake. And good morning once again, Mr. Banshee Autosport / LOX Racing. Randy Cosno, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Will. How are you?
I'm not too bad. You're still awake. You are live, by the way, on RaceSpot TV. Banshee Autosport in the third split, of course, had yourself plenty of issues. Last time we tried talking to you guys, you were just completing a stint. How are you guys doing right now?
We're in P6. James Swimbanks is in the car. He's going to probably just finish it out for us with, without the front clip and a couple of side pods that are damaged. We're just kind of limping around, 10 seconds off the pace, but it's been a nice experience running this for the first time.
Now, I know that you guys ran in the Raw, and you learned quite a lot about that, because, especially about driver scheduling. We were just talking as well to Movano in the broadcaster split about that, and you guys have done a very simple way of communicating what you're going to do for this event, and it also ensures that actually the drivers get to kind of, have the right driver in the car at the right point in time.
Yeah, we kind of planned it out. We didn't actually run the Roar, but we ran a league 24-hour race last weekend. It was at night, and you know, it was for fun and for practice to kind of see what it's all about and, you know, learn a little bit of strategy and everything. And it really paid off. It helped us. We just got unfortunate with a couple cars spinning in front of us early on in the going and kind of messed up our pace. But definitely this team racing is a pretty awesome feature through iRacing. And I'm looking forward to hosting and doing some more team events. You know, maybe 2 or 3 guys on a team and do 150 laps. But definitely looking forward to the Sebring, the Road Warrior Sebring race. What is that, in a couple months, I think it is?
Yeah, ironically, look, I've got a graphic that I can put on the screen right about now. There you are, it'll be March 28th again here on RaceSpot TV, the 12 Hours of Sebring, powered by ANDWERNDESIGN. Martin Nagel-Kirkin is here as well. Martin, you are right, we're talking about blood in my caffeine at this stage of the day. 2 cups of coffee and a can of Monster has been drunk already, but well, you're pretty much done for the thing now, the event, just watching your buddy James try and bring it home.
Yeah, watching one of the masters at work, because he's one of the fastest guy on the track, I think, with relative cars. I'm just here to spot for him and sort of as a backup, just in case it's needed. Hopefully not.
Well, I'll give a big shout out to Jim Swinbanks as well, one of my bestest friends on iRacing, currently driving the car, so I won't disturb him. Before we let you go, Randy, anyone who'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, obviously RaceSpot and you, Will. Always fun listening to your broadcasts, and when you hooked up with RaceSpot, it's been a real pleasure to watch the races and listen to them as well. Thanks for all you do for us, Will.
Sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off. Thank you very much, Randy, for coming there. You can see Mac Backham is off of the racetrack here. So thank you very much to the Punchy Autosport guys. But we'll get ourselves a replay of that one there. Just as we potentially expected, we have ourselves an incident from Mac Backham just pushing that car a little bit too hard there. As we can see that we're working on board with him as he's working himself behind traffic. Now this is down into that very difficult turn number 6 on the racetrack, as there you can see then working himself down into the corner, and he's going to get himself just down to the inside line there, getting himself a little bit looser, making contact though actually, so that's a big one, making contact with that race car, and that is going to be huge there for Matt Backham and that Radicals Online car as they continue once again to work themselves on the racetrack. But that is huge for the Radicals car. We'll get ourselves a couple more looks at that one for you guys. So here we see then another look on board then with that Radicals Online car as he worked himself down. And well, Randy, that one you can't put too much on that back, and we're getting ourselves another look at it. We caught the back end of it initially, but that Radicals car lost themselves a lot of time and are actually now scored on pit road.
I didn't actually see it. I'm looking for the replay online, and Mac like lags out on my screen, so I'm looking for I'm watching the replay right now.
So here we are though, we'll get ourselves another look from our aerial coverage powered by ANDWERNDESIGN, and this is possibly the game changer. We always said it could well come down to whether Coanda or Radicals make a mistake. We will slow it down right about here. We'll get ourselves a very close look at it, and well, Backham was all the way down on the inside line. I have to say actually there, Johnny, he just came up the racetrack, and I don't think though that the Movano team really knew what was going on, and I don't know what I can really say about that one there.
Yeah, people are going to blame either one of them, really. I mean, there's no need to blame anyone, but talking about the incident anyway is that, I mean, Mac went for the line that was there. Movano car wasn't expecting Mac, and I think in a situation like that, you need a bit more awareness. Yeah, it could have been avoidable for sure. I mean, that's quite obvious. I mean, there's no need to say that, really, because it's obvious. But, I mean, it's just such an avoidable incident. Yeah, Mac was trying to push it to the limit. I think the Movano car, I mean, I don't know how. Obviously, they were concentrating on getting a great exit and not looking in the mirrors. You still got to have in the corner of your eye at least a bit of a peek in your mirrors to see where cars are.
Right,
let's not forget that both cars racing for position.
We'll slow it down again, and look right about here. You see that Backham actually has 2 wheels on the curb, then onto that white line. We know just how easy it is, Rachel, if you catch that line to push out. I think that's what happened there to Backham. He just caught that white line. That car naturally started tracking out at him. He didn't want to turn the wheel anymore, and I think that was the cause of the incident. We'll get ourselves one more look at it, but I think that is what was to blame there.
Yeah, I think so. Both cars did seem to move a little bit. the white line, he's definitely on it a little bit too long with the back wheel, which would push him up the track. So, yeah, I think it could well be that. But let's not forget, they're both cars not wanting to give an inch. They're both racing for position on track. So, unfortunate.
There we
Yeah,
are.
that's one of those things I would rack up to Mac. I definitely think that was an over-aggressive move on his part. He tried to dive under a car which had the racing line, and that was already through the corner. And that for that corner, it's very typical for GT cars to hug tight. It's not like the Bravano car didn't run a strange line whatsoever. He ran the line that I was able to run and everyone else was able to run. I definitely think that's Mac being a little overzealous there. It's like he had two tires on the grass as he came off the curb.
Yeah, and that is the game changer, Jake, that we talked about for 3, 4, 5 hours. In fact, ever since Rachel and I's come back this morning, we've been talking about, one little mistake could be the difference between winning and losing that race. Well, Radicals have been on pit road now for 3 minutes. They are still on pit road. That is now given a 2-lap advantage to Mitchell de Jong, who all of a sudden now can breathe easy in that Commander Sim Sports car.
Yeah, he can start to breathe easily now, and the pressure's really been relieved from him. It looks like it's going to be to the end, really. It looks like it's going to be them in the lead of that one, unless anything does go wrong dramatically, which I don't really think would happen with such experience of Mitchell de Jong and whoever else comes in for the last couple of stints, whether it be someone new or whether it be Mitchell. So I think it's pretty much
let's go team
not set in
Werner.
stone, but
yeah,
it nearly is.
And a couple of people commenting on YouTube as well about, it could have been very easy to just wait for a corner or so, and then you would have been able to get that pass complete the second you got onto the banking. It's that kind of endurance mentality race set, though. Even though you are 22 and a half hours now into, 21 and a half hours into this event, Randy, people still are pushing. They are giving it 100%. We did actually see, though, that Matt Backham had been really pushing that car, trying to close that gap to de Jong. And actually, that gap was still under 10 seconds until that incident.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine to push and all that, but there's a point where it just looks to me like Pac was just trying to drive through GT cars, which you just can't do. You have to drive through the GT cars. You can't just drive like they're not there, which is what he was trying to do. I mean, like I said, the GT car didn't run a weird line. He did not hold his line. The line he ran is perfectly normal. Then I ran that line when I got pushed outside quite a few times.
And
just one of those things where I think Mac just got in over his head again, got a little too hot trying to push, and banned another car.
Well, there you can see then some of the damage to that car. So pit stop timer is still running now over 5 minutes. You can see there is, rather bent out side panel, and you've also got a bit of the car there, the front right of the car, with some serious impact to it. That game changer of game changers in the race, as you've now got yourselves the Radicals car actually in danger of losing P2 as it stands right now on the racetrack, because Boy van der Laar is starting to close up, and it's not going to be long before actually he moves himself now up into second place on the racetrack, Rachel.
Indeed, and what will that be? Well, 2 cars finishing back to back with RaceSpot logos on them. I definitely spell a fix.
Hey, don't you forget us.
3, sorry. Well, yeah, but you aren't back to back.
We're part of this fix.
Yeah, but it'll be Commander and Phoenix, both RaceSpot, and then of course New World SimSport.
We are going to step aside, ladies and gentlemen, for just one moment's time. After we come back, we'll have a chat with Ryan Littlemore and also Cam Stark from the actually they're going to move up a position potentially, as you can see Daniel Betterfield in the RLCS racing car. We'll be back in just a couple of moments' time. You're watching RaceSpot TV as we take you side by side.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race to the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it,
here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big choke.
Hello, racers. Look at your car, now back to me. Now back at your car, now back to me. Sadly, it isn't me, but if you stopped using other broadcasters and switched to RaceSpot TV, it could be like me. Look down, back up, where are you? You're on YouTube with a broadcast your car could be in. What's in your hand? Back at me, I have it. It's an oyster with 2 tickets to the race that you want to watch with. Look again, those tickets are now diamonds. Anything is possible when your car is on RaceSpot TV. I'm on a horse. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. Here, we've got 2 hours, 25 minutes remaining, and you can see Jonas Mercurian is back behind the wheel of that Radicals Online car. They have still got a second place in hand. The gap between themselves and Phoenix Motorsports is down to just 1 lap. Well, this is going to be the critical part of this race now, Johnny, when we figure out what the gap is, so the time is there for Jonas Mercurian. It's come fast to drive. It is a 1 minute 38.4. Slow, but not slow enough. He's going to be losing much time.
Yeah, around identical lap times to the driver behind in the Phoenix Motorsport car. That's Boy van der Laar, and I think that's pretty much all set in stone unless someone else accidentally bins the car again, or definitely not purposely. We don't fix results here, aka RaceSpot car is going to win the race, but we see the Phoenix Motorsport car go 3 wide on the back straight, and a nice little passing maneuver there.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined at this time by Ryan Littermore and also by Cam Stark from the LCS car. Get that one right, shall we? They are currently scored in P6 with Daniel Betterfield behind the wheel of that car. But, Ryan, happy belated birthday once again. Welcome to Sunday. It's no longer your birthday. How old are you now?
First and foremost, good morning, everyone. I'm now 22 years old and still young, and still got the young pedigree in me.
Oh, well, P6 on the racetrack, Daniel Betterfield. I believe that you're done driving for the day?
No, actually. Dan's out on track at the minute. He will do another stint, and then I'll be jumping in for, I think we've got an hour and 50 minutes left of the race. I could be completely wrong there, as I've only had an hour's kip, so I have no idea what the strategy is, so I think Cam will probably explain that in a minute. But Dan at the minute, he's doing a good job, and He did, I think, an hour yesterday, or 2 stints yesterday, and consistent laps, and I think we got more damage from overnight when I was asleep, so as I think we can't get to 6th gear apparently, so we're just going to keep it clean now, and hopefully see Go Japan crash out, as that's the only really car we're really fighting for, but we never know. Still got 2 hours to go.
And I will welcome in Cam Stark here as well. Cam, got yourselves 2 hours 22 minutes left. Any issues really with the car that you are aware of?
Not really, other than just the damage which isn't enabling us to reach 6th gear, so that sort of sucks because we're a bit slow compared to all the other HPDs that are actually fine, and all the GT3 cars are keeping up with us on the straight, so we having a bit of a tough time trying to pass them sometimes.
As you can see there, down in towards turn number 1 comes the RLCS car once again. Well, Cam, 2 hours 22 minutes, as we said, a number of times already remaining in this race. Daniel Benefield behind the wheel of that car. How were your stints then in this machine?
For me, they were consistent. I haven't had any spins or anything. In my last stint I had, which was like a free pit stop stint or something, I went almost into the wall as I locked up the brakes. So other than that, it's all been pretty clean and consistent for everyone in the car. We'll be doing consistent lap times with the damage we got, so that's all we've been aiming for ever since the start of the race, really. So it's been pretty successful.
Well, before we let you guys go, time to give a shout out. I'll start with you, Ryan. Who do you want to talk to? Say hello to.
First and foremost, I've not really mentioned these guys. The actual drivers in the team, Frank, Jason, who did a fantastic job overnight, Sahil as well, who did, I think, a triple stint as well, so I want to give them a shout, and really with the space of time we've had to get set up for this, we've only had a couple of days to really get this up, and I think Cam would agree with me on that. Also, Apex Racing UK, I want to give a shout out to Alex as well for doing the good broadcast overnight, and also to the Seattle Seahawks for tonight's Super Bowl. I'm rooting for them tonight, so I'm going to be absolutely knackered of it an hour's kip, but I've got another league race this evening, and then the Super Bowl obviously, and I think Cam's got a few as well.
There we are. Tonight, Super Bowl on NBC. Don't watch pre-game, okay? Because otherwise you will fall asleep. Cam, anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Just to see the drivers for this race, and of course RaceSpot, and yeah, that's all I can really think to give it a shout out to off the top of my head. But yeah, cheers to the broadcast, really enjoying it.
Oh, can I just make as well, Will? I want to thank Randolph. I know he's here. Thank you for letting us use the livery.
I'm always watching.
And hopefully you guys are doing well. Hopefully.
They crashed.
Thank you, sir. No. Well, we're also winning.
Yes. We basically we were on commercial having ourselves a rather intensive debate between the GT car, the Movano car, and the Radicals car, whether or not it was a racing incident in my opinion, but the aggressiveness of the Radicals car compared to the need for the GT car to finish the race. So I'm going to step aside for a couple of moments. I'm going to hand it over to Johnny, Rachel, and Randy. They're going to spend the next 5 minutes debating this one in what was called the RaceSpot TV debate.
Who's going first?
You.
Go for it. You started it. You started it.
The only reason I started this, okay, and I believe it was a racing incident, such as Will said, but there's things that can be avoided from it, and as I mentioned, as much as I respect the Movano team, I really love them. You know what? If they offer me a contract today, I'd love to accept that, but obviously they won't because I'm not good enough. But anyway, I really respect them and Thomas, but I mean, I've been in that situation before where you get the over-aggressive, let's say, car behind you, such as that was Backham trying to make the pass, and yeah, he's over-aggressive, but at the same time, whether you have damage or not, and now if they have detrimental damage to that car, there's nothing you can do about it. You have to always have eyes on your mirrors. I'm not saying drive and look at your mirrors, but I'm saying if you're looking out on the track, you've got to have in your perspective the blind sight where if you see something abnormal in your mirrors, such as even a fly going past, you're going to notice that. So if you see a car getting bigger and bigger in your mirrors, that's where the Movano car turning left needs to quickly unwind the steering lock and turn right and avoid the incident. But obviously I'm not going to blame the Movano car because it was over aggressive from the HPD. That's why I was so I pretty much heated down a little now, so which is probably good, but I just thought it was definitely so much more avoidable, and I pretty much just ruined the debate because I believe it actually is a racing incident.
Well, it's difficult for me to really say because I'm not in the head of each driver, but I don't think it's the should we say the right of the LMP car to be aggressive and for the other car in a different class to move out of his way. Because they're slower does not mean they're in an inferior class. They're different classes, yes. They have different speeds. One is not a better class than the other or a superior class. So it's not that the GT car should have to move out of the way in case the LMP car is aggressive. The LMP car should have to follow the rules of racing. And not that they didn't, but obviously we saw he got on the curbing on the white line and it pushed him wide. But frankly, the GT car was fighting on track with another car on the same lap, trying to gain speed and time. They can't be expected to move out of the way for the other car. But so was the LMP car. If they'd have both waited, or more importantly, with the car trying to make the pass, being the LMP car, if he'd have waited a tenth of a second, they would have both been on the banking and it would have been easy. But he was too desperate to give up that. He was driving too aggressively, and he caused the incident by that aggression. He took a line that was far too tight through the apex that corner, trying to squeeze past early, and it went wrong.
Well,
yeah, I definitely need to. Is it Johnny's turn or my turn?
No, it's Rand. I had my turn. Apologies. It's your turn. You go and prove your point because it's interesting to hear everyone's perspective on this.
Yeah, I'll basically just echo, pretty much echo Rachel's thought. And the one rule of multi-class race, or the couple rules of multi-class racing is, it's the responsibility of the passing car to get by, regardless of class, safely. It's the responsibility of the car getting past to hold your line and run a consistent and predictable line, which the GT car did. Max didn't get by in a safe manner. He tried to force it 22 hours into a 24-hour race. Johnny, you seem to be thinking about it more from the perspective of a Grand Prix or a sprint race, which is a little more understandable. But when you're 22 hours into a race, you're at a point where everyone needs to be thinking, how do I get the car home? Yes, Mac wants to be pushing for time, but he also has to come from the perspective of me, possibly 4 or 5 other people, have been practicing for probably weeks, and we're 22 hours into this thing. While I need to get us moving forward, I can't afford to hit anything and knock us 5 laps down, and now we're possibly in danger to losing a position rather than gaining one.
And I completely believe that's true, because at that point in time, you're right, they're 22 hours into a race, but I think why I feel not frustrated for them was just the fact that, I mean, obviously it's not me, so there's no personal bias to any of the teams at the moment, even though I have respect for both of them, both professional teams and drivers. But it's just the fact that in that moment in time, with Mitchell de Jong in the car in P1, a world-class driver, both in simulation racing and as well as rallycross and the other events that he participates in, but it's just when you're trading 10th for 10th, had he already lost about 3/10 or half a second that lap watching him over the first few corners, and then so I think, yeah, you're right, he was clutching at straws a little bit. It's 22 hours into it, he probably should have been a little bit patient, but it seemed like the Movano car just kept turning in when the car was slowly going to his left. It should have at least been aware that it was there, but as I said, in my opinion, you can't really, I'm not really going to blame any one of them. I'm just trying to analyze how it could have been avoided and how it could have been better off for them to both, at least the Radicals car, not be 5 laps behind, but hopefully the Movano car can still finish on the podium.
Well, just a point of interest, sorry, but considering the angle in that corner, the LMP car came at the BMW right in his blind spot. If that was straight, not a problem, you'd see him coming. But that corner, of course, curving round to the left, the LMP car would have just come in so fast with its closing rate, and again, right in the blind spot of that turning BMW, he wouldn't have seen him till the last second when he was already turning.
Yeah, I'd also like to say that the exit to that corner, there's 2 ways you can take it. You can either take it wide or take it narrow, and their strengths and weaknesses to both. The time differences comes out to be about the same. They both tried to run the narrow line, definitely. And when that happens, it's the responsibility of the car behind, if he's not clear, to not basically hook the other car like what Mac did. And if we're talking about world-class racers, as someone who's been on track with them, I will give all the respect in the world and all the praise to Coanda SimSport. I've run 2 24-hour races with them on track. I've never had a sketchy moment with them. They know how to drive safe. I've never seen HPD, that is, cause a multi-class incident with a slower car. They push the pace, and this is people like Martin Kroenke and people have won races at the highest level. Martin won that 24 hours of Spa 3 months ago without a single incident in about, I think he said, 8 hours of driving. And I was around him a lot on track. I ran a lot of that race.
Yeah, I agree.
And Martin was the fastest car on track, and he was the safest and most predictable HPD in that race. Just because you're world class doesn't mean you have to be dangerous. Doesn't mean you have to force the issue. It doesn't mean you can have potentially put you and your team's race in jeopardy.
There you can see Richard de Jong is currently driving in that Coanda SimSports car very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. If you would like to become a new member of iRacing, well, this is what you do. You head over to iRacing.com right now. Use the promo code you see on your screen. You will get yourselves 3 months of access to iRacing.com Motorsport Simulation. All of the free content, plus Daytona International Speedway, plus the Gen 6 Chevrolet, and also the Ford GT, GT2 and GT3 cars. This is a limited time offer for new members to the iRacing.com service, and you can be part of the world's most realistic racing simulation. And Johnny, join some of the greatest sim racers in the world, including the likes of Martin Kroenke, Mitchell de Jong, Nils Nakurian, etc., and potentially be running in next year's iRacing.com Daytona 24 Hours.
And this one has been pleasant for us, so why not get involved? And it's something you'll never regret, really. I mean, there's so many stories of people who have joined in and even not even wanting to take it so seriously, end up being improving by so much, learning off it. It just becomes such a good hobby, and there's so much skills you can learn as well, both to put through in the perspective outside the sim world as well, such as just in your road driving techniques, such as to save fuel and things like that. I've heard stories of guys who've never even driven a car before, and they learn the techniques from simulation racing itself. So definitely something to get involved with. Yeah, Hutu, exactly. I'm not even sure if he bothered to even still get his driver's license.
He doesn't have a license.
He doesn't?
Yeah, he still doesn't. Wow. Okay, so I thought that was just old news from a few years ago, but it's still true.
Did you see that
the flying fish?
Sorry?
We'll come back to that one in just one moment's time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are just going to move on to a slightly different topic. Now, most of you will know one of my very good friends and co-commentator here on RaceSpot TV, Nick Rowland. He's currently in Florida. However, he's taken part in a 24-hour go-kart race. However, there has been a huge shunt involving the number 77 car, who, we're just getting word, lost his brakes at the end of the super fast back straightaway. They are currently under a red flag. And Rachel, this is actually at Daytona International Speedway as well. So thoughts and prayers going out to that number 77 team in the 24-hour endurance race they are doing in go-karts.
Yeah, exactly. Well, of course, karting very, very dangerous to those little things, but not much protection for the drivers. And yeah, that's taking place at Daytona at the moment. It's the 24-hour endurance kart race actually at Daytona. So they're where we are right now, doing their thing in a semi-pro series. So yeah, thoughts and prayers going out to the number 77 team. Let's hope that driver's okay and he can recover, because this is not what we want to see in racing.
We'll try and get Nick Rowland on the phone before we go off air today. If we do get any more information about that one, we shall let you know. And of course, I've had this conversation so many times, Johnny. Esports, real sports, of course, one does help the other, but the only difference is, in esports, if you hit the wall at 200 miles an hour, of course in this case in a go-kart, probably at about 100 miles an hour, it's going to hurt. In esports it doesn't. You lose a little bit, that you're upset emotionally, but physically, very rarely do you ever get injured. I do actually know someone who had a heart attack behind the wheel of the race a couple of years back, but that's a very rare instance. In real sports, you hit that wall, despite how safe motor racing is, still, you always run that risk of getting yourself seriously injured.
Yeah, that's the advantage sim racers have, especially these guys out here today, and it's a different element of racing. I mean, you still have to have similar qualities, and there are some different qualities, such as being able to push to the limit and extract millimeters of the track that you probably wouldn't take the risks of in the outside world. But nonetheless, I mean, if you're going to push, why not? And that's what simulation racing gives you. It gives you an element of racing where you can make mistakes, you can understand where limits of the car are, and then those who are the best, such as Randy telling us before about Martin Kroenke being able to drive 8 hours, whether it was in the outside world or in a simulation, he still drives smoothly and cleanly. So well done to him, and hats off to all those who are in the outside world as to unfortunately maybe perish or even being injured seriously, such as that go-karting race at the moment out there in Daytona.
And there you are, the statement then on your screen from Satellite Racing, who are taking part in a 24-hour endurance go-kart race here at Daytona International Speedway. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step aside for just a couple of moments, getting close to the 2-hour mark remaining in this, the RaceSpot TV 24 Hours of Spa. We'll be back after these messages.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 30 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go.
Oh,
as you love it.
Here we go.
You love it. The 1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big choke.
Welcome back to RaceSpot TV then, ladies and gentlemen. You saw it on side-by-side. The Phoenix Motorsports car having huge contact with the wall. Going to get ourselves a replay of that one for you. And this was down the oval section of the racetrack. Here we are then, right at Lumpur with Phoenix Motorsports. Boy Vanderlaars worked himself down towards the bus stop chicane. Huge impact for him. As you can see, there we are coming down into the bus stop chicane. That momentary lapse of concentration, just getting himself onto that grass, slamming it there into that wall. Phoenix Motorsports from a podium position now with some substantial damage as we're just down into the last remaining stages of this race. And well, Johnny, that was a big one.
Yeah, big one, and now they're about 6 laps ahead of the 4th place car of the TNTRacing.com, and we'll talk about the incident in a second, but 6 laps, about a minute and a half per lap. So yeah, they can't afford to lose the next 9-10 minutes to lose that, really. And I think, I don't know what they were doing. I don't think they really had a chance to push the car too much to catch the Radicals online. I didn't think they had any chance of doing that identical lap time. So maybe just a concentration lapse, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so you'll notice as they come into the corner right about now, you can see running himself, he gets himself out of shape, and what that does, you'll notice right about here, he just gets himself 4 wheels onto the grass, and as he does that there, then that car pretty much going sideways, and well, from there on in, it's just into the wall, and it's that momentary lapse of concentration. We've talked about it so many times in these events, Rachel. One little moment, and Phoenix Motorsports is on pit road, getting themselves a very long pit stop.
Yes, they are. Terrible moment there for Phoenix. He just seemed to get on that curbing on the entry and loop it under braking. Perhaps a little too rear on the brake bias, but that car just clipped whilst it was on the weak point of his balance and just looped around. So nothing he could really do to recover it, and he just went spearing into the inside tyre barrier. So they're out and away. The car appears to be drivable, so gonna carry on. If they can limp it around for the last 2 hours, they might still have something for this race and hold on to that final step of the podium. But they're going to be very, very understeery, Will, without that front bodywork.
Yeah, and you've got to pay attention to their lap times. They have got themselves a sizable advantage, although, to be fair, if it's the point that they can get that car into the racetrack, this will be a kind of installation lap. They'll have an idea to see how bad the damage is to that car. Now, if it's drivable, even if they're losing 4 or 5 seconds a lap, Randy, it's better to have that car on the racetrack turning laps rather than it being stuck on pit road, because you lose laps very quickly down there. Okay, Johnny.
Yes. That's all I'll mention. Apologies, I was fixing a few things. But, oh wow, I can't believe that the car's already out on track. And,
straight line speed.
Is that...
dead?
Yeah, straight line speed. Look at that, 230, you're going to be reaching about 240, so 60 kilometers an hour down. Ooh, that's going to be an interesting one. Over 2 hours, and lap times are now, I think, at that type of speed, they'll be about 10-15 seconds slower a lap. I'll have a look anyway, maybe even more. So you have to calculate now, if they're going to be slower than the TNT racing car, they might as well just take the extra time in the pits to fix it rather than lose the time on track.
I disagree. It depends on how much time they are losing. Although you can see their straight line speed in the on the exit of NASCAR Turn 4, that's only 240 kilometers an hour. There you can see once again the damage all the way there on the front end of the car, just completely destroyed on that number 17 car. Now this is an outlap, so we don't have an idea of the time for it. We'll get a look at their next lap, but here's an understanding by the way. Mitchell de Jong, 290 kilometers an hour. That's 50 kilometers an hour slower there on that run down into the bus stop chicane. We'll have a look at the time there for Commander Simsports. They worked themselves through NASCAR Turn 3 already. You know, he's not even through NASCAR Turn 3 and 4. Already going 30 kilometers an hour faster, 40 kilometers an hour faster here. As soon as you see working onto the banking, it's almost up to 300 kilometers an hour here now for the Commander Simsports car. So straight line speed is horrible there for that car, but 5 laps equate to about 10 minutes on the racetrack. And Randy, are you back?
Yes.
So 10 minutes on the racetrack, you lose 10 minutes and your car is still going to be damaged. You stay out on the racetrack, even if you go 10 seconds a lap slower, with 2 hours on this event to go, you lose less time overall, and I think it is still the safer option.
Yeah, I kind of agree with their option to stay out here instead of staying at all those repairs, because I mean, we're gonna have to see after the next few laps. Cause it's gonna take them a few laps to see what they have, get up to speed. This first lap isn't necessarily going to be the best indicator. I'm say probably in the next 3 to 4 when Van der Laar has a few laps just to see what he has and see how he can figure out how he can push the car will be a better indicator of their pace. But just looking at the speeds, they're roughly 15 miles an hour down on GT cars when GT cars aren't in the draft. I'm predicting the lap times will be somewhere in the mid-high 40s.
Well, they can see the new Ultimate Sport Moonshine car got himself just one more pit stop, maybe, after this one. They are light on fuel. We'll get a word on that one in a couple of moments' time. Last, they come past the start finish line. So they come past the start finish line, a 147.265, 9 seconds slower than the lap of Jonas Nakurian and Mitchell de Jong. That time by, as we welcome you now down into the final 120 minutes of the iRacing.com 24 Hours at Daytona. Withington, along with Rachel Whitefield, Randy Chinworth, and Johnny Simon. We are, however, going to say goodbye to you, Johnny, because you have got to disappear in a couple of moments' time. So, thank you very much.
No worries, and it's been really delightful, as I said, the first 24-hour race for me personally, and very happy to see iRacing as well as RaceSpot TV broadcast this successfully, and looking forward to more in the future, but for now, it's bye-bye from me.
Well, this is going to be a very entertaining one. As you can see, I wouldn't do that if I was you, boy, because you're going to get freight trained again as soon as they come into the banking. We're going to ride along board then with boy Van der Laar, and you will notice in just a moment's time, although that CTC car is damaged, so actually we'll be okay with that one. But we are going to step aside for just one moment, ladies and gentlemen. Get in our next commercial break. We'll only have a couple more after this one. You're watching RaceSpot TV. It's time to go side by side.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93, 39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it, here we go. You love it. The 0-1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump for first place.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. A message from Shannon Whitmore, Director of Competition over on iRacing.com, Motorsport Simulations. And he is going to give a shout out to Ian Pash, who is running one of these events, Iron Man style. 700 laps he has done, all by him lonesome, in one of the many iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona splits. Incredible stuff there, Rachel, by him.
Yeah, incredible. Anyone willing to do this entire thing on their own? Well, they're clearly not going to win, because chances are they're going to have to take breaks to, well, not feed, but go to the loo, and yeah, it's going to be quite a mission for them, so definitely impressive to be able to do that.
Have you never learned how to race whilst eating chicken nuggets, Rachel?
I have not learned how to race while eating chicken nuggets, but I'm sure it is something that I could learn.
In this event, we've been paying attention to in the last couple of laps here. It is the car, the new Team Sports car that crashed earlier on. Jonathan Hall has done, what, 300 laps in this car almost now, Randy?
Okay, so I'll just put it in perspective. We got wrecked out about 8 hours into the race. I was in the car. John then gets in the car at lap 274, gets out of it at lap 396. Joshua Chin runs a double stint, gets out of the car at 463. John Hall gets back in the car at 463, so that's about 2 hours for a double stint. And from lap 463 to where we are now, which is he is starting his 700th lap, he's been in the car. He's been in the car roughly 12 hours, I think.
There we are. Incredible stuff there for that driver of Jonathan Hall. Shout out to Dave Geeling. Come on. We're nowhere near as bad as Fox. Be nice to us. I actually had to go and get ready during that last commercial break. Antti Bajal is still leading the way on a slightly different pitch strategy. Gap is currently 1 hour 7. To give us an update on the other new Team Sports car, Andy. They are close in fuel. Are they going to take the risk and make it to the other stop, or are they just going to try and save it?
Well, they've been trying to save it. They've been telling me. They said they've been. It's been looking good. I can tell you because I'm a good teammate. I timed it. The time the core car is looking for in terms of being able to make it on gas from basing on their other stint is approximately 56 minutes. So if they can pit after the 56-minute mark, they should be able to make it on gas.
And the new World Team Sports car, of course, as we come down, Rachel, these last pit stops, there is a lot more at play here. It's the timing of that stop, and also, you get into the car, and also whether or not there is enough people who's done enough time to avoid getting disqualified for not doing their fair share.
Well, exactly, that's going to be the critical part. Have you actually done a fair share? Which, let's be fair, is 25% of an equal proportion of the division of the laps. So, if it were, say, as we discussed, 4 drivers, that's 6 hours each, so a fair share is 90 minutes. If you've not done that, you're going to have to put somebody in to do it, otherwise you risk being disqualified, and all of the racing will be for nothing.
If I can jump in real quick, back to our Ford GT car, Jonathan Patel just messaged me. He says that we're so serious about Daytona, we actually have our rear wing set for the banking, which is why the left side is kicked up and the right side is flat.
There we are.
Helps rotate that left side of the car.
Using that
NASCAR fender bending.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget RaceSpot TV, home of some of the biggest events in all of sim racing, including the 2015 iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series, the 2015-16 iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing, the Road Warrior Endurance part of coverage, which includes this, of course, the 12 Hours of Sebring, the iRacing.com Petit Le Mans, and also the iRacing.com Bathurst 1000, and the iRacing.com Indianapolis 500. This course coming your way the week after Memorial Day weekend this year. You can find all that coverage, of course, on RaceSpot TV. Like us on Facebook, Facebook.com/RaceSpot TV. Follow us on Twitter @RaceSpot TV. You can find us on YouTube as well. As, Rachel, we are down to almost 100 minutes remaining in today's event. And, well, Coanda Sim Sports, they have got it easy. And you can tell that De Jong has just kind of turned that whip back now.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, they were on a different fuel strategy and it was potentially going to be a little interesting for them, but they just turned that down and they're just going to run now. So, pretty good for those guys, although we just see them passing the Pure Racing Team car at prototype down in a tragic ninth place in class behind Glacier. No chance they're going to pass them, unfortunately, but That car looking particularly spiffy for one being so far down.
They are actually ahead of Glacier, and they are 520 laps down to the race lead.
Showing them behind them, but never mind.
My standing is showing me behind as well. That's weird. Although it may bump them up when the, I think if they register as finished with a driver driving the car, it may bump them up. We'll have to see.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Some of these drivers now, after a lot of incidents, they've decided to just get back into the car, and it's that pride coming into play as well now, Randy, for these drivers who are trying to get themselves to the end of this event. And of course, endurance rules, if you're running at the finish, you're classified as finished. If you're not running, regardless of where you are, if you crash in the last half an hour and you can't bring that car home, you're not classified as a finisher.
Yeah, there's a... I know it's like that at Le Mans. There's a certain point where they say if you wreck at this point, you basically can't repair the car. You're not finished, and if you don't do a minimum amount, you're not considered a finisher either. I think it's you have to do, I think 40% of the overall winner.
Yeah.
In terms of laps, I believe it is maybe 50, maybe a little more than that. But if you don't, even if you're running the whole time, if you don't complete, 50% of the laps or whatever it is of the overall winner, so the Audi, you're not considered a finisher for the race.
Yeah, where's Jonathan Patel when we need him for a rule clarification about Le Mans?
I can message him right now.
There we are. We'll find out. But
one moment.
But we will. Yeah, as I say, there's a couple of drivers just running now for personal pride, of course, and these drivers running in their first iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona.
Kel just messaged me. Did I allow you to speak about Le Mans?
Yes, he is allowed. And we'll get an update, by the way, from JDR Graphics in a couple of moments of time. Some breaking news coming out here of Daytona International Speedway, as just turning our attention to Jorn Jens is currently on pit road making himself another stop. Rachel, they will have to make one more stop in today's event.
Yes, they will have to make another stop on the track, so this will be probably keeping the same driver in, obviously, so things will hopefully be simple for them after this point. Oh, risky. 3 wide there for Coanda between a prototype and GT car. That was interesting.
It is. We'll get ourselves a quick replay of that one then for you, as we are going to go back and have a look at that one. There we are, riding on board with the Coanda Sim Sports cars. He's working himself onto the banking. 3 wide. Well, these guys, they seem to have a knack of just getting it working well for them. And they take calculated risks here, Andy. They're not ultra aggressive. Their risks are calculated, of course. So late on an event, we have seen it before. A couple of drivers thinking that you're going to go one way, they go another, and almost having calamity go on.
Yep, definitely a little bit of risk taking and a little misreading that happens in these races. That's just multi-class. It does happen, and sometimes it does happen, and it's not anyone's fault. Even though we had that debate earlier, sometimes it does just happen, and it's unfortunate. But getting messages from Mr. Patel, you have to complete 70% of the laps of the race leader at Le Mans to be considered a finisher.
There you are, by the way. Another look at the 3 wide moment there for Coanda Sim Sport. You got the ORSCL team on the inside, and then you've got the very slow car on the outside line as well there, with no front plate there. We can see there. Coanda Sim Sport, Mitchell de Jong still leading the way, capturing himself, and Jonas Nakurian is currently 6 laps on the racetrack after Radicals Online had themselves some big issues a little bit earlier on in today's event. So then, time for an announcement from JDR Graphics, and it looks as though that Flam has made itself, Rachel, into the NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com. They will sponsor Team Window Lickers driver Landon Harrison in the number 89 Chevrolet.
Well, there you go. That's the Flam has become a thing now, and it's awesome. It's going to be in the Peak Antifreeze Series, so hopefully PSR TV will have to enjoy commentating that one car.
So when are we getting the announcement for what Flam actually is? Or are we just going to allow non-existent things to sponsor race cars? I'm fine with that.
Flam is an existential way of life.
I'm fine, in which case I am putting a Le Mans race car together this year, and it's going to be sponsored by the aliens of Mars.
There we are. Oh, here we are. So this is what happens when you get people commentating for this long. We all go senile. Having a look through your GT field, then let's run through your GT field at the moment, because Antipajana currently leads away, Rachel, by 1 lap over Core Motorsports. We'll have a chat with JD Lard in a couple of moments' time, but New World Sim Sport, that Moonshine car, really has just been consistently pushing ahead, dominating this event now, ever since about lap number 9 and 10.
Oh god, yes, that car has just been incredibly consistent. Quite possibly the poshest looking moonshine running car I've ever seen. Don't think many of the hillbillies had supercars, but yeah, that McLaren has been doing a brilliant job. It's in pristine condition, barely a mark on it, and yeah, that's going to be awesome if they can pull this one home.
That is
to be fair, Rachel,
there is something on that car. I can see.
Yes, on the front hood.
Yeah,
on the hood. To be fair, Rachel, you're a NASCAR fan. You should sort of recognize that paint scheme.
I do indeed.
What is it?
Buck Baker, isn't it?
Nope.
I know exactly what
I know
it
it's
is.
one of the
We said it
50s
earlier on.
schemes.
It's 60s, actually. 1960s. The guy who invented
60s.
the draft, who found out about the draft at Daytona International Speedway. We will continue running through your
Johnson.
GT field in a couple of moments' time. God, I have to put this broadcast together myself almost. Or else we've got 100 minutes and change remaining. JD Lard, we have the most important question of the day. What does FWAM stand for? Are we allowed to say it on the broadcast?
Well, we don't know what it means either.
Is the second one the word her?
No.
Okay.
It's just a sound that somebody made.
Okay.
It was just like, hey, you know what? Wham! And it just stuck, and they're impressed with all of the Fwamaholics, the Fwamtastic fans, and we're gonna go NASCAR racing now.
I know, we just saw it. Now we'll get it up on your screen one more time into the NASCAR Peak ANDWERNDESIGN Series and number 89 car. Of course, coverage of that is starting very soon on PSR TV and also on iRacing Live. So that one's coming soon. Good to see JDR Graphics back in that one. And good to see FWAM making itself into the NASCAR Peak ANDWERNDESIGN Series, JD.
Yeah, Tim Terry and all those guys are gonna have like a little a preseason shootout deal. It's like a broadcasted, I believe, on WRN, and it might make a debut at that point. We don't know yet. The car's still gonna be designed. I don't know if it's gonna change or not, but either way, FWAM will be shown throughout February until it hits the track and speed weeks.
Well, there we are. That's all we need to know about what FWAM stands for. But to go back then to run through the rest of your GT field, currently second place is that Core Motorsports car. Now, Randy, they were leading at one point. They've got themselves a little bit of damage, but they are carrying on. You can see there, especially on the rear wing, rear spoiler even, there is some damage to that machine. But still running in second, 2 laps now. They're classified on our timing and scoring. I believe it's still about a lap and a bit, though, that they are trying to hit a fuel number as well. They need to get to 56 minutes to avoid making a splash and dash at the end.
Yeah, their lap times are actually very, very good considering how much damage they have. I know for us in a clean car, we were running about low-mid 46s at the start of the stint, and then it drops off a bit, and then kind of comes back as the fuel burns off because the tires stabilize. But with that damaged car that they're running, it's actually their pace is rather impressive. Also, I'd like to say earlier, you guys said that Moonshine car has been dominating since like lap 10. Thing is that our car and the Moonshine car didn't qualify, and we both started all the way in the back of the pack, side by side.
We know, because we talked about it at the top of the broadcast. But actually, that's a very good point to mention as well, Rachel. Both of your class leaders, as actually we've now got the kind of SimSports car working itself on the outside there of second place in your GT class, which is that Core Motorsports machine. As we can see him right there, working himself through the banking, and there you can see Mitchell de Jong now breezing past once again to put another lap on him. Both of your class leaders, both the kind of SimSports car in the prototype class, and then also the new SimSport Moonshine car in the GT class, they started down the field. These are not drivers who started out front in their class, and it shows what a 24-hour race can do.
It does. They started 22nd. Moonshine car did. So 21 spots over the course of the race.
Rachel?
I was just going to say, both these cars have drivers of impeccable speed, of course. Antti Pihala behind the wheel of that new World SimSport Moonshine car at the moment. Not exactly slow. Coanda, of course. Well, we can't say anything remotely slow about them. And these guys, obviously, they qualified out of position, which is unusual for them both. And they've come through to exactly where they probably should be in the field. So, am I surprised to see them in leading their classes? No.
Let's go back and have a look. In third place in your GT class, it is Movano Frostmaster X Team. Now, of course, their big moment of the race, Rachel, came when they were involved with that huge incident with the Radicals online car, but they've got themselves some substantial right-hand side damage to that machine, but they are still going, they are still running in third place, and their times are comparable actually to the team behind them, the Window Lickers, even though they're 2 laps down. They're not making any inroads at all, so it looks like Movano, third place is going to be what they're going to get out of this race.
Yes, it is as well. That's improvement for them, of course. They qualified in the 16th spot, so, well, 4th, I believe, in class. But they're currently sitting in 10th position overall and 3rd in class. Podium certainly worthy for them, especially after the late race incident they had with Radicals Online.
You can see, by the way, the past
I'd like to point out
is on pit road.
I'm sorry to jump in, about 3 laps ago, we had the Core Autosports car, or Motorsports, whatever it is, came in. They did not make it to their 59 minutes. Obviously, they can do it on another stop. Obviously, they can get there easy. But it's definitely going to have to be a two-stopper from when we were expecting possibly 1.
Yeah, and that was 53.9 second stop. Now, what I probably expect there, Rand, is they decided to split that one in half, get fresher tyres for both of those stints, and just make sure they can manage the gap to the people around them, even though they don't really need to. So they kind of aborted that strategy early rather than trying to play it out to the end.
Actually, I would try to run I would fill the car up, run that stint as long as I can, and then you're going to set yourself up with about a 30-minute long sprint. And I actually tested it. You can run the tires, double stinting them for that short of a run with that light of fuel and still run decent lap time. So they could save themselves time by not taking tires if they chose to.
Okay. To run then down into P4 in class.
Test all the things.
You test everything. P4 in class. We've talked about them enough, Rachel. It is the Window Lickers, a number 222 car. Still in that 4th position. Got themselves a 1-lap gap to P5, which is the Falcon GP car.
Yeah, they do, and Falcon GP, of course, not quite a lap down from them, but quite a way back at this stage. Window Lickers having a commanding hold of 4th position. No real chance of improvement for them unless one of the top 3 has an incident, but a good, clean, consistent race from them, well.
Indeed, they are having, as we've got a tweet coming out then from the iRacing staff infection car, Kevin Bobbitt there, under 2 hours to go. P8 in class on the iRacing.com. They turn 24 hours, hashtag team staff infection. Well, they are still going along, Rachel. And of course, that means only 7 people will get the I Let You Win award.
They will indeed. Of course, last time I saw that was Shannon Whitmore a couple of hours ago was in 17th. So they've definitely improved over the positions they've had, well. Just a random off-topic point, though. I've just noticed something quite exciting.
Uh-oh.
The number 3 Velocity Daddy Endurance Team car, our wonderfully artistic paint scheme of that car, has what I thought was Porsche written along the side, but it's actually Porsche.
You're about 6 hours late.
We had this.
I know. I'm many hours behind the clock, I realise, but I've just seen it, okay? I was probably sleeping, sitting at my desk in the booth, okay? I've been kind of closing my eyes for the last 3 hours, trying to just kind of half sleep until Radical crashed, but I've just noticed it, and I think it's so witty, I'm giggling to myself here.
We've got another tweet as well coming through. This one is from my good friend, Mr. Ryan Murray, who hasn't really had to come talk to me, so I'm still actually kind of angry at him. Getting ready to hop back in the podium assault BMW until the finish, sleepy, but sights set on Team Velocity Daddy for P number 17. Would help if you actually use our correct Twitter handle. It's RaceSpotTV, not at RaceSpot, however, there, Randy.
Sorry, I was reading something else. Say that again.
That's okay. I'm just actually trying to figure out who RaceSpot are without the .tv in there. I'm not even sure. It's someone called Cliff Moon, actually, if you use at RaceSpot. So basically, I think today we've had Cliff Moon getting a load of random tweets, and he's like, what is all of this going on?
He's going to get so many followers.
Yeah.
He's going to be like, what's after dark?
Yeah. Falcon GP, by the way, they are P number 5 on the racetrack right now. And this is the team, Rachel, who did lead in the early going in class. I'm not quite sure what will happen to them. They've got damage, of course. But this is a team I kind of had for easily fighting for a podium finish.
You're right. And they've obviously had some major trouble start this race, but they've had a brilliant performance just to come through to this stage and actually still be running with the pace they do. Lap times are off a little bit, but not a huge amount, so impressive to see them running still at this position.
And then to round out your 6th place driver, it is currently Jorn Jens in the Commander SimSport BMW car. Well, other thing I could say about that one, Rachel, is that I don't think that car is designed to look like that. I think Ferrari should also get a refund for their sponsorship money for this event, because you can see it on one hand of the car only.
Yeah, that's a little bit more ventilation than they wanted.
As they can see,
they might as well hook that thing up to 2 other cars and run train races in the figure 8 at Irwindale. Do you guys have train races? You don't have train races?
No, we don't.
Do you know what it is?
No. Explain.
It's a figure 8. What you do is you hook up 3 cars, you chain them together. The front car drives, the rear car, or the front car steers. Both cars steer. The front car has the engine, the rear car has brakes, and you run it in a figure 8.
Well, the closest we ever had to that one, Rachel, was on Top Gear. I remember when it was English Top Gear versus German Top Gear. You had actually the 2 cars, one driver steering on the top, and then the bottom driver steering with, using the gas and brake pedal, if I remember correctly.
Yep, the car upside down on the roof would have the steering. The car on the base would be the gas and throttle. Brake even. So yeah, that's already a coordination nightmare. But figure 8 track, that sounds potentially lethal, but funny.
Well, they're usually junker cars that only do like 50 miles an hour.
Really? I thought they were Ferraris.
Actually, no, they're Lamborghinis. They're Lamborghinis. There's an optional add-on to any Lamborghini you want to buy as a pass-left racing car. If Vincent and Robert are currently in the 7th place on the racetrack in, well, the number of orange cones have been decimated this weekend, Randy. However, this car is still chugging along down P7 in class, although it is a number of laps behind your race lead, about 8 laps down now.
Yeah, it certainly is. But like you said, they're up there in P7. They're actually running pretty good pace still. 46s, pretty much on even with some of your race leaders. So they probably just ran into some bad luck at some point, or maybe just bad strategy, or maybe there's a few things that could have happened. But something that I think would be interesting would be for these races would be if iRacing put in a how many cones got hit counter.
Yeah, of course, if anyone watches the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series coverage at Indianapolis, it is painful to see sometimes. So you can see there, the number 6 car, there's the top 6 on the left-hand side of your screen, by the way. P7 in class, Rachel, there you can see him, is the Shark Motorsports car, 1 lap behind that past lap racing car. However, it is going just a little bit faster right now.
Yeah, pass left racing doing pretty well right now, Will. They're currently sitting 7th in class, and that's a good position considering how far back they've come from where they started and where they fell. Always nice to see the cone.
Yep. And just having a look, by the way, there's been a number of tweets sent to @RaceSpot, not RaceSpotTV. So that guy is going to get quite a few new followers today. Oops. 9th place in class, then they can see the Team GT car, GT Temple racing car even, of Michelangelo. Now, again, he's been caught actually by Christian Theo Zulk at a rate of about 1 second a lap. Don't think it'll be enough though, unless something happens to that TT Temple car, and they're about for P9, P10 on the racetrack there, Randy. Vortex Sim Racing running themselves in the top 10 right now, although I'm sure that Vortex wish they were a little bit higher up with both of their cars.
Oh yeah, pretty good effort from them. Some top-notch guys. I don't know who was actually in that car.
Christian Theo,
Vortex Brunner
Racing, and Michelangelo, the GT Temple racing car.
I was talking more about the Vortex guys, because I know some of them from 63. But
yep.
But yeah, they're a bunch of quick guys. I'm sure, like you said, they'd love to be up there a bit more, but I'm not sure how much of this type of racing they do, and to be running in the top 10 in the top split, 22.5 hours into this thing, I would be certainly proud if I were them. You know, they tend to run a lot of heavier downforce cars, like the IndyCar, obviously, and I think some of them run the Williams. So for them to come out and run this thing, which doesn't have that much downforce, and do this well is actually quite commendable.
And then to run through the rest of your GT field, they can see Timmy Hill Motorsports, Rachel, running themselves in P at number 12 right now. Well, they were having themselves a great race earlier on. However, the damage to that race car really has put paid to their effort to get a top 10 position. They are currently classified as 21 laps behind the overall race lead. And just doing the math, they are about 5 laps away from hitting the top 10.
Yes, they are, Will, and it'll be a great big boost for those guys. Right now, it's just a matter of keeping on. There's still an hour, just over an hour left remaining on the play clock, so you've got to not mess it up in these final moments.
And actually, David Comstock just hitting the wall on the way into, just grazing the wall on the way into the bus stop chicane there, Andy. But still doing a good job there. Just trying to bring that car home. I do believe that he will be bringing that car home himself now.
Of course, probably a little bit of a close call the way the way the race has been going, and people are just kind of cruising. In some ways, even though you're taking it easy, this is kind of a point in the race where lapses in concentration can really catch you out. Because you tend to just cruise, and you're just sort of like, okay, I'm just sort of burning time. And then sometimes it's like, oh, the car snapped loose, and I'm in the wall.
Yeah. They say they're running in P number 12. We did see a couple of people coming towards pit road just then, and they can see the Shark Motorsports car getting itself what is going to be its penultimate service there in the number 12 machine. It is currently the driver of Sergio Rodo Jr. getting into that car. We've got another car coming out of pit road right about now as well. That is Michael Ford in the Evolution Racing Australia car, heading himself back out onto the racetrack. To finish,
also, I must say,
Tom,
that Shark Motorsport car's livery is rather sharp. I like it a lot.
I do as well. There we are, the Shark Motorsport car. Although it is a little bit beaten and bang up, then yes, I know exactly what you're doing there. Just to run through then, Kevin Brown in the Global Sim Racing Channel / Turn 2 Motorsports car, Rachel. They are running 13th in your class. Have you just got it in your head as well? Have you finally figured out what he said?
Whoa, what I said?
No, I'm just reading clean me on a car screen, on the car's windscreen. On the onboard camera on the stream.
But the Global Sim Racing Turn 2 Motorsports car, well, they are in P13 right now, and we heard from them as well that they just wanted to get this race finished, move on to Sebring.
Yeah, I think for a lot of these people that are last laps down, like I'm sure the Falcon guy and the Coanda guys are thinking that. Those are people that are usually up there fighting for the win in these things. They've just sort of not had the greatest of luck today, especially that Coanda car. I was expecting them to kind of run away with it, but instead they just ran into the wall.
As you can see there, their top line speed is slow. They're only able to hit about 250 kilometers an hour. We did talk to them earlier on, and their straight line speed has been a big issue ever since they've had incident in that McLaren. And then just behind them is Angelo Di Meglio in that Team GT car. And well, Rachel, that car has had a lot
Coanda
of
to pit road, Will, sorry.
As Coanda is in, we'll keep an eye out on Mitchell de Jong. As you can see them, him coming on towards pit road. We'll go back and run through your GT field after that one is finished. To give you an update, Ashley Blake Hood asking what happened to the Radicals prototype car. Got himself involved in an incident with the Movano racing car as they had a bit of a ding-dong into turn number 6. And the exit turn 6, they head himself onto the banking. Mitchell de Jong, then his penultimate pit stop. Will he bring that car home? Will it be someone else getting to that race car? Well, we are having a look then. That time up now to 23 seconds. He will stay in the car for another stint then, and be back out and away in 32 seconds time. As you see the pit timer there, 33.1 seconds actually, as he comes back out and away onto the racetrack. As the Australian car is also on pit road. They can see Michael Ford in the Evolution Racing Australia car making himself another pit stop. He's actually on pit road, just a couple of laps to go, so continuing issues then for that team. Rachel, Angelo Di Meglio, they can see him in the Team GT car riding on board of him. Well, we know that these guys are used to endurance racing, but they've come into this race and they've had themselves a bit of a tough day. That car, severe damage to it.
Definitely, it's very strange to see that Team GT car in blue and white rather than a usual carbon fibre and green. Well, but a very smart paint scheme all the same. They've definitely a bit of adversity, and that paint job has been crinkled somewhat heavily by both front and rear damage that car has sustained during the race, but it does not seem to be affecting their top speed really. They have pretty good pace, but unfortunately loss of track position because of those repairs they've had to take means they're down in the positions.
Yep, as you see they're running in the 14th position on the race. But behind them, well, it's John Hall, who is now above 300 laps, I believe, Randy, in that New World SimSport car, as he works himself through the banking once again. This guy, I think we've learned the fact that he is a bit of a machine.
Yeah, John's someone who can just grind laps. He does it in practice all the time too. we'll be posting on the team forum talking about different races we're doing or setups or whatever, and he'd be like, "Oh, I ran like 2 fuel stints today just by myself." It's like, I can't do that. I don't have the attention span for it to do it regularly. And he just cranks it out. I don't know if he's a machine. I don't know if he's homeless and he's just hooked to someone's internet. But he's pretty dang fast. Gets us some good sets and gets us some good info. So whichever. I'd iRace out of a box if I could be that good.
Craig Hunter, currently P16 in the Mad Cow racing car. We saw earlier on, Rachel, they had themselves a huge crash into the attenuator. And, well, that really put paid to their race after they were running pretty strong before that.
They were indeed, and it looks like they decided to not cry over spilt milk as that car ploughed into the inside fence and left them rather well done. But the Mad Cow Daisy machine is heading out of pit road now, Will. They are 110 laps down from our leaders, 1 lap down from New World Sim Sports, 2 from Team GT. So, depending on what happens in the rest of the field, there could still be some grass left on the field.
Indeed, and it'll be rather rare. If
you're reaching so far.
If those get themselves into the top 15, I think it'll be a rather rare accomplishment for that one. We've made so many jokes about Mad Cow Racing, but yeah, here you can see then Pete number 16. Well, it's Team Velocidade Endurance, and such many doji on that car, including a shot on the rear of it as well. There you can see then, well, of course we see this car also in 16 Street Racing League competition, Rachel, so we are kind of used to it now. But
unfortunately,
not in Persia format, but running in P number 16, kind of far down the pace right now, just trying to bring that car home. Although we did hear from Ryan Murray earlier that he's wanting to try and catch that car in the last 80 minutes of this race.
Yes, he will be hopping it. Oh, Ryan Murray. So yes, Podium Assault will be going after that car. Ryan Murray, of course, hopping in for the final stint in a couple of laps now into that Podium Assault BMW number 9. So potential there for something to happen on the racetrack. Not going to be a fight for the race victory for the class, but it will be exciting all the same.
If I can cut it for a second, I got some information from our drivers in the Moonshiner car. I was asking about gas. They're currently on target to make it with 1 more full stop without a splash dash.
Randy, question. What if you do run out of fuel? Can't you just put some of the moonshine into the car and use that instead of fuel?
Shh.
It does work. Mythbusters proved it does work.
Yes, it does work.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 12 o'clock in the United Kingdom. It is 7 a.m. in Daytona Beach, Florida, as we welcome you to the final hour and a bit of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. We've had ourselves just over 22 and a half hours of racing here today, and well, it is still Commander Sim Sports leading the way. We'll give yourself a run through of your prototype class in the next 20 minutes or so, as we are just going to finish off running through your GT field, making sure everyone gets a little bit of airtime here on RaceSpot TV. Will Vincent along with Rachel Whiteford and Randy Chinwood for the final part of our coverage, and Marius Ward in the number 9 car, Rachel. Podium Assault. Ryan Murray's going to get into that car in a couple of laps' time, and he is looking to try and close down Loyo Costa in that number 3 car.
Yes, he is. That Velocidade Endurance team car definitely under threat, although they're currently sitting behind the Club 100 car, who I believe are actually a few places ahead of them. They are indeed sitting just outside the top 10 there for the GT class. So getting a free tow there from that car. Obviously no point in passing them. Velocidade are using them to their advantage.
And then you can see coming into shot right now is the ORSRL Endurance GT car, who, Randy, were not doing too bad earlier on. Big damage to the front of that car as well, as they're just trying to bring it home. And it's good to see, even if they're running in P number 19 in class, they do just want to finish this race.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of self-accomplishment you get just from running these races. I know it happened to me at Spa with our effort, because we were actually in a position to win. I know if we hadn't got taken out the way the race unfolded, we actually would have won the race. But we got hit and we ran to the end, and the feeling of accomplishment you get is just, it's like, wow, we just did this for 24 hours. It's actually a weird feeling when you cross the start-finish line and the race is over, and it's like, wait, I don't have to like plan and figure out when I'm gonna be back in my rig and ready for my stint and talking to my teammates. And it's very surreal.
As you can see, Team Charlie Red currently in 20th position with Eric Verdoff behind the wheel. Now, this is actually, Randy, perhaps one car who we expected to be much further up the field. Two Team Charlie cars here, but Eric Verdorf, that car is struggling to hold on. They are in P20. They are trying to close up to the rear of the IRSRL Endurance GT car, and there is still a chance they can get that position if they can just get themselves, you know, pit stops working in their side.
Yeah, they're sort of got the short end of the stick on this race. They actually weren't. There were actually a couple cars ahead of us at the start of the race, and did we lose Will?
No, I'm still here.
Okay. They were actually a couple cars ahead of us, and about 6 or 7 laps into the race, Eric actually lost a car on the bus stop, slammed it into the wall. So they've basically been playing cruise around the entire race, which is unfortunate. Eric's someone I've been running with for a couple years. We used to run in the Ford GT, GT2 a lot, various series, Targa, Neo, whatever, official. So he's one of those people that even though he's a competitor, he's someone I always like to see do well, because he's just so used to being on track with him, and I'm comfortable racing around him. I can race him hard, and he can race him clean.
As in P number 21 in class of CTC Racing. And Rachel, these drivers were doing so well earlier on, inside the top 10, get themselves some big damage to the front end of that car, and the Classic Teams Championship Racing number 1 car. Of course, these guys are all Lotus 79 drivers. They didn't get what they wanted here today, but they are still driving with 75 minutes to go.
Yeah, they are, of course, definitely falling down a bit more than they would have liked, but it's a good position to be in right now for them, considering what's happened.
And then your final couple of drivers in your GT class, Evolution Racing Australia. Well, they've had quite a lot of airtime because they've had themselves a couple of offs and a couple of this and a couple of that here, Rachel. Reminds me a little bit of the Absolute Beginners car from the RaceSpot TV 24 Hours of Spa.
Yeah, definitely. In a similar position to the Absolute Beginners guys, they are just wanting to finish, I think. They've had their trials and tribulations, they've been bounced off possibly every surface, racing or otherwise. I think finishing for those guys will be a win.
Yeah, they're definitely not out there racing, because in terms of how they are compared to their competitors, their closest competition is 58 laps down, and then they're 56 laps behind the car ahead. So they're definitely out there just to finish, which is commendable.
Admirable, yeah.
Yes, they're way down on pace. They're not fast, but they're just cruising along. I'm sure they picked up a little bit of attrition, but they must have had some pretty big issues to get that far down.
You can do 157 laps in an hour 14, surely.
Let's not forget these guys did blow an engine about 12 hours ago.
Yeah, they did.
That's true. And maybe if you skip the infield
every single lap and just run around the timing loop. Final last driver running in the GT class is the Brazil Power Team, who again, Rachel, strong early on, fell back, and well, their straight line speed is certainly suffering right now, at least about 10 kilometers off the pace.
Yeah, 10 kilometers off the pace, which is not what they wanted, especially considering a team that was running at the front earlier on in this race. Well,
oh, and he actually just gets hit there.
Speaking of,
I'm not quite sure who hit him there. We'll get ourselves a replay of that one.
Yeah, that HPD.
Yeah, is that the Pure Racing Team car? The Vortex?
Yep, Lars Conrad.
So let's get ourselves a replay of that one then, and here we go. Coming down in toward turn number 1.
Actually, I'd put that more on the Ford GT. He ran that line kind of weird.
Yeah, so
Didn't
here we
really
are.
Turn in.
Well, we know it's a Ford GT. It has got the turning radius of a spaceship, essentially. So we'll just slow that one down as they come
It
down
doesn't have a
towards
steering
turn
rack.
1.
It actually has thrusters.
It does, as there you can see then. Well, a very wide line was actually taken by that PRT car as they came down into the corner. You can see that we'll just actually speed this one up just a little bit so we don't have to spend the next 90 minutes watching it. The PRT car just trying to sweep around. I actually say that was the PRT car. Because that
well, watch it from behind the PRT car and just watch the line that the Ford takes. The Ford doesn't turn into the corner. It like goes straight towards the outside of the track.
Okay. Well, here you can see the two cars coming down in towards turn 1 again. It's by the way, Ryan Murray is now behind the wheel of that machine. So you can see we'll get ourselves another angle then from the number 2 car of Lars Conrad. We'll actually have a look on board with him. As you can see, yeah, okay, there, the number 7 car did come out. We can see it on that replay a lot better, so I shall give you that one. A little bit of damage done there as well to that number 2 car of Lars Conrad. He's currently classified the last of the running prototypes in class, Rachel. 9th, and well, there are 4 retirees out of this 13-car prototype field. The biggest one of the day is, of course, that one of Glacier Racing number 41 machine.
Yeah, that 41 car has had its fair share of excitement this race. Unfortunately, the race ended early when they got involved in an incident between the Coanders BMW and the Shark Racing Team car. Coander, of course, still running. They're just outside the top 5 in their class, running 6th, and Shark running 8th position behind them. Yeah, Glacier Racing, one of our contenders to win this race. Well, they were up there, they were second, they were fighting, they were going to catch Coander. Unfortunately, this was not their race.
No. Someone wanting rain. Oh, it's an ironic thing, actually, in the 24 Hours of Daytona, Randy. They do run in the rain, and it's scary to think these cars running on these 31 degrees of banking with water kind of streaming down the track, with it being wet. I think the last wet race was in 2005.
Yeah, I'm sure it's pretty scary. I'm sure that the way they have the cars set up, if they know they're going to get rain, I'm sure they have run it pretty conservative. Rather than if they know it'll be dry, I'm sure they take a lot more of the aero on it. Yeah, 4 feet in the air with all the aero off it, and as much of suspension travel as they can get so they can go over the curves and the bus stop. But yeah, I'm sure running in the rain rather on that banking is probably sketchy. And I believe you can run the apron, so they may actually do that. That might actually be slower.
Although to be fair though, if you're running on the apron, you've got 31 degrees of banking, as by the way, Christian Theo talks on pit road in the Vortex Sim Racing car, you're basically going to have this situation where you're going to have basically rain lapping against your window because it's all streaming down that banking, Rachel.
Yeah, it is. It could be pretty interesting for that to happen. Of course, this is not something we get in iRacing, but in real life, 31 degrees of banking with rain coming down there would be... not on my bucket list is probably the safest answer to give.
Oh, I'd do it. Take the rear wing off a DP car and I'd do it.
Andrew, by the way, on pit road, 14.5 seconds so far. So Theo Talks back out in 56.8 seconds. So we're just going to finish looking at this pit stop then for Andrea Di Mera in that Team GT car. And then we're going to step aside as we enter the final hour of our coverage in just a couple of moments' time here on RaceSpot TV. 53.7 seconds then for Team GT, back out and away. We will step aside, we'll be back. We will run through of your prototype class and then the last hour of this event in just a couple of moments' time. You're watching RaceSpot TV. Time to take G side by side.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It's the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it, here we go. You love it. The 0-1 gets around, the 5 gets around. Big jump for first place.
.62 minutes remaining of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona here on RaceSpot TV as Co-Anderson Sports continues to lead the way with a 6-lap advantage over Paul Hilbrick. Run through your prototype class in just 1 moment's time. Will Vincent here along with Randy Chinworth and Rachel White. But Daniel Betterfield's back. Is she going to stick around with us this time, Daniel?
Maybe. I mean, it depends. I think I still got to do fuel numbers for Ryan for the last stint, so that's going to be fun. to do. Just we won't need a full fuel. We'll need probably about half a tank at the last stop, and it's sort of how much fuel we need and if we're going to take tyres or not.
I do like the commitment here. I was going to say. I was going to say I like the commitment here, Randy. They're 8 laps behind GoGo Japan. They are 6 laps ahead of the number 42 team of TBKLight.com, and they're still making sure they have the exact amount of fuel in the car.
Yeah, I suppose it could potentially come to fruition if maybe there's an issue with one of those cars this last hour, but I'm a bit lazy. I would just fill it up and just start like sipping bad brewskis and just. Not that I'm advocating drunk driving, but
well, he won't be driving, so he'll be drunk pit crewing. As we've
even
got
better.
Ourselves, so that RLCS car scored down in the 6th position on the racetrack. Daniel, you're done for the day. How has your inaugural iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona been?
It's been pretty good. I mean, as a team, I mean, Ryan sort of got loose through the bus stop on lap 3, and car behind us ran into him and lost his wing and had 8.5 minutes of repair. So that pretty much set up a damaged car and our race place for the whole 23 3/4 hours. But personally, I mean, I did 116 laps and only had 4 instant points, so I'm pretty happy with how I drove personally.
As you can see there, the RLCS endurance car working itself down in towards RLCS racing car, even working itself down towards the bus stop chicane again, working itself past a little bit of traffic, currently scored in P number 6 on the racetrack. However, ladies and gentlemen, you can see there, it has been just under 23 hours worth of racing now in the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona here on RaceSpot TV. Our coverage is powered by ANDWERNDESIGN as we are now down, ladies and gentlemen, into the final hour of the 24 hours at Daytona. That play clock ticks over. 23 hours of the race is scored complete, and here's your race leader, is Mitchell de Jong, who has just been part of the star of the field here today. That Commander Sim Sports team, they've had their share of adversities, but they have the race lead right now by 6 laps over Radicals Online. I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you to everyone who's been a part of our coverage so far for this 23 hours. It's been a record-breaking day here on RaceSpot TV and iRacing Live. For people being a part of our coverage, we need to give a shout out as well to motorsports.com covering this event with us, to all the people who's been reading, sending stuff in on Twitter using the hashtag iRacing24. Continue to use that hashtag. If there's anything you'd like to get through to us, we'll do our best to get it in before the end of today's event. Live timing and scoring is available if you head over to RaceSpot.tv/timing. And, well, Rachel, the final hour, it's almost time for that victory parade for Commander SimSport. However, do you think de Jong's going to bring it home, or do you think Kroenke might get in?
Well, right now they've got the opportunity to do whatever they particularly want to, Will. They're 5 laps clear of Radicals Online. If they keep it clean, they could basically do 3 or 4 stops and just switch out drivers constantly so everyone gets a couple of laps. But, of course, they still have to finish yet, and there's still an hour left to go. Mitchell de Jong has run a lot of laps today. Kroenke maybe some less, but it just depends what the team want to do. If de Jong is comfortable at the moment, there's no point pulling him out of the car.
Well, yeah, that's an important point as well. The last thing you want to do is upset your rhythm at this stage of the race, Randy, because we all know it just takes one little moment, and this race can still yet turn itself in its head.
Oh yeah, I mean, an hour is about 30 or so laps on a tank, maybe a little bit more than that in the HPD. I would have to ask Daniel. So I mean, let's say if Coanda threw themselves in the wall right now, they'd be suddenly looking at maybe 4th or 5th place instead of winning the race.
Yep, and let's not forget as well, points are being recorded for all of the Road Warrior event, as we've got a shout out here to, I can't say that, Moose Data 9 on YouTube. Yay, it's almost over. I can finally go to bed soon. I can't, unfortunately, because I've got to get on a train and head myself down to London. We're going to get a word in a moment as well from the GT Temple team. We'll just run through, though, your prototype field.
Could be wrong.
So we'll get words to say with the GT Temple team in just a couple of moments' time. But, well, Rachel, we've talked enough about Commander Simsport. Let's talk about Paul Ilbrink, who's back behind the wheel of that Radicals Online car for that final stint. Jonas Zakurian doing a couple of stints in that one. But, really, they did have a shot at this win here today. They really did.
Absolutely, Will. They had a massive shot. In fact, I think if it hadn't been for the incident with Mac Backham, it would have been easily their race to lose because they were so close to actually passing that Coanda car. Coanda, of course, was damaged. Radicals were gaining every single lap, and it was down at one point, I believe, to 6 seconds. If it hadn't been for that incident, we'd be telling a different story.
And, Randy, I think this will go down as the key moment of the race. I know there was the one of Glacier Racing earlier on, but I think that this was the big one because it came so late on in the day. That Radicals team. And I do have to say that really, I think this has been one of the most impressive drives I've ever seen Jonas Zakurian do. Because we know how fast Paul Ilbrink is in these LMP cars. But my God, Zakurian was just on fire today.
Oh yeah, that incident was definitely, I'd say, for the HPDs, a key moment of the race. And like you said, Eunice was absolutely on fire. Paul, everyone knows Paul. Paul is one of the best HPD and Proto GT drivers that pretty much really ran in the official series that I ever raced with, as well as in other private series. He was always clean, always quick. But seeing Eunice do that, which Eunice is mostly, I think he mostly just does the DWC, really. I don't think he does really much of this stuff. But to see him come out and just do it so well was actually quite good.
Well, third place right now, Rachel, is the Phoenix Motorsports car. They are doing lap times about 9 seconds off the pace. So you can see Andre Martins behind the wheel of that one. Damage, of course, to the front end of that car after he lost it just about a couple of hours ago at the bus stop chicane. Now, they have got a 3-lap advantage still over Benjamin Lindsay in that number 37 TNT racing car. It does look as though they might well be able to hold on unless they have another incident.
Yeah, they've lost a couple of laps, I believe, to the other car, but still holding strong with only an hour to go. It looks like they should hold on if they keep up the current pace. Obviously, unfortunate incident there with that car just looping in the bus stop and hitting the inside retaining wall. So it's been unfortunate for them to have gone so far before making that mistake. But as I said, towards the end of this race, when we head into the early morning shift, people are tired, people make mistakes, and that car now running with no front bodywork. Probably a horrible, horrible car to drive in the last corners.
Yeah, and it's the case now, Randy, that he's just got to try and hold on. You can see
contact!
Here, as we'll get confirmation. Who's that one? Is it Thomas Sabo? No, he's not. I was on pit road.
It's the Ford GT, the 7.
So we'll get
Brazil Power Team.
a look at that one then. There we can see the Brazil Power car. We'll get ourselves another look back and show you what happened with that one, Rachel. Talk us through it.
Yep, coming out of the bus stop, the Phoenix Motorsports car just goes around the outside of that Brazil Power car and just dips down into the side of him, actually, as he entered NASCAR 3. Lapse of concentration after, well, they had a fairly major one only a few hours earlier.
Yep, so we'll get ourselves one more look at that one then. Here you can see on the exit of the bus stop chicane, just coming down into NASCAR turn number 3 right about now, and just a little bit of, maybe he's just trying to sort the suspension out on that car, who knows. But those two drivers making a little bit of contact late on in this event. John Hall is on pit road, and Randy, he's still in the car.
I was just about to interrupt you and say he's staying in the car. I don't know what's wrong with him. I think I should probably suggest him for medical and mental evaluation.
Well,
Tell's yelling at me because I was accidentally pressing my in-sim button and not the other one, but that's okay.
Well, there we can see then, John Hall comes back out, and he has got enough fuel to go to the end now with 53 minutes of this race remaining. This is kind of like that moment. If you can get to now, then you can pretty much top up the fuel and you're good to go to the end.
She should have plenty of fuel. I'm not sure, like I said, I haven't driven the car at all since we've gotten all this damage. I'm not exactly sure how it's affecting our fuel strategy. But yeah, he should be able to make it from here, and if he does, then I'm sure he'll just flash and dash it. We're not really battling with anybody, and at this point, it's just more of I think for John, it's more of a, hey, look how stupid I am and how many laps I did in this race.
We will try and get an on-board live conversation with Mr. Hall at some point. He is probably worse for wear at this point, so we're going to be very careful with what we ask him. We're going to get a chat with Tim Holgate as well in just a couple of moments' time, as well as the GT Temple car. In fact, we'll just very quickly, though, turn our attention. Here you can see, though, Benjamin Lindsay running 4th place in class, Rachel, and they are currently 5 seconds a lap faster than Andre Martins, but it doesn't look as though they've got the time to catch them.
That is true indeed, and of course with them being 3 laps behind them, that's a lot of time to make it up in 3 laps unless one of them make a mistake, and well, it could well happen with how Phoenix Motorsports have been for the last couple of hours, but maybe not quite enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to know who your driver of the day is here in the RaceSpot TV, in the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona, presented by RaceSpot TV. Tweet us using the hashtag iRacing24. Let us know who your driver of the day is. Is it one of those drivers from Commander Sim Sports? What about the Radicals Online organization? What about John Hall running still in that car? Or any of the drivers in that New World Sim Sports Moonshine car, or anyone else in your field? Let us know. Use the hashtag iRacing24. We'll total up the vote in the next 20 minutes or so. Let's go back then to have a look. P5.
I'm just going to interrupt real quick. We missed it about 2 or 3 laps ago. The Moonshine car made what should be their final pit stop.
Yes, we have seen that one on your screen. Go Japan, P5 right now in that Go Japan car. And, well, Rachel, they are still trundling along in the top 5 once all looks to be said and done, with a very sizable gap to P6. Ryan Littlemore in the LCL car, which we talked about quite substantially over the last couple of hours.
Yes, well, sorry?
Go ahead. No, you
go first.
No, you go ahead.
You go first. No, you go first. No, you go first.
I've forgotten what I was going to say, so say something, Randy.
I was going to say, I think the entire race, Will hasn't said RLCS right on the first try at all.
I have, I promise.
You said RCLS a few times.
Yes, I have. I have said it right.
The last time he just said it, he threw out 6 letters just hoping it would be close.
As you can see, though, the RLCS racing car of Ryan Littlemore. Well, the thing is, I don't have team data unless I'm actually looking at the car and I've got a graphic in front of me. So, as you can see then, in P number 7, Rachel, though, the TBKLights.com Team A car. We did say P5, the GoCo Japan car, and the TBKLight.com car. They've both got very big fan bases here today. We've seen quite a lot of action from these guys on Twitter.
Yes, we have, and well, they're a good team and they've had a lot of following. It's been an exciting race for them, and they've had. It's nice to see teams getting the following in these sort of races. Of course, it is sim racing, we know, but it's nice to see teams picking up a fan base, especially one where they're in a big race like this. It's a very high standing. Of course, they're getting broadcast, so it adds to that feeling that sim racing is getting closer to real motorsports, where we have people who actually, rather than just being fans of their own team, but you see a fan base developing for these sim teams in these big events.
Got the opportunity to talk to a couple of people now. We start then with the 924 car, the GT Temple machine, who we're riding on board with now. Currently it's Michelangelo behind the wheel of that car, but we're going to have a chat to Jorg Wasmus right now. And, well, how has your iRacing.com 24 hours of Daytona been for you guys?
Yeah, good morning everybody from Canary Islands, and what can I say, it's a quite impressive feeling to just spend 23 hours before we come to the end. And I just finished my very short period of sleeping after spending the whole night here, and it's just a fantastic feeling to be together with all these great guys in this fantastic race.
Well, as you stand, you are in 9th place in the GT class. You've got yourselves the potential opportunity to catch up to the rear of Sergio Orca Jr. right now in this battle for P8 and P9. The Shark Motorsports car are ahead of you, as you just got a Le Mans prototype car. That's the GoGo Japan drivers just pulling ahead of you there on the banking. Are you thinking that P9 is what you've got? Are you still pushing hard to try and force Shark Motorsport into the stake?
It's like we also have to watch backwards, because the Vortex Sim racing team is quite close from the end, so we started before just to keep some petrol for low fuel run, but we checked out it will not come out, so we decided to try to keep the number 9 like it is, because we are very, very happy about this. We are not so long into the iRacing sim sport altogether, and so for us it's a big adventure. And we are very happy with the result in the moment.
Well, P9, as you say, a potential battle with Vortex Sim Racing at the end of this race is actually Commander Simsport cars right behind you. Before we let you go, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, all my friends and everybody following us on GT Temple Racing.
There we are, Michelangelo currently behind the wheel of that one. We've got Tim Holgate here as well. Tim, how's your day been?
Oh, it's been going good. Will, how are you guys down here in the booth?
Tired, exhausted, but we're still carrying along. How has your RaceSpot 24, your iRacing 24 hours at Daytona been?
You know, it's been a lot of fun. We've had a fair amount of bad luck early in the race and haven't been able to claw back enough time from that. I know a bunch of the guys in the car are a bit disappointed with where we're running right now, but looking at our pace with a significantly damaged car, we're all pretty thrilled with how well we're running relative to our competitors right now, particularly some of the undamaged competitors. So, could have definitely gone better, but we're glad we all stuck with it and have been pulling up through the field. I think we've gained 10 or 12 spots since the wreck on lap 2, and we had some exciting times exiting the pits. I don't know if you guys caught that. We had a car wreck onto the interior pit wall right as I was coming out on my first stint, so that was fun. But overall, this has been a really fantastic event that iRacing has put on. We're all glad to be a part of it. We got our old team back together with a couple additions. So all in all, it's been a fantastic event. The only downside is we ran out of virtual donuts a couple hours ago. I figured I'd drop by here see if you guys had any left, but it looks like all the virtual donuts are gone from the entire event. It's very disappointing.
Really sorry. I've actually not eaten in the last 12 hours, so I'm starving. It might well be some form of fast food restaurant on the way down to a train station. But you talked about podium assault there, actually. It's been a long time coming for the return of podium assault. Of course, Ryan Murray represented that team at one point in the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. And also, once a steward in the IndyCar Series as well. Is this a full-time thing, or is it just going to be for these endurance events?
It's probably going to be for these endurance events starting out. We had a couple people pull together for the Roar Before the 24, and everyone enjoyed that. So we started discussing amongst ourselves, and we were able to pull in a couple more drivers for this event, stacking the field up to 6 drivers for our car. So we were all able to do about 4 hours a run, which is a pretty good balance. We're hoping to do a couple more. I know everybody was really excited about the differences we have with team racing, having to depend on each other instead of being racing against each other. So it puts a really different dynamic together for a group of guys who are really just a group of friends now.
Well, before we let you go, would you like to give a shout out to anyone?
Definitely got to thank Ryan Murray and Renee Cornella for putting this event together. They did a great job coming up with the driver stints, with the car livery, with the setup. So that was fantastic. I want to thank our sponsor, Z1simwheel.com. It's early in the morning yet. And I got to thank my sponsor, Roboto. I would not be doing endurance racing if I was not this comfortable.
There you are then. Tim Holgate representing Podium Assault Team down on the 18th position currently on the racetrack. We've also got Brenton O'Brien here as well. Now, you're probably going to shout at me if I got this wrong, but I believe that you guys aren't running in the top split. Take us through your 24 hours of Daytona.
Yeah, no, we are with the Evolution Racing Australia.
Oh, there we are. Sorry, I take that back.
No, it's all good. Obviously, we've had our fair share of adventures over the last 23 hours, but just the fact that we're in the top split is a massive achievement for us. Small team from Australia, a team that concentrates mostly on V8 supercar driving here, so for us to get in the top split, yeah, look, sure, we're down in 3rd place. We know that we've made mistakes. We ran out of drivers for a while there, but we're going to get to the finish line, and that's a big achievement for us.
Yeah, I do apologise once again. I can't translate is the simple answer to that one. But, well, you guys, of course, you've kind of become a bit of a fan favourite over the course of this weekend. Wheeling that little 99 car around the racetrack. Despite some damage, you had a couple of incidents. A couple of actually right ahead of overall class leaders, Commander Simsport at one point. But it's been an experience for you guys, I suppose. You made a good point there about running out of drivers. How hard is it for an one country kind of team to prepare for an event like this when someone is going to actually have to run that graveyard shift?
Well, that was the thing, though, Will. In this, for us, this race started at midnight our time last night, and obviously it's going to finish midnight tonight. At midnight last night, we had 6 drivers ready to go, because 4 of us have got families with kids, so we wanted to try and commit to driving at night time, so it didn't take any time away from the kids during the day. And today, we had to make that commitment with family first, obviously, so it was about a 2-hour period where we didn't drive, and then we had another iRacing commitment in a local Australian championship tonight where another 2 hours we just couldn't drive. We just didn't have enough drivers, so yeah, lessons learned. And like I said, this is just step 1 for us. We're wrapped to be in split 1. It's completely awesome. You guys have done a fantastic job, and every credit to you guys for doing what you do for so long. But on our team behalf, yeah, look, we've made mistakes. We're going to learn from that, but we'll be back.
And of course, we've got the 12 Hours of Sebring coming up in just a couple of months' time. Will we be seeing you in that one as well?
Yes, you will. And in between that, in a couple of weeks, we've got a local Bathurst 12-hour race where, this is all practice for us. As I said, we're a small little Aussie team, and there's another Australian team as well, Direct Clutch Motorsports. They've had their struggles as well. But, the time's going to come where we might put our heads together and see what we can come up with. But at the moment, travelling on well, yes, we'll be at Sebring. We might even try and get 2 cars there, not sure yet, but just the fact that we're in the top split. When we got in the top split and we saw that, we were really chuffed, and we probably didn't cash in and make the most of it, but a little Evolution Racing Australia, Maverick Ruff has just chugged around, and it's going to get to the finish line. We're going to win ourselves a checkered flag.
Well, before we let you go, who would you like to give a shout out to?
Well, the guys who committed to this, like I said, it's a big commitment, 24 hours, especially with family. So there's Tom Jones, Luke Betts, Mick Ford and Tim Jackson, and just the team for trying to get this together, and iRacing for putting it together. There's going to be some criticism, we know that, there always is, in regards to fixing the car and things like that. And to you guys, I do a bit of commentating myself on this Asian series with our friend Alex Simpson, so I know what it's like, what you guys are doing, and you guys have done a really good job, so congratulations to you.
There you are, the Evolution Racing Australia car. Michael Ford behind the wheel of that one. Currently scored 22nd in class. As we'll get a word with Andy Kay in just a couple of moments' time. By the way, we have got ourselves the Go Japan car. Currently scored on pit road, Rachel. Final stint of the day is going to go to Yuta Saito.
It will indeed. Yuta Saito getting in that car now for the final. Very short stint. Looking at about 40 minutes, Will. So this is the twilight hours of this race. A little bit beyond, though, what we expect for a stint of... Oh, no, just over a stint, actually, of 35 laps. So look at maybe 30 laps remaining.
Yep, so we are down into the final part now. As you can see, 31.6 seconds stop for them. We didn't finish off having a look through your prototype drivers. We'll do it soon. As they can see, then your overall race leader is still Commander Simsport. Mitchell de Jong leading the way. We are going to step aside in just one moment's time. So you can see Past Life Racing making their final pit stop with Jason Katz behind the wheel of that one. And then you've also got David Comstock on pit road as well in the number 8 machine. But we are joined very briefly by Andy Kay, team principal for the Radicals online organisation, TV Hill Motorsports, completing their service. Then you've got Jason Katz still completing their service as well. And Andy, it was all going so well, and we're 6 hours to go. When we came back in the morning for our morning stim, it looked as though there was potential for a real battle between yourselves and Commander Simsport. And then just one little incident and it's game over for you guys.
Yeah, that's how it goes in endurance, unfortunately. I think, if we're honest, it stemmed from when AJ got his disconnection way back, and it put us 3 laps back. I think that put us on the back foot and made us really sort of work hard to sort of push, and you found that through all the stints with AJ through traffic after that during the night, and Wyatt sort of hooking it up, and then Jonas having an absolutely mammoth stint and doing really well, but always pushing, where it's about consistency, but we've got to push if we want to catch up, and that's what we did. We came back from 3 laps to, I think it was 6 seconds at one point, and unfortunately it can happen. If you're on the back foot and you're pushing, then that's what's going to happen. So I think it stems from the disconnection way back, but we've put up I think an absolutely fantastic effort.
Oh, I completely agree on that one. And as far as the incident itself goes, we had a chance to look at it yet?
No, I haven't actually. I've heard about it, talked about it, but not seen it.
Yeah. Well, I won't ask you any questions about it then, because it'll be like what they do on the BBC, and I'll just put a monitor in front of your face. But I have to say, your driver's here today. We all know, we talked about this earlier on, Paul Ilbrink, a multiple-time champion in the LMP car. However, I've said it quite outspokenly here today. Jonas Nakurian, in my opinion, has just had one of the standout performances of his career, because he's been going as fast as Paul Ilbrink throughout the entire course of the race, and his driving skill today, I mean, pushing hard, but actually making calculated risks in traffic all race long. Incredible stuff there by the Finnish driver.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I mean, I went to bed about probably 5:30, and I got up at about 8:45, and watched some of Jonas after that. He's just been on fire, and as you say, taking calculated risks. But you know, one of the one into turn one, where I know you guys were really going, did he hit? Did he not? How close was that? It was just, and he did that all the way and kept up the pace. Calculated, but very cool driving. He really, you know, took it to them. But I'm gutted for the guys that we're not, you know, not going to win. I think we had the pace to win, but we made one small error, from what I gather.
Well, a couple of questions before we go. GT3 car, how's it doing?
Well, we went out ages ago. Unfortunately, we had let's say a cacophony of errors. It's the 5 P's principle. Practice prevents piss poor performance, and in the GT3 we didn't do very well. Well,
unfortunately they didn't make it in the second split here today on the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona, but of course we will see you back here on RaceSpot TV plenty of times over the next 6 months. We will have ourselves you in the Near Endurance series and also in the 12 Hours of Sebring, I presume. And then of course in just a couple of months time we kick off another year's worth of coverage of the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. Well, you've got yourself some guys in there again, and what I have to say is the most competitive season, at least since 2011, I think, of all time.
Yeah, we've had a blast, and we're still having a blast. We've got lots of races to go. The endurance side is just brilliant to watch, and it shows the sort of cohesiveness of our team. You know, congrats to, they haven't won yet, but so far, congrats to Coanda on a superb race in terms of efficiency and consistency, and congratulations to our guys too, and everyone else that's raced in the top split. I think they've all done an amazing job. Nice to see people like Ryan Murray come back with podium assault and all those guys, and Core Motorsport doing so well with their LFS team coming to our race. It's been brilliant.
Before we let you go, as you're just going to get a replay of the decimation of Cones 2015, give you the opportunity to give a shout out to your sponsors and friends.
Yeah, well, again, a shout out to Similache, who produced some brilliant stuff, and to Steel Series for helping us with well throughout the years, and all our guys, to everyone that's racing with us, all part of the Radicals team, and to RaceSpot TV. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't be able to watch, so fair play to you guys.
Thanks, Andy. Cone decimation of 2015, Rachel. Well, those cones have only got another half an hour to go before they can finally breathe easily.
They do indeed. It's getting into the final moments of this race. Play clock in the actual series showing 23 hours and 30 minutes. Yes, folks, it's nearly been a full day that we've been racing here at Daytona International Speedway. And these cars are looking a bit like a car that spent a day in... I was going to say a specific part of a suburb of Manchester, but I won't, in case anyone from there hears it and tries to stab me. So I will say, yeah, they've been pretty banged, battered, beaten and bruised today. We've had big teams drop out, we've had small teams push forwards, we've had positions change hands, we've had unlikely contenders come through to the front. It's been a ballad of motorsport. It's been an incredible race, and we're going to see the conclusion very shortly.
Yeah, we're going to step aside, ladies and gentlemen, and take our final commercial break of our webcast before the checkered flag. We'll be back after these messages and a word from our partners. You are watching the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona here on RaceSpot TV, powered by ANDWERNDESIGN. We'll be back, but we're going to take you side by side.
The NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series powered by iRacing.com has officially begun. It's all in control of Brad Davies in that 11 machine. Green flag flies. He's damn near banged up though. Now the 93 is going to push the 4 of Brian Day all the way up the wall. 4 wide down the super stretch point in the turn. And now the 93-39, the 3 machine goes around. Big trouble in the back. It'll be the race for the win up front.
Look behind him. They're 3 and 4 wide, trying to make a push to the front as the field gains speed in turn number 1. Kenny Humphrey, if he can rip it back to the start finish line, will win here at Daytona.
7 laps to go. As you love it,
here we go.
You love it. The 0-1 gets around. The 5 gets around. Big jump.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to RaceSpot TV. We've got to show you an incident that happened just a couple of moments ago. We'll see whether it's here, and yeah, we'll just have to rewind this tape just a little bit further. But big incident there, Rachel, down in towards turn number 1, involving your second place GT driver of Core Motorsports, Alexander Voss. You also had there the number 82 Falcon GP car. Well, this all started when they tried going 3 wide down in towards turn number 1.
It was indeed, and unfortunately, this has been a comedy of errors. This wreck involving Core Motorsports, Commander SimSport BMW, Falcon GP, and Vortex Sim Racing. So, as we watch the replay, the 2 wide with the 33 of Core Motorsports in front, that would be Falcon GP and Vortex side by side. Commander BMW comes screaming into the corner, way too hot, goes in the back of the Falcon GP car, puts them into the Core Motorsports car, which turns them around, and boom, confetti.
Yeah, there you can see 4 cars involved in one incident. Fatigue really coming into play in the last stages of this race. And let's get another look on board with Jorn Jans. This is him working himself up the banking there. You can see they're going to go 3 wide just ahead of him on the racetrack right about here. And Randy, 3 wide, you can see one driver actually down on the apron, and 1 and 2, and as they come down into the corner, and then it all kind of gets a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I think what happened there was those first 2 cars you see in line actually are not for position. The obviously the purple car, the core one, is in second place, and the Vortex one is down the field. But that Falcon car and the Coanda car are running for position. And because of that, I think what happened is they were trying to get through that traffic a little quickly, and I think the Coanda car pretty much misjudged it, got in the back of the Falcon GP car, and more or less just there's a domino effect from there. The Falcon car got into core, and then Vortex guy got caught up in it. Shouldn't be anything race ending. I believe the Coanda car gave the spot back. Oh no, he didn't.
Well, you can see
so
he's currently
Falcons.
ahead.
Yeah, so Falcons. I thought I saw him giving the spot back, but I was.
We'll get
just rewinding this footage.
We're just having a look to see what they did, and they can see the gap though, 1.6 seconds between the Commander, the SimSport BMW car, and the Falcon GP car. 24 minutes remaining in this 24-hour event. And Rachel, well, fatigue I think was a big part of that. You did hear the Commander car flip the throttle, tried to move into left-hand side lane, but I think the car just ahead of them, see, damaged cars as well. What you expect a driver to be able to do, you know, on clean cars at the start of the race, isn't what they can do late on. Fatigue, drivers on worn tyres at the end of an event.
Exactly, well, of course, these cars getting light on fuel and light on tyre rubber, so cars handling very differently. In fact, a lot of these guys for the final stint not taking a full fuel tank, so they have fresh tyres and lightweight cars. Means they handle very differently to how they've had all race long, and of course, this means cars are going to be getting a little angsty for positions, so I think minor wobbles and positional disagreements will be increasing, unfortunately.
And by the way, TNT Racing have passed Phoenix on track. So it's just now 1 lap between them in the remaining stages of this race. Now is when we come into another conversation, Randy. Do these guys have enough fuel to get to the end of this event? Although our timing and scoring is showing 2 laps for the time being. We'll just find out where Benjamin Lindsay is. He's actually on the banking, so I believe that gap is now down to 1 lap. We'll get confirmation in just a moment's time though. So right on board the TNT Racing car.
Yeah, fuel's going to be the big thing here, and it's going to be the big thing for Phoenix. TNT's smart. They're probably gambling here, so they're probably just pushing as hard as they can. They really have nothing to lose. Next car is like 20-some laps down in their class, so no real reason for them not to try anything. But really, it's all on the Phoenix Motorsport team's hands right now if they can get to the end or not.
Well, you can see
on
that
the podium,
TNT
that
car is still actually underpowered as well, only hitting 270 kilometers an hour. The TBK light car is just ahead of them as they come back down in towards turn 1. They can see the TBK car, and they can see one of the BMWs, and they can see the TNT Racing car, and you can also see the Ford GT with Jonathan Hall. We will still try and can we get a chat with John Hall, do you think, Randy?
Let me drop down.
We'll try and get a word with them in just a couple of moments' time. Our Iron Man here is, by the way, we have got the final stop for the window lickers in P4 on the racetrack here, Rachel, as they're making their final pit stop of the day. You've also got the Brazil team on pit road as well.
We do exactly have that. They're coming in for their final stop, Will, picking up that last little bit of fuel, as we mentioned, before heading for that checkered flag. Lots of cars should be coming in about now. Of course, this will put them in 1 stop to the end So final driver changes if it's happening, and 4 tires and fuel.
Harrison Wheeler's behind the wheel of that car. 35.7 seconds there, so about 20 seconds less fuel than what they need normally, Randy, and they back out and away. Any update on Mr. Hall?
Not yet. I was waiting for him to get on the oval.
Okay. Well, you go and talk to him on the oval. Off you go. There we are. But Rachel Winderluck is back out onto the racetrack, but it's still a case of co-owner domination out front in your prototype class then. And, well, De Jong, he really has been, the star power of this team. And, we know Kroenke is the overall consistency, but De Jong showing why he is the Pro Series champion for this year.
Absolutely, and De Jong has always been very consistent, incredibly quick times from him, and more importantly, robotically consistent. So he's doing exactly what needs to be done, but perhaps, well, Jon Jens had that little incident earlier with the guys from, well, the other 3 cars, so perhaps even he's slipping.
Well, we are actually now going to get an onboard chat with John Hall as he is continuing to just be completely crazy in that Ford GT. So, Mr. Jonathan Hall, currently running in 22nd place in, 15th place in class. What have you been doing?
No, I've lost all perspective on life.
Well, you say, you've been running now. I think we're getting up to, what, close to 350 laps for you now, at least?
The way my teammates have it figured, I'm going to be just north of 400.
Insane. Absolutely insane.
According to this, the F1, it says 409.
409. That is insane amount of stuff there for yourself, John. Of course, that car was involved in an incident earlier on. In fact, I remember Randy saying, yeah, we're done for the day. You got back into that car, handed over to Josh Chin for a couple of hours. You came back in, and you've been driving ever since. We know there's a couple of Iron Men so far in the iRacing.com 24 Hours of Daytona, but you've got to win one of the awards for just perseverance, and you've actually been able to bring that car up now to 15th place in class.
Yeah, it basically was, I want to set a new personal goal, The most I ever done was 3 stints in a row, so it started with 6 stints. I'm like, well, you're pretty much almost there to the finish, so why not just go for it? So that's what I did.
Well, of course, you are going to probably be bringing that car home. Just 20 more minutes to go in this event. 12 hours to Sebring. I'm presuming you're going to actually have teammates with you.
Oh, yeah. They've been keeping me company, thankfully, most of the race. But, yeah, it's... I mean, we had a really solid car. I was the same thing as Randy. When that accident happens, all right, that's it. But with the repairs, the car actually came out. We were only a couple miles an hour off. We were about a second off pace. But, yeah, right before that accident happened, that 2 problems happened with the leaders. So we really thought things were looking really good, man. We really think we'd be right up with the ante right now, or at least pretty close to him. But that's 24-hour racing.
Well, thank you very much for having a chat with us there. John Hall in the New World Team Sports GT for GT car. And we're going to have a quick chat as well for the final time with, this driver, Joris Phelan from Phoenix Motorsports. And, well, Joris, you are currently scored in P number 3 on the racetrack. Got yourself just 18 minutes to go. 100 miles behind the wheel of that car, front end damage, but looks like you should just about be able to hold on to that final podium position.
Yeah, we should be able to hold it. We made a big mistake a few hours ago. We were chasing the Radicals car, but it didn't work out, so we lost concentration. And one of our drivers binned it in the fast chicane, so yeah. We were a bit scared it would be a race over, but it isn't. We can go on and we can hopefully stay in front of TNT.
Well, it's been a tough old day for you in the last couple of hours here. How much damage is there to that car?
Yeah, we lost 50 kph on the straight. It's driving good in the infield, but on the straight it's just murdering us. Our top speed is 245 kilometers an hour. Well, it should be 300, so you see the difference.
Incredible stuff there, the loss of speed, but the perseverance by your drivers now down into the last 17 minutes of action. I presume we're going to see you guys at Sebring, but the podium here, still I presume a huge compliment for you guys.
Yeah, it's a very good result, because at the start of the race we made a bit of mistakes. We were in P10 at a certain moment, and It didn't look that good, but at the moment, P3, it's a very good accomplishment for us.
Before we let you go, time to give a shout out to anyone who you'd like to give a shout out to.
Of course, to all our drivers, Boy van der Laag, José Almeida, Polo Martins and Andre Martins, and of course all our partners, which are the Sean Edwards Foundation, the Andy Racers modding team, and Sim Design Labs.
Well, potential podium position then for Phoenix Motorsports. Congratulations to you guys. We might get another word at the end of the race. And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, if you are a new member to iRacing, go get yourself signed up right now for just $10 for 3 months, giving you all of the standard free content, plus Daytona, plus the Gen 6 Chevrolet, plus the Ford GT, that is GT2 and the GT3 versions. Use the promo code on your screen, and Randy, what do? You get yourself a bargain!
Yeah, that's a pretty good bargain. Some good oval stuff, some good road stuff. 2 road cars, really, that are fairly popular. You get yourself a Neo car, you get yourself a GT3 car, and of course there's about 10 million GT3 leagues out there, so.
And who knows, you could well be running in one of those on RaceSpot TV soon. Down to 15 minutes then of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona, riding along board with the driver of Harrison Wildlitz, who have actually just been unlapped there by Jorn Yen. So they are literally just 1 lap ahead now as they continue their battle on the racetrack. And, well, it doesn't really matter for these drivers now. The window lickers racing for pride right now. Although, to be fair, Rachel, I think after the incident Coanda had about 15 minutes ago, you might want to give them a bit of a wide berth.
Yeah, right now, avoiding that Coanda BMW would be a high priority for me. I certainly wouldn't want him anywhere near me on track. But Jorn Jens, he's normally a consistent driver, so lapsing concentration potentially for him. Of course, coming up behind 2 of those cars that he's very well familiar with, and the orange cone car there of
that's
that Podium Assault.
No, that is the orange cone car is Pass Left Racing with Jason Katz. Come on, Rachel.
Pass Left Racing. 23 hours and I still can't get it right. Yeah. Well, he's gotten well off the track out of the way, so there we go.
Christian Theo Zult's coming onto pit road. This is going to be for a splash and dash, and this is going to be very costly for them because they're going to lose a position by the looks of it there, Randy, to the number 94 car you can see there, which is the GT Temple Racing car.
Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, the GT Temple car just goes by. That's definitely tough luck for the Vortex guys. They're a good group of guys. Like I said, I've run with them in the IndyCar before, and it would have been cool to see them have a GT car running well.
And you can see there, the Vortex drivers having a tough day here because, of course, they had the LMP car having some big issues in today's race, Randy. So overall, a tough day for Vortex. But of course, you can still see them in iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series competition as Cone's getting murdered there in turn number 1, and also in the 16th Street Racing League.
Yeah, the Vortex guys are top notch. Those higher downforce cars in the Williams and the IndyCar. Not too familiar with what they run out of that. Like I was saying earlier, but they mostly stick to that stuff, and they're very, very good at it. I know I've run against some of their guys in the IndyCar, and they generally smoke me. So.
Well, we've got ourselves Mitchell de Jong, a 6-lap advantage now still over the Radicals Online team. And Rachel, big stories of the race, of course. You had the Radicals driver having their incidents, the Glacier Racing team having their incidents. We could very easily have been a three-way battle, but I think the story and the thing to take from this race is every single corner matters.
Yeah, every single corner does matter. And this is an endurance race, so of course, over the matter of the entire duration of the race, every single one adds up. Every little mistake can end up being 10, 15, 20 minutes lost, so it's, very critical to make sure you just be repetitive and be clean.
There you can see then, as he works himself towards start-finish time, we're going to spend our last lap on board with that Co-Anderson Sport HPD car. We'll be back in a moment. Back down in towards turn number 1 then for the Commander Sim Sports car. Looking as though they're getting themselves prepared now, Randy, for victory formation time.
Oh, definitely. And at this point, they're probably thinking about that. Probably going to pull up somewhere near the sister car, the BMW, even though it's not very pretty looking at the moment. I'm sure they'll want a picture. I know that I have one from the start of the race with both of our cars side by side, but yeah, they're definitely can't see any way in which Coanda doesn't win this race. In fact,
physically they can't lose it. Now.
Yeah, they're at a point where there's not enough time left for Radicals to make up the laps, even if they got hit by a comet. Because iRacing's new comet model, I heard, is phenomenal.
The NWSS Moonshine car then is actually behind Coanda on the racetrack, Rachel. So Coanda potentially start going to slow down, potentially to allow that new World Sim Sport Moonshine car to just catch up to rear of it to get this victory formation celebration into gear. Because they can see, and to Pajala, they can actually see Mitchell de Jong's actually, I'll take that back, behind on the racetrack now to Pajala. So I think when they catch up to Pajala, I think in a lap's time, we'll probably see that Coanda car just slowing it down and keeping it nice and steady to set up this victory formation.
Yeah, it'd be really nice thing to see at the end of this inaugural race that we have all the victors running together at the end of this race, and wouldn't be surprised if Coanda's BMW turned up as well.
And we did see as well that the times dropped off now for Mitchell de Jong there, Randy. As you can see, they're passing the Radicals team on the banking because of the damage done to that Radicals car. But on the racetrack, right behind on the racetrack, so it looks like Paul Ring is there in tow as well. The Coanda guys want the Radicals people there in the pot. It's a great show of sportsmanship there for Coanda Sim Sport, as they're just allowing the Radicals guys to share the moment with them. We've lost Randy Chenworth. Rachel.
We have indeed.
Oh, I thought you said Rachel. I'm not paying very much attention. I'm
We
too busy
noticed.
watching our car just being nervous, hoping he brings it home.
Rachel?
Because we're definitely close, but
sorry, repeat that question, because I wasn't listening because it's from Randy.
I was going to say that Radicals car, is still right there behind now the Coanda Sim Sports car. Actually, now we see the Coanda Sim Sports car just pulling alongside and getting past. That's the Ford GT car there from the new World Sim Sports car. But it looks as though that the Radicals car, right behind Mitchell de Jong in that Coanda car, pace has been dropped off now for Mitchell de Jong. I think he's just going to allow that Radicals car to get into that victory formation at the end. Huge mark of respect there that de Jong is showing.
Yeah, it really is. The Radicals did deserve to be up there fighting with them for this one at the end, and hopefully Radicals will recognise that and they'll run in formation together with Coanda rather than passing them and getting a lap back. But no, it's been an interesting fight and unfortunate circumstances took it right away from them, so it'll be nice to see that podium finish potentially together if Phoenix can show up.
We've also, by the way, had ourselves a Vortex Sim Racing car having themselves a spin just a couple of moments to go with 7 minutes of this event. So they're currently remaining in the 10th place, of course, Rachel. They hadn't made the pit stop towards the end. That's dropped them back behind that number 924 car. And we did talk to GT Temple Racing, and they did say that they were worried about whether or not Vortex had enough fuel to go to the end. They didn't. And that spin just compounding the issue there for Vortex.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Vortex had a pretty rubbish evening, so that's not going to be a surprise to them, but they'll hopefully try and recover something from this, and of course involved in that earlier incident with Coanda BMW and Falcon GP and Core Motorsports, Vortex will be just hoping for this to finish.
And, well, Randy, it's still the possibility for a driver to run out of fuel on the final lap, and of course we always know in these endurance events that the white flag can come out at any point. Now the speed that de Jong's running, he's kind of fallen off the pace, dropped the pace down deliberately there. I do think that we probably won't get that additional extra lap. I think if need be, de Jong will crawl it down to a halt. But it's always so embarrassing if you do that, running out of fuel in the final lap, because it can still cost you positions, especially if you draw Guasmus or even potentially Sergio Rodriguez Jr., who is on the same lap right now as that number 924 GT Temple car.
yeah, definitely, it could definitely happen. You're definitely scaring me though, Will, because I know Anti's pushing it on gas. We're out here 5 minutes left, so he's in the lead. I mean, he could probably, sure, if he was close, he'd probably bring it in. He's got a 1 lap advantage. He's got more than enough time to come in, take a couple gallons of fuel, but I think you just want to give me a heart attack. I'm an American after all.
Well, as you can see then, the play clock ticking down now to just 5 minutes remaining in this event. We're going to show the top 6 of each class on your screen. There you can see Chris Anderson Sport leading the way from Radicals Online by 6 laps. Phoenix Motorsports in 3rd, TNT Racing in 4th, GoGo Racing in 5th, and RLCS Racing in the 6th position. New World Sim Sport Moonshine leading the way by just about a lap right now over the Core Motorsports car, and Movano Frostmaster in 3rd place, the Window Lickers in 4th, Commander Sim Sport in 5th, and Falcon GP in 6th in your GT class. Rachel, some great battles. It has got a little bit more spread out at the end, but even in your GT field, we had ourselves a good 10 hours of incredibly close racing. That Twilight Swift, though, really, again, proved costly for some of these drivers.
It has indeed, and it's caused a few hiccups amongst some of these guys, so not what I wanted to see, but it was always going to be this way. Well, the latter hours have always been slightly more strained, shall we say, for drivers. They're tired, they've had pressure, they're looking for positions they can possibly try and find, so this is the true face of endurance racing. It's difficult, especially on the drivers.
New World Sim Sport Moonshine car, Anthony Bajard behind the wheel of that number 27 car as a plane comes into land at Daytona Beach, Florida, potentially bringing in some virtual Rolexes there, Rachel.
Yeah, potentially, yeah. Though, actually interesting point of information, that plane in iRacing's Daytona circuit layout, the nod to the, obviously well the airport there is meant to be there, but it's a nod to the film Days of Thunder, where you see the car going around the banking and the plane landing in the background.
Yeah.
So
last time by Paul, you can see Paul Ilbrink, by the way. Last time by for him at 1 minute 39.222. Andre Martins is still 6 seconds a lap slower than Benjamin Lindsay. There you can see the gap. It is now below 1 lap on the racetrack. But Phoenix Motorsports, well, with 2 laps to go realistically in this race, it does look as though they are able to hold on, Randy.
Yeah, there's no way TNT is going to be able to reel this in, not with 4 or 5 minutes left, depending on how the white flag flies. Just not enough laps. TNT just ran out of laps. Unfortunate for them, but it's cool seeing another RaceSpot sponsored car up there in the top 3 in P1.
It is indeed. For those of you who are just joining us, where have you been for 23 hours and 57 minutes? To give you an update on some of the biggest stories of the day in your prototype class, Commander Sim Sport came through the field to take that race lead. It was a three-way battle between Glacier Racing, Commander Sim Sports, and Radicals Online for many hours of this event. And actually, you had Radicals Online separated by less than 15 seconds for about 4 hours to Commander Sim Sport. Commander picked up some damage at about lap number 15. They had to then try and nurse their car for a period of time. The Radicals drivers at one point were 3 laps down. They worked itself back onto the lead lap, back to within 15 seconds, but then 1 moment from Matt Backham was the difference maker, and it meant that he ended up putting that car into a crash with Movano Racing's GT car, who you can see on your screen now. It was Fabio Gonzalez's car. You see the number 4 car, which meant that they are now classified as 6 laps down. Glacier Racing, they got involved in a multiple car incident involving the Commander BMW car, which has been involved in a couple of incidents today, actually, which meant that Glacier Racing will be classified as out of the race. We're trying to tell it was the last driver behind the wheel of that one. Been quite a few incidents over the course of this race, but in the GT class, the New World Sim Sport Moonshine car, they lead the way still by about 1 minute 37 seconds right now over Core Motorsports, as we now just see Mitchell de Jong working himself across the banking, still carrying full speed. So it looks like we will get 1 more lap of this event as he works himself down in towards the bus stop chicane for what will be the penultimate time of this event. You can see Paul Ilbrink has just fallen back. We do expect, though, to see de Jong really slowing that pace down. To give you an update of where Pajaro is on the racetrack, he's actually just working himself right now through the International Horseshoe. So, Rachel, as we come down into the final minute of the 24 hours, what a race it's been, but 1 more lap to go, so the white flag will be out this time by.
yeah, 1 more lap, Will, and it's been a lot of laps in this race. It's almost unbelievable we're coming to the finish of this one. The white flag after 874 laps for the leaders. This has been an odyssey, and it's been an incredible one to view.
Yep, so there you can see then, Co-Anderson Sport into the final lap of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. Here you can see Antti Pajala working himself on the banking. The play clock down now to just 30 seconds. And ladies and gentlemen, the final lap of the race for New World Team Sport will commence in about 30 seconds time. As you can see, Mitchell de Jong working himself now through in towards the second horseshoe. Play clock now down to 15 seconds. Down to 10 seconds, and ladies and gentlemen, 24 hours worth of racing here in the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona is now officially complete. The white flag is out. There is one more lap to go. So now you can see the play clock has expired, and here you can see Antti Pajala. He's working himself down towards the start-finish line to start his final lap of the race, but we'll turn it back to Mitchell de Jong for Co-Anderson Sport. Down he comes into the bus stop for the final time. Last braking zone is complete for him, as he can see Co-Anderson Sport onto the banking for what will be the final time here. And what a performance for Co-Anderson Sport, who has shown themselves to be the dominant factor in all of racing. Here you can see it head down on towards the start-finish line for the final time. I do believe, yep, the checkered flag is out. Co-Anderson Sport, the winners of the iRacing.com 24 hours of Daytona. Paul Ilbrink going to nurse his car across the start-finish line. He will claim second place in this event. And now we turn our attention to Antti Pajala in the New World Team Sport Moonshine car. He works himself onto the banking for the final time in this event. As here you can see then, now just coming down into the banking. You've got yourselves the other New World Team Sport car, I believe, just ahead on the racetrack. As there you can see,
that indeed,
it is the New World Team Sport Ford GT car going to get ready to do a formation finish for the New World Team Sports cars. They work themselves down in towards the bus stop chicane for the final time. So Antti Pajala is going to be one of two drivers who have come through the field, two teams even, who have come through the field to take victory. Coanda, they came from deep within the field. They claimed victory in the prototype class and overall. But the New World Team Sport Moonshine car working themselves onto the banking, and there you can see formation finish for the New World Team Sport team as they get themselves not the day they would have wanted, but what a performance by Jonathan Hall. But Antti Pajala will claim the GT class victory there for New World Team Sport as they cross the start-finish line just over 24 hours after they commenced their event. Rachel, what a day it's been.
What a day and night, Will. It's been an incredible journey. We've had two cars from both starting down the pack coming through to win their classes. It's been exciting. We've had very little drama on the grand scale of things. It's been, what a journey. It's hard to describe, but amazing result. Not just to our class winners, but to everybody that's finished this race, because just finishing this is one hell of an achievement.
Phoenix Motorsports will come home third place in their class. They can see Movano and Frostmaster just slowing that car down. But here you can see Core Motorsports, Alexander Voss claiming second place in class for those drivers. They can see Movano, Frostmaster X Team bringing it down towards the start-finish line. The donuts, though, are out. There you can see Co-Anderson Sport, your winners of the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. Well, Mitchell de Jong, he has done so much in the last 12 months. He has got to be one of the proudest drivers in the iRacing.com service right now. Just a couple of weeks ago, we crowned him the winner of the iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing, and today he does his part driving that final stint to get Co-Anderson Sports to iRacing.com victory lane. And here you can see the NWSS Moonshine team now just bringing their car onto the banking. What a job, what a ride it has been for both of those teams. Co-Anderson Sport, your winner, now just waiting for the NWSS Moonshine team to just get themselves here now towards that final run on towards pit road so they can celebrate victory. Let's run yourself then, ladies and gentlemen, through your final race results. We commence with your prototype class, and Co-Anderson Sport, after 24 hours of racing, claiming victory by 6 laps over the Radicals Online organisation. Phoenix Motorsports in third, TNT Racing.com in fourth, GoGo Japan in fifth, RLCS Racing in the 6th position. The TBK Light Car in 7th. Dayco Motorsports Daytona 24 Hours in 8th. Glacier Racing in 9th. And then the Pure Racing team rounding out your top 10. On to page 2 of the results, and it's Vortex Sim Racing from TNT Racing and the New World Sim Sports car in the 13th position. Over to your C2 class and the New World Sim Sport Moonshine team taking victory by 1 lap over Core Motorsports. Movano Frostmaster Eggs team in 3rd. The Window Lickers in 4th. Coranda Sim Sport BMW in 5th. Falcon GP in 6th. Barslef Racing in 7th. Shark Motorsports in 8th. GT Temple Racing in 9th. And then Vortex Sim Racing rounding out your top 10. In P number 11 is Club 100 Racing. P12, Timmy Hill Motorsports. Global Sim Racing Channel / Turn Team Motorsports in 13th. Team GT in 14th. New World Sim Sport in 15th. Mad Cow Racing 16th. Velocidaddy 17th. Podium Assault in 18th. Team Charlie Red in 19th. And the OR SRL Endurance car running out your top 20. With the remaining 8 drivers in your GT3 class. You can see there the donuts being done by Antti Pajala in the New World Sim Sport Moonshine car, trying to do the donuts anyway, after the New World Sim Sport team taking their class victory in what has been an absolutely phenomenal 24 hours worth of racing at Daytona. We're going to step aside for just a couple of moments. We'll be back with a couple of chats with your class winners and a couple of other drivers after these messages. You are watching RaceSpot TV because we are endurance. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after 24 hours of racing, we welcome you back to post-race coverage of this, the iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona, brought to you by RaceSpot TV, powered by ANDWERNDESIGN. We've got to go off there in just a couple of moments' time, but first we get the chance to have the chat with a couple of drivers we've got Jonas Curran and Paul Ilbrink here from the Radicals Online organisation. And guys, it's been a tough old race for you. You came back from adversity a number of times, but it came down to just one little mistake down as you worked yourself onto the banking that proved to be the ultimate decision maker. Jonas, you are allowed to talk to me.
Yeah, I will. I think the stints were going as planned, completely as predicted, and yeah, that's endurance racing. It just needs one little mistake, and then the complete game just changes rapidly.
Overall though, Jonas, it's been an incredible personal performance for you here today, racking up a ton of laps, being on pace with Paul throughout the course of the entire day. Just how good has this experience been for you?
Well, obviously it's nice to learn from mistakes from past races, and what we had coming into this round definitely went hard on practice and preparation, and obviously it worked out for myself this time, and yeah, really happy for the result. P2 is always good.
And Paul, you did a large part of the driving here today. It's been a tough old challenge for you guys, but are you satisfied with being able to bring that car home in such an explosive way? P2, still nothing to be ashamed about.
No, but it's a bit like in football, right? You do a long race and in the end Commando wins, and that's pretty much sums it up for us the last couple of races. But to be honest, they did a really good job, like always, and they really deserve to win.
P2 then, for the Radicals Online Institution, congratulations to you guys for getting yourself a podium position. Jonas, want to give a shout out to anyone?
Of course, Johnny Backman, Club Finland, they helped me as well, alongside with the Radicals Online, all those teammates there. The Radicals, super big job for preparing this event, and of course Andy Kirchtorte, awesome big group of him to lead, and yeah, really proud to work with these people.
And well, congratulations to you guys. We would like to welcome in, however, your race winning team. It is including Martin Cronkite and Mitchell de Jong. Ladies and gentlemen, these guys have really proven to be the king of endurance racing. Martin, I was talking to you on this time at the end of the 24 Hours of Spa here on RaceSpot TV. You've done it again. 2 24-hour race wins in a row, and I believe you did kind of similar thing in MOE.
Yeah, although we didn't win in MOE, unfortunately. We only came second there in the 24-hour race.
So let's have a look at your record. 2 race wins in prototype class, a second place in GT3 cars. You guys have got to be incredibly happy with that.
For sure, yeah. Especially since this race was coming now to... It became quite close at some point. I think in the morning when I was not yet awake, Mitchell had a contact with the GT3 car, unfortunately. And we had some damage, and I think Radicals closed the gap pretty significantly until they unfortunately had a contact themselves.
And you, of course, you had that damage earlier on. That gap came down to just 6 seconds on the racetrack. Yourself and Mitchell battling hard for about 4 hours at that gap, at no more than 15 seconds. Just how tough was the racing at that point?
Very tough. To maintain the gap, we had to take a little bit more risks than we usually would have taken, since the car was about a second slower than it used to be. So yeah, we had to take go into gaps that we probably shouldn't have when we would have had damage.
And well, Mitchell, a couple of weeks ago we talked to you as being the winner even of the iRacing.com Pro Series of Road Racing. Now we get to call you a 24-hour of Daytona champion as well. How does that one feel?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it was to come off of a great Pro Series and to kind of at the last minute do something with this event. you know, this is my first long endurance race, so it was really fun to you know, collaborate with teammates and those guys, and you know, to be able to come out with the win is just an awesome feeling.
Well, you had to do a lot of stints. The thing that impressed me most, I've got to go back to the very start of this race when you had to pull out a minute gap. How hard have you been pushing today, and how risky has it been on that racetrack amongst all that GT traffic?
Yeah, it was quite tough. You know, early on, unfortunately, we originally thought that the qualifying time was saved within the team versus just per driver. So I had not joined early in the morning. I tried to get a bit extra rest, but that took away our P2 starting spot and put us back to 12th. So Martin drove an incredible couple stints and drove us to second. And after that, it was just trying to stay smooth and whatnot to build a gap, and then it became really tough later on once we had the damage. We tried to get it fixed as much as we could in the pits, but you know, it was just still about a second slower lap, and by the end we were adding tons of stints to Martin and I to run, and you know, I'm really tired right now, but you know, it kind of worked out in the end.
Well, I'm going to give you the chance to say thank you to whoever you want to say thank to. Mitchell, take it away.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you to Coanda and Fort Racer, ANDWERNDESIGN, and RaceSpot. You know, just thank you iRacing for putting on this great event and letting us be able to compete in it. Thank you to all my teammates, Martin, Andre, you know, Justin, and everyone that helped out. You know, this is really fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, Coanda Sim Sports winning 2 24-hour races in just 3 months, in the first ever official iRacing.com 24 hours at Daytona. Going to hand it over to Randy Chinworth, and he's going to talk to his own team, the team who won the GT class. Randy, over to you.
Well, I've never done an interview before, Will, so thank you. So, Simo, I don't think I've actually met you before. I think Auntie found you and threw the team together, and you got us our first big win, mate. How's it feel?
Yeah, thank you. It feels really amazing. Auntie asked me to join the team because, well, the race was getting closer and we didn't have team yet, so we put the team together in a few days, and Auntie built a really good setup, and here we are, winning the race.
I noticed that I think of all the cars on the track, you're the only one with a straight wing and a pretty straight hood, and the sides of the car weren't all beat up. How do you guys manage to keep the car so clean while everyone else, including our overall winners, got beat up so bad?
Yeah, I'm surprised myself that it was in so good shape. That we took a tiny bump on the front at the start of the race, but nothing after that. So I think we drove it safe at the start, and then we had also luck, and also mad skills.
Of course, you have the Finnish accent, so I think the mad skills are applied. Well, thank you again to the team manager for getting us our first win, and congratulations to you, Tim, Auntie, Joel, and Patrick, all for the race well driven. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
It's that awkward silence, but Rachel Whiteford is here with Phoenix Motorsports coming home in P number... Actually, I can't say that, but Rachel Whiteford is actually stood by with Daniel Benefield, actually, from the Ryan Littlemore team.
I am indeed. I'm stood here with the RCLS sim racing Daniel Benefield. Daniel, you came home today with a pretty good win for your results, within your class. How was the rest of you guys?
I mean, pretty much damage limitation from about lap 3 when we got some pretty bad rear wing damage and had about 8.5 minutes of repairs. So that put us on the back foot pretty early on. But then, I mean, we just kept at it, kept pulling in the laps, and it ended up giving us the 6th place, which we're pretty happy with.
There you go, that's RCLS Racing coming home in 6th place. I'm also stood by with Joris Thienlen. Sorry if I've mispronounced your name, but you're from Phoenix Motorsports. So, 3rd place today. Was it what you expected?
Not at all. We were aiming for the top 5, so top 3 is always a very good result for us. We had some bad luck at the start of the race when we had an incident and lost a lot of positions. But we managed to make up for it, so we are very happy with our results, and also congratulations to Goanda and to the Radicals, of course.
You had a late race heart in mouth moment where your car lost control going through the bus stop. Quickly, any words on that and what happened?
Yeah, it was like the world stood still at a certain moment. We were very lucky there that our car was still drivable. Not up to speed, of course, but we were pushing too much to try to get P2. And now, we're happy with P3 at the end, so no problem.
Well, Phoenix Motorsports coming home on the final step of the podium, dragging heroically a wounded car across the line. Well.
And just finally, we've got the opportunity to have a chat with Ryan Murray coming home in the podium assault car down the field. But Ryan, bloody good race.
Yeah, it was fun. It was one of those things where we had adversity immediately on lap 2, and it put us 15 minutes in the pits, and then an engine repair another 30 minutes. So we were never in contention. But after the car got repaired, everybody on the team, we put in laps and actually gained probably 10 spots in the overall standings from hour 2 until the finish.
Well, tough old race for you, but we talked to Tim Holgate earlier on. Podium Assault are back. We're going to see you guys, I presume, in the 12 Hours of Sebring.
Oh yeah, everybody had so much fun today and through the whole event that it's pretty much a guarantee.
Well, congratulations to you, and congratulations to all of the drivers who finished today. Rachel, final thoughts. What a race it's been here at Daytona. Of course, we'll do it all again soon with the 12 Hours of Sebring coming up on March the 28th.
We will indeed will. It's, we will indeed will. There we go, see? Now, it's been incredible. We've had an amazing session today, watching the sporting behaviour from these drivers and the desire to win. There's been heartache, there's been success, and it's an achievement for these guys finishing something of this length. We've had people doing this on their own, we've had small teams, we've had established teams. Everybody is now on equal standing. They've all finished the 24 Hours of Daytona.
Congratulations to all of the people who have finished the 24 Hours of Daytona, be it in their own split, be it in other people's splits. And there you can see, don't forget, if you're a new member to iRacing, 3 months for only $10, all the free content plus Daytona, plus the Gen 6 Chevrolet, plus the Ford GT. Use the promo code that is up on your screen. But I've got personally give a huge shout out to all of the RaceSpot TV commentary crew. That is Rachel Whiteford, to Cameron Walsh, to Johnny Simon, to Dan Blake, Jake Cameron, Lester Forbes, anyone who I've just forgotten in my head, Alex Simpson. Also, we had ourselves Daniel Benefield in for a bit, to Randy Chenworth, Joshua Chim, to Hugo Louise on cameras for the evening part of this event. Also, a shout out to ANDWERNDESIGN, official graphics partner of the RaceSpot TV organization. We'll be back very, very soon for more action here on RaceSpot TV. This has been a RaceSpot TV presentation of the iRacing.com 24 Hours at Daytona. I've been Will Vincent. Friends, we'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.